hello, hello. Big OTA today. Big OTA. Yeah, they did something I did not think they would do. Which was a big Captain Carter buff. I thought they'd do a small one. But they swung for the fences, which probably not what I would have done if I'm taking an OTA off in May, but I guess we'll see. This one goes out to all the nothing ever happens OTA people, I guess. Because something's gonna happen. Point from Sam, point from Scream, sure. It's fine. I'm very surprised they did this. I was A-okay with making it a 4-4, but I think we're going to learn pretty quickly how this card is going to be really strong. Like, really, really strong. Galactus is salivating. Already goated in Surfer, now it's even better. Let's see. A lot of this is related to how forced her play pattern is. Yeah. It's like, it was awkward at 4. Now it's very, not awkward at 3. They talk about Ultron a bit. We missed quite low on Ultron. Early numbers indicate a buff this large is warranted. And in actuality, this is a larger buff because of the Power Stone and Reality Stone. Yeah, we talked about that. A couple things worth mentioning. We've had a large disparity between the strength of 5 energy cards and other cards in the top of curves, 4s and 6s. We're trying to rectify. Ultron also represents both your turn 5 and turn 6 plays. Means that his impact needs to be properly calibrated to level investment. Yeah, agreed. On the other hand, we don't want him to be so strong that he can be a 1-card tool. Yeah, you don't want Ultron to be the best thing to splash into every deck. That would not be the most fun thing. So yeah, a little hard to balance that. For now, we're doing this. We're also experimenting with more substantial changes to the package internally. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the stones tweaked eventually. Mainly the orange stone, maybe the blue stone. Toxin, so they're just buffing a bunch of Series 4 and Series 5 cards. Because they're like, alright, card acquisition changes, we'll make these cards better. Toxin gets 1, Penny Spider gets 1, Bastos gets 1. Seems fine. Not the most notable, but worth doing. Make Fastos great for the first time is real, yeah. I have a feeling you like this OTA, huh? Fastos enjoyers are feasting on that extra +1. And then Rhino, reworked Rhino, 3/6, but you get a rock. I'm not sure what to do with this, but I think it's cooler than the old version. I like that he is doing something a little different. We hope this design gives new life to the card and offers an interesting game piece. Slightly overstag card with a drawback. Sure. Our goal is to roll out these reworks of cards more frequently than we have in the past. Yeah, like, this one in particular feels like a response to... I feel like for the last, 2 months, everyone's been like, where are the things that make us excited to have an OTA rather than +1 and -1? And this feels like them saying, hey, yeah, here's one of those, and we're going to try and do it more, which is good. They also fixed Toxie buffing, or trying to buff skills in your hand. Yeah, that seems good that they fixed that. And this is what we have for the next month or so, aside from, new card releases. This is how the cards are going to be, so what are we going to do with it? Well, I really want to play Ultron today, for sure. This deck. Really want to play this deck. Although, I'm thinking Mobius might have to turn into Red Guardian or something. I think we need to be prepared for the Captain Carter enjoyers. The Goat Strange Supreme Untouched, yeah. The most significant nerf was the Galactus spin. Got him. Yeah, if you didn't see this, they did nerf the Galactus spin. Undocumented OTA change. They nerfed it quite a bit. 50, 100, 250. And then the odds changed a bit too, I think. I don't remember what the old ones were. I'm sure they're there somewhere. 50% chance for 50, 15% chance for 100, 5% chance for 250, 20% for a neon red, 5% for web black, and 5% for a mystery variant. So still free stuff, but less free stuff. Also, they said they're in the process of like redoing the whole web store at some point, so part of the publishing thing. At least they got rid of the bronze border. My hot take is that I think this is worse than a bronze border. I don't like the neon red personally. Like, I think I've used more bronzes than I will this, but oh well. Have I played Phasers Destroy Supreme? I don't think so. If it isn't something I've played on stream this week, I probably haven't played it. Most likely. Alright, well, we need to make some space. We need to make some space. 2-2 Sam, we lived to see the day. It finally happened. Never thought the day would come. Good change. He is now slightly less auto-include in every deck. Still very good, but slightly less. I played a bunch of this deck, but didn't do that well. We're going to clear out some of these decks. Also, I'm excited to try this with buffed Ultron. 60-3, very nice. Definitely want to try this with a big Ultron. So I think big Ultron is going to be very good in Arshim, which is probably decent if like tech is good. Like, I think this version will probably be pretty good. As much as I'm not an Arshim person. Wiccan stuff, yeah, I'm not as into this. Although I guess we could put Carter in this deck now, because it's an insane Moonstone hit. Maybe we try that. Oh, that means I have to drop Copycat, which I really like. I guess I could drop Speed, but Speed's really good. But yeah, I'm very surprised they did this. I did not think they would do this. I thought they explained pretty specifically why they didn't want to do this initially. But I guess 3-2 Carter was apparently inevitable. It's the worst buff they've ever done? Probably not the worst buff. Trying to think. One of the, I mean, the Loki one was pretty gross. The initial Loki change was a crazy buff. 3-5 draw card, yeah, that one. Fastos. What are the other goated cards for this? Do we still run Sam and Surfer? Probably, I think. I think Scream will be just fine. Still probably one of the better decks, I would bet, too. Gwen. Let's see. What are we going to play? Red Guardian for opposing Carters. Makari for Makari value. Copycat for 3-5 Carters. We need a Rhino meta deck now, yeah. Carter followed by Rhino gives the location a 2-power rock. That's value. That is value. I do like the Rhino change. I actually think this is cool. I don't know what to do with it right away, but I do like it. Can use one of these fancy Rhino variants. Do this one. I do like the feature where if you have a variant, you can customize the card now without having to upgrade it. That's great. Yeah, I mean, this does seem like a playable card. Let me give another Discord link, because I think that one is expired. I have to figure out why it does that, but this one should work. Superior Rock. Look at it go. Put it in Patriot. Value. I like the old Rhino because it's a predictable change to the location. Yeah, I mean, at first I didn't realize this was replacing the old text. I thought they were just adding to it. I was like, oh, that seems kind of nuts. But they're pretty, they try and play it pretty safe around location changers, but this is at least interesting. Does he still like, I wonder how the animation looks with this. I'm not sure what to do with it, but surely there's something to do with it. Alright, so we need another 2. Another 2-drop. Probably just Forge. And then we could run a Shaw or a Jug. Jug is probably pretty good. Fuck up opposing Carter lanes. Surfer. Yeah, it seems pretty nuts. I wonder if this is good enough to where we can do like a straight buff stack now. I wonder if we have a good enough shell. I think Surfer is probably just going to be better, but yeah, I did do a change to make it permanent, but it didn't seem to stick. I'll have to try it again. Because I know you can change the link to be like, oh, expires after this amount of time, but it didn't seem to stay last time I tried it. All right, so we have this. You could put it in. There's a lot of things you can put this deck in now. Or this card in. Like 3-2 is just so much easier to play. Can we ever combine her and Ultron? That's probably copium. She does compete with your Luna Snow slot. Could buff up the stones, though. I'm down to do a little bit of coping, though. Where is Ultron? There is Ultron. What if we try something like this? So we want Luna. We want... It's gonna end up looking a bit like Surfer, but take it a different direction. What do we want for the early game? Probably still Sam. Carter and Strange. Yeah, I mean, they don't have the best synergy, usually, but there's some way to do it. Alright, what else do we want in this? Maybe we lean more into, like, the buff stuff. So, what if we did... Okoye? Could also do... buff. And now it's just... plus? +2. What gives us +2s? That would be good in this. Not a lot of options. We could just do like a Forge and Rep Forge plus Sinister. We could try Fastos. Could try it. What else do we want? We probably want another 3 or 4. Probably another 3. So we can spam some 3s. Maybe it's just Shaw. This is basically just Surfer without Surfer, but Makari is also not bad with buffs, but Shaw gets real big. Shaw do be getting pretty big. Also, Captain Carter probably certainly goes in Thanos now in that flex spot, I feel like. This card is probably going to make Thanos ongoing even better, I think. Maybe even run Moonstone in it now, who knows. Alright. I want to try this one. Sarah Ultron. Bum, 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 bum. The OTA happened already? It did. OTA live. It is live, and it is pretty big. Do you think she's better than Speed now? Maybe. Yeah, I too very surprised about the Carter change. Did not think they'd go that far with it. But here we are. Yeah, Carter is a 3-2 now. Carter enjoyers be partying it up. As they should. I need to get some last minute sales before the end of season. Yeah, no, you're probably not wrong. I would not be surprised if Carter had been not pulling her weight in terms of successful sales. Wouldn't surprise me very much. Alright, so it's Sarah time. This will probably be our Ravonna lane. Or not Ravonna, our Carter lane. Game's a lot better when the pass card is good. I think it can be. I think it definitely can be. Depends on like the level of good. Because there are definitely levels of good that can make it worse, but time will tell if this is one of those or not. Ooh, that's concerning. Yeah, I'm curious to see how long the Carter experiment ends up lasting. I will be surprised if 3-2 is her final stat line, but you never know. So I'm getting Spectrumed or Moonstoned or something. Regardless of what it is, I think I'm dead. Like, I could do this. Seems unlikely to win. So there'll be 7, so we're adding 14. Yeah, we died to just about anything here. How much do we have mid? It's 13 plus 9. Yeah, that's... I don't think that's going to win. Say it is Spectrum. Let's see what it is. I'm pretty sure we're dead, but... I'm curious what they're rocking here. We'll see. If it's like Moonstone right and an ongoing mid, can we win? So we're adding 9. We go 22. I mean, it's possible. Spectrum mid, we lose. Spectrum right, they add 6, which is doubled to 12. We would lose to that. And move the shield. Goliath, Spectrum. Yeah, that's gonna super duper kill me. Super duper kill me. Kind of expect. I even got the Ravona value. Big Ravona value. I wonder if they fixed the Toxie bug with merge. What's that bug? This is making me miss Surfer. Having Surfer in the deck for buffing this, but we also didn't get. We only got like 1 buff. Captain Carter still sucks, confirmed. Yep. 0% win rate, Captain Carter bad, confirmed. Make her a 2/5, yeah. You play a Mirage card that was buffed by Toxie, your game just crashes. Huh. Does it ever stop crashing? Like if you wait for the Toxie effect to go away, or is it just broken? No matter what. Okay, so we're gonna buff up Brood, then play Carter. Oh, does that change things? It might. We could buff up Carter and then play Galacta and Brood. And we don't get to play Ultron, which is a little sad, but I think because of Galacta, I'm gonna hold the Brood. Also because we're limited on the board space. Yeah, Spider on Carter could be something. So I think I'm going to play the Ultron and just hope my shit doesn't get pulled, and we'll use Sinister in the middle. It's a big Galacta. Luna. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting, because I could deny them getting a free card, and I could get a 50-50 to pull Ultron. It's kind of good. Kind of like it. Lash has to be one of the rare cards. I don't know. I don't know what the statistics are on people finishing the modes or not. I've always kind of wondered. I clogged too. Yeah, but the Luna. Oh no, you're right. You're right. Then I won't get the pull this turn. Is that still worth doing? Is denying them a pull worth? I think I'd rather do this then. Now I know it doesn't like clog them, but I was thinking I would get value and they wouldn't, but I wouldn't because I'm filling too. So now I'll just do this and hope something happens. US agent makes me sad. That also makes me sad. That's like probably the worst pull. Although they get kind of clogged up. So Surfer can't buff the right. But we don't have anything big enough to win the right on. Actually, no, we do because of Galacta. So does this win? They would get. I guess they play Surfer. Oh no, I get the Carter buff. So I had 5 and 7. Seems like enough. Sage Surfer? Sage Surfer. Fortunately, I don't have any... Wait. Oh, shit. I forgot it buffs the Carter. I forgot it buffs the Carter. Shit. I'm not used to that yet. I'm not used to seeing Carter as like... I was like, oh, 4-4-2-2. We're fine. Yeah, this card getting buffed by Surfer is nutty. Yeah, there wasn't another play we had there that worked. Oh, well. That's gonna take some getting used to on that one. Did I upgrade my stuff already? I was thinking about getting this for the credits. Not sure, though. It does feel like I should probably lean more into just doing the buff stuff than trying to do Infinity Ultron 2 in this version. What I really should do is try out the Ultron deck that I liked before the buff. This one. Although, do I keep the Mobius in? Mobius isn't as good against what I think people are going to play today, I think. Most recent variant I got? Probably the Strange one. I think I'm gonna drop Mobius for Red Guardian. Try it like this. Thanks for the follow. What's up, Lone Wolf? How's it going? Another 3 million free drops for Silver Surfer. Here we go. Nice. Yeah, I mean Surfer's I don't mind Surfer. I think Surfer's always been a neat archetype. Certainly has a lot of choices now. My hot take is I don't even think I think people are attributing the power of Thanos to Strange when Thanos was already like I feel like Thanos was already the nuts and people just like are realizing it now. Also, this is really bad because they're gonna get a gore from that Fenris. I'm going to die. Alright, we're gonna hope they chill and don't activate right away. Because otherwise we are in so much trouble. Oh, thank God. I don't even care if we're losing the left. I mean, I do care that we're losing the left, but I'm happy they didn't get a 2-mana gore. This is bad, though. This is very not ideal. I guess I can hope to... I guess I can do this. Negasonic. I mean, I can get in that lane. Okay, that's great for me. Because I've given up the left. Okay. I don't want to give Ultron this buff. Although I guess it's shangable either way. So maybe I do give it this buff to make the stones better, I guess. I'm assuming they're playing Shang if they're playing Fenris, but I don't know. Rhino's gonna be Supreme's new best friend, maybe? My hot take on... Is that Brood? Yeah. My hot take on Supreme is like... The card's pretty decent, but I think it's being a little overrated. Actually. I think it's a good card, but it's very flashy. And that's why being rated so highly, because it's very in your face what it's doing. What is this? I got another Galacta. So we could do... This is +3, so it's 5, and then Kahori. I'm pretty sure we die to a lot of things, but I'll stay for fun. We're just testing shit. Oh, it's gonna get moved, isn't it? Oh no, we just get jugged. Well, it did get moved. But no, Ultron did the on-base thing already. Yeah, Jug will do it. Jug will, in fact, do it. If only 28 power Infinity Ultron was enough. Even if we got the good stone, we were dead because we didn't have Prio. But yeah, I don't believe Captain Carter will remain a 3-drop for forever. I think they're going to come back in a month and be like, hey guys, that was fun, but yeah, maybe a little much. But we'll see. You know, it's the first day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that is not a long-term change. And definitely a very ambitious time to make that change when they know there's going to be a lapse in OTAs. I feel like it would have been better to do that like last OTA, so you could have seen, okay, is this to give yourself like 2 weeks to be like, all right, how does this go? But now, good or bad, we're gonna have a month of this. So we'll see what it's like. This is terrible though. This is very bad. This is like very, very bad. Guess I'm doing this. There is going to be a lot of server and a lot of ongoing. That is for sure. Bird. Okay. I like the big swings before going AFK. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'd say we've never had a long period where meta can be countered and solved by itself, but I think in general, I'd rather them do a big swing than not, so I'm cool with it. Doesn't really bother me. It's definitely a little bit riskier decision, but by the nature of releasing a card every week, but that's still happening, right? That's not changing. There's still going to be a new card every week. There might even be more new cards this coming season. We don't know. So it's destroy Thanos? Okay. Thoughts on the Sam debuff? Deserved? Sam definitely had it coming. Soulstone. I mean, I'll take draw a card. And do this to try and clog them. Okay, we did clog them. I'm not sure if we're gonna have enough points, though. The concerning thing. What are generated cards here? Let's see. So we need 10 points middle. We do have Victoria, but Victoria doesn't ever buff the right. So I don't think we have enough. Yeah, I think we're just dead, sadly. Destroy Thanos. Was the scream worth it, or do you think you needed to be hit harder? The Scream nerf? I think the Scream and the Sam nerfs are fine. Those decks are very strong. They'll probably still be very strong. I don't think they'll miss the point too badly. But little points add up. So we'll see. Rhino can now thematically fit with Zoo. I guess so. I guess he can. No Sam, please. That's also scary. What is this again? Oh, it's a copycat. I guess I'll just play this for Herb. Okay. They gave me the raft. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know if they're playing tech. If they're not playing tech, Galactus goes crazy here. I guess Kahori also goes kind of crazy. I'm thinking we get ahead with Kahori and then we just turn off the bar. We'll just super juice our mid and maybe hear a bit. Infinity Ultron. Pog. Okay. So we'll go play this, hold the blob, and then gore blob. Seems pretty hard for them to win, unless they have Shang. They have a gore. Only one, though. I mean, I'm just gonna go ham in the Ultron lane. Pretty sure this is over, though. Probably should have snapped, but we're just kind of vibing a bit. Seeing how things feel. I'm not that worried about the cubes. I was playing a bunch of... So I played a bunch of Oblivion the other day. And then today, Expedition 33 came out. And that game is fucking awesome. I'm really enjoying that game. I think I just got to the second boss. It's very cool. Highly recommend if you're a JRPG enjoyer. What's up, Mr. Paw? Against move, I mean, we do have Red Guardian. Helps a bit with that matchup. Do we like the OTA? I mean, I think I like it. I think the Carter change frightens me a little bit, but... Oh, that's just funny. Yeah, I think the Carter change is a little dangerous, but other than that, I like everything else. And like, I'm interested to see what happens with Carter. How that affects the metagame. I do think it probably makes Thanos ongoing even better, which is like a little questionable of a decision, but... And we'll probably see more people go back to playing Enchantress, and who knows, maybe even some Echo appearances. You never know. Bum, bum, bum. Bow, 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 bow. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, Surfer's definitely pretty happy about these changes. It was already a good deck too. I'm surprised they actually went through with it, but it definitely almost feels like a response to the... I know a lot of people, including myself, have been like, well, these OTAs have been a little resident sleeper lately. This definitely does not feel like a resident sleeper OTA. That's for sure. So I think I'd rather them go a little hard before they take that break period off than do not do that. Oh wait, I'm stupid. This is not gonna give me an extra Patriot. After turn 4, swap the position of each location. So what I probably should do is I think I play this now. It's a 50-50 where these go. Do we think it's going left or right? Where do we think Wakanda's going? I guess we'd prefer it go right, because then we can misery get extra value. But we're already ahead in this lane, so maybe we do this. I thought they would touch more cards considering the big change to card acquisition next week. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't have too much expectation there. Diamondback? Huh. In your opinion, who would you say took the biggest nerf for this OTA? Well, I mean, just on raw numbers, you could say Scream did because it had the most cards hit, right? But I don't know. I'd probably need some more time to actually think about the overall, like, how things are looking. What did they play? They played a 3-drop here. 3-drop or less. I'm assuming it's something that's going to help this Diamondback get value. Is it better to do this or just slam the gore? The gore is adding 9 and 3, so it's adding 12. Probably a bit more with this card and whatever they play. This is adding 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14, but there are more bodies to get hit by this Diamondback. I think I'll still do this. Let's see what happens. Oh, fuck. Wait, why? Oh. I was wondering why the US agent isn't getting the Carter debuffed, because that's not how it works. That is not how it works. Carter now gets under US agent. Look at all these new interactions. They almost got us. All these new interactions. That's going to take some... It's going to take some time to get used to. We already ran into this with, like, I blanked on Surfer at first. It's not used to this card being a 3. And Bullseye discard not touched. Here's a hot take. I don't think Bullseye discard needs to be touched. If you look at the stats on Bullseye discard, it's just fine. I think it's people don't like how it feels to play against, but it's not like a statistical outlier. Like, the stats are fine. It's not very popular at top infinite. If you look at, what is it, Dex? Or no, meta? Like, it's a perfectly serviceable deck, but it's not at the top of the charts. Now, if you just don't like playing against it, no harm, no foul. I won't fault you for that. Sometimes I find it annoying to play against too if I see a lot of them in a row. But I don't think it's actually, like, if we're talking about like things that really deserved a nerf, I don't think it falls in there. It has very middling stats and not a very high play rate. You know, if you look at outside of top, because it probably is worse at top. It's like a little bit better and about the same as popular in top 50%. Yeah. Fucking Khonshu is doing slightly better. Negative in a tier list. What's really surprising is negative having a positive win rate. Usually negative has a good cube rate and a slightly negative win rate, but negative is actually positive. Still the lowest of the quote-unquote high tier stuff, but... So, how do we think this OTA is going to influence the meta? Surfer definitely gonna pop up more. You're gonna see Carter in Thanos Zoo almost certainly. Hell, you might see Carter in regular Zoo. And maybe we'll see some ongoing stuff come back too. Non-Thanos ongoing, although I think Thanos ongoing is usually better, but non-Thanos ongoing can run Moonstone a little easier, so we'll see. Scream takes a hit, but I think will probably still be a strong deck. And I think a lot of the things that were good before will still be pretty good. The main difference is I think we're going to see more tech leaning into ongoing stuff than we are. I think right now Shang's a lot more popular than Enchantress. I think that's gonna change. What Ajax deck is killing it. Ajax has just been good. Ajax has just been good for a while. This is the most common build. Personally, I like cutting Grandmaster for Scorpion. I don't really like GM in this deck. Sure, sometimes you get a surprise factor, or you can curve out Sable into GM, but with the way this deck is structured, I think it's better to have a 2 I can play on 2. And the only 2 I can play on 2 in this deck is Sam, unless you are playing this on 1, and then you can Grandmaster. But I hate when you're sitting on it in hand and you have nothing to do on 2, which is a lot of the time. So I cut it, and I do not regret cutting it. Ajax is good, though, and there's not a lot of Luke Cage in the meta. Very solid deck. So I do think Thanos probably gets a little bit better, which is scary because Thanos is already really, really good. Look at Thanos Zoo. Thanos Zoo with the 56% win rate. Surprised that its popularity isn't higher, but oh, it's because it's getting split across multiple archetypes. There's the strange version of Thanos, which is also doing well. This is more like control-y Thanos. I think here's the interesting thing about Strange Supreme. I think Strange Supreme is better treated in Thanos as a bit of a tech card. Basically, if ongoing Thanos is popular, one of the counters to that is Clog. So if you build Thanos with Strange Supreme, you have an out to Clog, and I think that's neat. But I think just running it in the ongoing version makes some of your other cards worse. So I think it's better to play it in a version like this that has tech. I don't really love the Shadow King. Shadow King, I think, was mainly a tech for opposing Stranges. Maybe with Carter around, it'll be more useful because people will try buffing up the Carter, but I generally liked tech Thanos with Strange. Penny gets played plenty in Rivals, yeah. Just hit my first infinite. Congrats. I chalk this one up to the illustrious and talented chat. Always, always. It's always correct to blame chat. Let's see. So Ultron's the thing I'm most interested in personally. And I do think they'll probably do a pass on his stones at some point for the weaker ones, but yeah, my stream gets people to infinite confirmed. But for now, I think a 2 power buff is nice. I think it's a nice change. We're playing this. This is the deck I played before the patch with unbuffed Ultron, and I liked it quite a bit. And so now we're trying it with buffed Ultron. Do I need to play this turn? Not really. Probably need to play it next turn. Okay, they're repping some Agamotto. We do the Galactus spin gamma. I think I did. I was talking about it earlier because they lowered the my Quinjet. They lowered the rate on it a bit, which is a little sad. What is this? An Enchantress. That's a pretty good thing to have. I guess if I have Enchantress, I can just play this. So we know they're not going to draw Enchantress, which is very helpful. We know that is a thing we do not have to worry about. All right, we're twinning with Galacta. Oh, it moved the thing to the left. That's kind of funny. I'm just gonna bonk the shield and get another card. A little worried about getting jugged. Okay, so double Galacta. That's spooky. That gets them some pretty big buffs. Andy Ultron is late to the party. Can I ever go for the right? I could. We could do... Oh, no. Can't do that. I mean, I could go for the right. Could go this. But if they play anything left, we die. I think I'm just going to do this. What's up, bud? This is dumb. Yeah, I mean, I do think the card buff's a little silly. Jug. Sad. I mean, I was worried about that. But we were dead to Jug no matter what. What's up, Nova? We've seen some Carters so far, but not a crazy amount. I bet they had... Well, actually, I don't know if they had Carter. They're Agamotto. They could have, though. Yeah, Agamotto did get discarded, so we didn't have to worry about him. Galactus spin died so that Rhino could live. Yep. That is what happened. I struggle to understand the Rhino rework. They took a card that was very bad and tried to make it a bit less bad. Well, this is annoying. Because I was thinking I was going to go for Iron Patriot stuff. I guess I still can. Guess I still can, technically. But I'm thinking this might be better. Maybe. I mean, I could just abandon the basic arrow and put 2 here. And then Luna could proc it. Maybe that's the move. I'm just here to see Fastos enjoy his reaction to the OTA. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Fastos. Boom. He's on camera. Look at him go. Still wish it would ruin the location. It'd be very strong if it still ruined the location, I think. Why wouldn't they move the shield to the right? Well, oh, that's why. Okay. Well, the bad news is that this destroyer card isn't very good. Actually, it's not that bad. Actually, wait, it's really not that bad. Should I snap this is the question. Oh, this is a Rocket and Groot too? Yeah, I'm snapping this. I'm snapping it. I'm so used to the Destroyer being unplayable, but it's very playable here. Sarah, uh-oh. Well, no, it's just Surfer. They're just playing Surfer. Surely it's just Surfer. Do, 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 do. I mean, I guess it could be Tech Sarah, but doesn't seem like it with the cards they played. Rogue is scary. True. They could be running a rogue. It's not impossible. If so, we will be sad. I don't think it's Sarah Tech. I'm pretty sure they're just playing Surfer. I'm just bringing it up because I don't think there's too much we lose to here that should be expected. Could win left with Val? Could we? We only get to 8 though, right? They have 9. Because we can only play one thing with the Valk. Maybe with the copycat, but I think they're just gonna leave, yeah. It's all good. I was eyeing that too at first, but big gore good, baby. I hope this deck can hold up because I really enjoy this deck. Definitely one of my more favorite brews. What's up, JD Mac? Second dinner will do literally anything for $10. You're not wrong. I'm still surprised they did it, man. I'm surprised they did it. I was, and keep in mind, this is from someone in the Buff Carter camp. I have been firmly in the Buff Carter camp since day one. I'm just surprised they went this far with it. I personally would not have gone this far with it. But if they wanted to shake things up a bit, it probably will do a bit of shaking up, so. Got into the game 3 days ago, sitting at 202 collection level. Any advice? Honestly, when you're a newer player, I think just like the early game experience is very chill. And if you end up liking the game and wanting to stick with it, you have a lot of time to like figure out the more, I don't know, intricacies and specifics of the game. I say just enjoy building stuff with what you have at the low CL, and then, you know, as you get more interested, you can dive into more of like, hey, here are the things I should play. And oh, big pro tips though, if you're gonna buy anything in the game, they have a web store, and you get a bit more bang for your buck if you get stuff off of the web store as opposed to in the game. They also have a free daily spin there that gets you some free resources. So if you want free stuff, would recommend that. If I shake things up, you mean we are now in a month-long hot location? It could be that bad. It's entirely possible. We'll see. I'm going in with a fairly open mind. But I think it's very possible you're right, and that Carter will be very transformative to things. Time to dust off Sandman for all the surfers. Yeah, it could work. It's 21,000 collection to go for me. Time flies, don't it? Why didn't they mention the obvious Surfer interaction? I do think it's odd that they mentioned Moonstone and not Surfer. That one did throw me a little bit, I will admit. That one did throw me for a little bit of a loop. Didn't really expect that. This feels like overcommitting, but I want my buff. I should probably just put it in the middle. I mean, I guess I already did get a buff. Let's see what they got. Remember when they made Spider-Man 2099 cost one more like a year ago? Yes. Who could forget it? Not owning Carter sucks. Game is cooked. Yep. It went from owning Carter sucking to not owning Carter sucking. How times have changed. Life comes at you fast. This is a Juggernaut. Now, is Juggernaut particularly great here? Not really. But I'm going to hope that they are scared of Ultron mid and thus play right. Alright. We'll see if this works out. I mean, if it's a big brood, we're probably cooked either way, but... Oh no, it's Big Carter, but the Surfer buff is gonna kill me by 1. Sag. Carter didn't even do anything but get buffed by Surfer, and she still won the lane. Oh, she got buffed by Gwen, too. Yeah, here the Red Guardian was the issue. I needed space, or I needed a relevant stone. If I had Power Stone, we win this every time. Didn't get Power Stone though. Lost via Carter on general principle. OP nerf now. Yes. Get those goated stones. I know. Don't worry, guys. The next OTA is in 30 days. Hey, that's not even correct. The next OTA is in like 35 days. It's actually 5 weeks, exactly. Imagine if Ultron was a pick one, draw one choice. That'd be pretty wild. That would be a pretty wild thing to do. Maybe they'll patch her back on Tuesday. Who knows? Maybe I'll find my Red Guardian on curve and be happy. That did not come to fruition. However, we can feed Strange and Ice Cube. Although maybe I shouldn't have put this in the Strange lane, because I might need to compete on power. Well, fuck you, Mr. Red Guardian. You rat bastard. Haven't they said they could add an OTA if things go wild? Yes, they have said if things go really wild, they could do like an emergency change. I think the bar of that is very high, though. And probably higher than what Carter is going to do, but I don't know. We'll see. What's up, Stefan? Ooh, well... That's not great. In fact, I would go so far as to say that is actively very bad. And we don't buff up any of these cards. It's pretty bad. It's looking pretty bad. But who knows? Maybe our opponent is not a scholar and forgets about the fact that we have a hawk in our hand. Wouldn't be the first time. Look at Rhino value, dude. They're popping off. Popping off with Rhino. Alright, what if we don't end the game and just play the card Gore? And threaten a stone? Actually, what I probably should do is, like, punt a thing into the Strange lane? Pull a thing? No, I don't want to pull a thing. Punt a thing. Victoria. Bear. Into Gore. They could clog me. Just pull the Gore and end the game. We could try. Might not be clog. Fuck it. Are we ready to win the 1 in 4, chat? I'm ready to win the 1 in 4. I guess quite a few of these pulls aren't that bad. Do we win the video game? I think we do. I think... Do we always win? Look at that. That's some Space Stone value. We're popping off. Beautiful. See? Card gamers don't read. No one knows what Snowguard does. What's up, Emma? That's pretty funny. Infinity Ultron value. Let's go. He's OP. Buff definitely mattered. Copium. Boom. We got some credits. Anyone tried the Rhino? We ran into someone trying the Rhino. The sheer amount of games I won with Hawk Limbo just because they waited. Yeah, dude, people don't... No one remembers that Snowguard does things. Salty about high voltage, but getting over it. Oh, no, did you not finish it? Oh, if it's any consolation, I think the card kind of blows. If that is any consolation. It's like... It seems like so vaguely playable in one specific thing, and even there it'll still fuck you over sometimes. I hate that mode and barely fell just short. Feels bad, man. I strongly believe they should change. They should make high voltage less of a strict login requirement. Just wanted to get her out of the box pool. That's fair. We got a 3-5 Captain Carter. That's less fair. Very good. Yeah, I stopped after I got my... Oh, you stopped after you got your credits. Interesting. Alright. I would like to press the snap button. It's a little tricky, though. I really want to bonk this fucking Galactus, so I will. Bonk the Galacta. Cards are going to cost 1 more next turn. We slam Kahori into Spider-Woman Victoria hand, I guess. Shame we don't have Prio. They are stuck in our Carter lane, though, which is nice. Oh, but Kahori's going to get moved if I play it this turn. Probably still do it, I think. Just because the other plays just seem a lot worse. Rude, yoinked. Oh, they have Prio. Okay. So, is it just this? Or do we do it here? Shang-Chi is not real. It cannot hurt us. Ultron's still feeling bad? I mean, we've only played him like once or twice. He did help win us a game. I'm thinking mid too. The only thing I'm worried about is if they're playing Absorbing Man. If they play Absorbing Man, I think we might lose. Although they can't Absorbing Man and Surfer. But I'm also thinking they might not put anything in here and rely on the Surfer buff, and then we just win with this. I'm gonna try it. If they play a 3, one of the things is gonna, or a 3 or 4, it gets pulled over here. Shang-Chi is retired, yes. He tapped out, tapped in his good friend Enchantress. I do like the Black Bolt variant, though. I think that one's pretty cool. I haven't got any pinned shop cards they're waiting to pick up next week. I would highly... Well, the standard recommendation for a while has been Sam Wilson. It probably still is, even after the nerf, but... We are getting PAX Tuesday, though. I got some information about that, so I need to cook up a video for Tuesday talking about my thoughts on the PAX. I'm still pretty cautiously optimistic. I think it'll be cool. Hydrate. We can do some hydrating. Oh, Willie Davis, thanks for the follow. What are we doing here? We're just playing the bear. We're just playing the bear. Considered Luna, but it's a little risky. Super Scroll is not a particularly useful card. What about you? Are you useful? Not really. So we're probably just losing the Shaw lane, which means we need a big thing to win this lane. I really don't want to give them stuff. Just kind of sucks because I'm going to put a bunch of power in a lane that... I mean, I guess I could do this. Denies me a draw, though. I think the only way we're winning is if we have a Gore or an Ultron on the right. Probably just Gore at this point. So I think I'm still going to do this. Even though it feels a little wasteful. Galactus. Buff up a scroll, because why not? Chemical, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Really? Huh. That was not really what I was expecting them to do. So you're going to play something here. It's going to get buffed by Galacta. Probably win the lane. What is it? Because it's going to get Galacta and Surfer. I could do Luna to get to 9. And then we could put this here. Do you think that's ever enough? Yeah, let's ship it for 2. I doubt it, but we can try. Killmonger. Ow. That will kill me. Snow Guard difference. Unfortunate. The amount of Toxie would make a decent 1-drop instead of 2. It'd be a lot stronger, that is for sure. Like, significantly stronger. Sure, someone already cooked a Surfer Baggy deck that will force Enchantress Rogue into meta. Yeah, I think we're going to see something like that. I think we're going to see people lean into the Peggy stuff and then counters rise up and back and forth. Someone explain, if I were to get Carter next season, how do I do that? Through packs, right? You have 2 options. You do not have to gamble. You can get her through packs, where it'll have, you know, all the cards from all the season 5 series 5 from the last 2 seasons and whatever drops next week. So you could do that, or you could wait for her to show up in the just in the token shop and just buy her for 6K. The token shop isn't going away. How's the Ultron buff doing? Ow. Honestly, I think I've played it once, maybe twice. So hard to say. Difficult to say, because we haven't actually played the card much yet. Just wait 3 months until you see her in the token shop. Easy. I'm hoping one of the things that I would really like them to do is I would love it if they made it so the Series 5 and Series 4 slots in the shop were different. Will they do that? I don't know, but I would very much like them to do that. Why does this cost 1? Oh, sandbar. We boomer? I'm gonna boomer. Yeah, especially if they're adding more new cards in. I think splitting up the slots is the least they can do. I think that would be very helpful. It's my Series 5, or Seasonal 5, whatever. Seasonal Series 5, that's the name of the pack. The pack names are fucking annoying, I'm not gonna lie. It's easy to get tripped up on them. It'll be Starbrand, Surge, Hydra Stomper, and Carter. It's 20k tokens. Whoa, it's null. They got Claude, though. They got straight up Claude. Claude for 4. That seems like a decent pool of cards, though. Most of those are played. I did get Red Crackle on Infinity Ultron. I was thinking of using that instead of the ink, but the ink looks pretty cool. But the Red Crackle does go pretty hard. Why did half my deck disappear? See, it does go pretty fucking hard. I also have 0 keys and 5k tokens. Ooh. Might need to do some saving. Does look pretty good with the Red Crackle, but I love how the ink looks with like the black around the stones. Get another chance at splitting it soon. Yeah, the red matte looks good on it too. That was one of the borders I was thinking about. Surely they're gonna give us like 6k tokens with the new economy, surely. Although didn't Griffin already hint at, like, I don't know what he said. He said he gave a hint about something. Maybe somebody knows. Surely it would be a snap pack. That's what I thought would make sense. I figured, well, if you're releasing packs, you probably give people a pack. Damn. Can't stop the Adelon. How is Peggy now? Peggy seems pretty good. She seems pretty good. I only played her a little, but a lot of people are playing her right now. Especially in Surfer and Thanos. Give me a special pack that has only Galacta. If only. Be a goated pack. It's gonna be a Series 4 pack and you will get Dum Dum. That would be kind of funny, not gonna lie. I would find that a bit amusing. Double bonk. Bullying Samuel. They had some arrows and a draw. Based Kahori. Just because it's something we can play on the right. Now, they don't necessarily have Thanos. It's only going to be 65 boosters. Don't get your hopes up. Now, this person has their second inner thinking cap on. If you ask me. Go, Gadget Gore. Well, that Magneto was slightly frightening for a second. I would have won with even if it pulled 2 things, though. And I remember there was a Cosmo. I mean, so far, deck's feeling alright. I would like it if we could do Infinity Ultron stuff a little bit more. We haven't really had too much opportunity yet. But it's a good sign if the deck is working without playing him. surely. Alright, he's double samming. We're gonna smack that shield. That denies me a draw. Boo. This would give me a copy of Red Guardian. Do I want that? I'm already getting a copy, so no, I don't want that. I don't want a second one. What's up, blue? Number 65 is unique meaning to Snap players, I suppose. 65 is such a weird number. Fluffy Cola, I like it. Yeah, have another shield that doesn't work. Be my guest. I'm probably supposed to Galacta. I'm just trying to dodge tech, because I bet Mr. Blade is playing it. What's up, Lou? It's going pretty good. Chillin'. Wait, is this not silenced? No, it's silenced. Scared me for a minute. Oh, I can't order it that way. It's okay. He's snapping me. It's scary. I prefer if you didn't. It's a bluff, yeah. Oh, fuck me. No, Madge. I did emote the wrong card. Fucking my acid arrow. Well, we've got that going for us. Is there any world I win this? Any world. How big is the shield? The shield is a 0. Yeah, I should leave. Clearly all the Kahori triggers go left. Yeah, and then we're good. Damn, hitting me with the juicy Jeff. Go on right always. Yeah, that ends it. Imagine if we didn't silence the shield that game. That shit would have been... Actually, I don't even know if that works. You can't... Can you move multiple shields? I feel like that would probably just bug out. I think I'm gonna just do this. Starbrand. Okay. Not really what I was expecting. Don't love that. I think I'm just gonna shut these off. This will shut it off for next turn too. The shields only move once, but I've gotten them to trigger with some work. Yeah, I figured you can only move one a turn, right? Alright, I sense a lizard in my future. More importantly, I sense Infinity Ultron. Come on, Infinity Ultron. Do the thing. Well, I mean, if they're scared of the Infinity Ultron, we could try and do this. I feel like they probably are gonna be scared of it, right? Everyone's scared of Infinity Ultron. He's Infinity Ultron. How could you not be? What's our other line here? Yeah, I feel like they're gonna dunk the... If they're going for a lane here, they're gonna go for the one they're less behind in, I think. I could be wrong, but... It might actually be more power to play Victoria Hand than to move two things out. Yeah, we'll play the stones. We'll play the stones and see how it goes. I mean, if I want to get really cheeky with it, if I didn't think they were going to play Enchantress, I could... If we think they're going to move the shield and not play Enchantress, we could do Mind Stone, Infinity Stone here and push out like Sarah Lizard. But then we probably don't win this lane. I'm doing this. Okay, I have guessed wrong and am now going to be punished for it. Where's the rest of your team? You're only running Hawkeye and somehow you're running Galactus. I don't understand the question.
Hello, I like money.
Hellabite with the Prime. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it. Enjoy the ad-free viewing experience, the emotes, and these Pogfish. Much love. Wait, I won? Everyone owes these stones an apology. Ultron buff difference, by the way. Stone difference. Putting the -1 shield won me the lane. You have 1 DPS and a non-playable character. I see, I see. I see. It was a Marvel Rivals joke. I get it now. I'm playing Ultron. He's not even out yet. I hope Ultron is cool. If Ultron is cool, that is a character that would get me to play that game. Because I really like Ultron. I think Ultron's cool as shit. I apologize. I expected opponent to play more than 1 power. Yeah. Technically, they did. They just didn't... They didn't... They did not account for the OP Ultron stones. Can't really blame them for that. He's a flying strategist, and he has drones that heal. I'm a big strategist enjoyer. I thoroughly enjoy like healing characters. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about the flying because I'm usually bad with flying, but I certainly am gonna try it because it sounds fun. I hate support. I know it's not everyone's vibe. Dude, I saw this whole... There's a whole, like, argument going on in Marvel Rivals about everyone hating on support or something. It's kind of funny to watch from the sidelines. I've seen the Twitter discourse. I've always liked playing support, though. It's always been my kind of jam. This is objectively, like, not correct, but I kind of want to do it anyway. Yeah, some dude said support is easy, and it started a revolution. It's kind of funny to watch from the outside, looking in. It's okay, because we'll get the 1 stone that is good for us here, and then Ultron will be justified. The current real issue is that voice chat is toxic against supporters. And that in rank they get less points due to the recent changes. I have heard about that. I did hear about support, I guess, support players getting less points, which sounds not the greatest. If I were a support enjoyer. I don't really know the context. All right, as much as I want to Ultron, like, you got to understand, I really do want to live this dream, but the gore is speaking to me a little bit. But I feel like I still got to try and live the dream. I feel like I lose my streamer card if I don't make this play, you know? How often do we get to get both Ultrons on the board, right? It's not about winning, it's about sending a message. Alright, well, the opponent sent us a message. Could we have won? Would we have won with the gore, is the question. We would have won with the gore, right? We would have had... This was buffed by 2, so we had 10 here. We would have got +4, they would have got -4. The gore would have been 21, so it would have been 13 more. It would have won, yeah. The gore would have won, but we did get to see them pop off, which is kind of cool. And we did get to see double Ultron, so who's the real winner? Who is the real winner, I ask you? 250 CL. It seems like a fine new player deck. It's jamming a bunch of ongoings. Boom, boom. Mysterio's comeback needs to be studied. Yeah, Toxie's OP. Meek's a little OP here if I can't find Mr. Red Guardian. Okay, I'm cool with that. That's a fair trade. Perfectly balanced, like all things should be. Where are my Infinity Ultron believers at? I know you're in here somewhere. Oh, those are not exactly what I'm looking for, but I guess it's playable. Losing Galactus is a little sad. Seems like this is the play. Biggest thing I can play is Copycat. With Dakin, Moon Knight, Bullseye. That enough to kill me? I don't think so. It was not enough to kill me. Let's go. It turns out free gore is pretty good. I don't know if you guys knew that. Now you do. It's pretty good. I'm so surprised they made Peggy a 3-drop. She's great, but I wonder if she's going to get Surtured. I don't think she'll get Surtured, but I do think in a month's time they're going to look back at the decision and be like, maybe... I mean, I think they probably already know it's not going to be a long-term thing. I mean, I could be wrong. The game could adapt and it could be fine, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't stay a 3-2, personally. Well, I wish I had a 1-drop to make this Wiccan super pog, but fortunately we don't. Coping. She's too free in the decks that are already good. That I agree with. That's the thing that so like the problem with Captain Carter was it took too much work to leverage her condition in deck building and just how the card played out. Now it's very easy to leverage the power of it without much cost. And decks that can do that well were already very good, like Thanos and Surfer. So it's like, it feels like Thanos and Surfer just got some big freebies. And those decks, especially Thanos, probably didn't need that. That was probably something Thanos didn't need. If you were to ask me about it. When does Rocket and Groot get unlocked? So, if you're a new player, here's how it works. Once you get to collection level 500, I believe that's when... Is it 500 or 1,000? I think it's 500. I believe 500 is when you get the token shop. And the upcoming packs, which are starting Tuesday. So yeah, the token shop is where you would get Rocket and Groot once you have enough tokens. You wait for him to rotate in the shop, and then you grab it. You could also get lucky and get it in a pack, but statistically, the odds of that happening are on the lower side. Given you probably don't have very many higher series cards. This is not looking good, folks. It's looking kind of bad. Thanos is back to being the most annoying deck in the meta. I don't know if I'd call it the most annoying personally, but I think any deck, if it is played too much, has the ability to be annoying. I think that's just a function of high play rate. If they move the shield, we can tie here and then probably die to Thanos. I can't... If I play this here, we win this lane if they don't move the shield and play nothing here. Seems a little optimistic. Whatever. Let's see. Oh, they didn't move the shield? Damn. Oh no, we lose because they didn't move the shield. Yeah, if we just put the Quinjet on the right, we actually win there. Maybe I should have done that. I really thought they were gonna move the shield, but I guess they were worried about their Sam dying. It was probably better to get the right. Do 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 do. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna just take it as it comes and see how things go. That's the plan. Red Guardian has been a nice swap-in for Mobius, though. Yeah, if you're gonna buy anything in this game, the Season Pass is the easiest thing to recommend in terms of you get the most things for your dollars. It's Arsham. Ooh. Bonk the cube. What do they play? Isan. Well, that's a pretty big lane. I'm gonna hope that my Grand Santro is better than theirs. I guess it is. It definitely is. Oh no, I thought that was the redstone. Well, it still gave me a reduced Magneto. Or no, it didn't. Because that's not how the timing works. Yikes. I mean... Oh wait, Magneto wins the right. Legion. I'm dead, aren't I? What's the last card? Dead by one. Would we have won if a different card got pulled there? Arsham, suck my nuts, sir. You're bad. You should feel bad. You play dog shit and get rewarded. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. We're only allowed to get the bad stones, apparently. That's how this card works now. They buffed the power and then nerfed getting the good stones. No, put this here. Victoria. Double Victoria. That's scary. Arsham has been nerfed twice. They made Arsham have a bigger deck, and then they nerfed it again and got rid of the bigger deck when they made it no longer start of the game. So I'm just gonna punch this. Into Kate Iron Patriot. I'm gonna leave. Double Victoria. Usually scary. They're probably playing a Moonstone version if they're running this. Could even have Carter, who knows? Bum, bum, bum. Okay. 2-drop would be cool. Oh, an Enchantress. I love getting 3/5 Enchantress. It's good. They even get their fancy split. Thanos Enchantress. That's not a 2-drop. Samuel and Chimichanga. Alright, well, Tempo Enchantress gonna do some work here. Possible I should have left the thing for Gore. So we'll do this. Onslaught Citadel is still super spooky. Oh, they're just getting rid of it because they're not an ongoing version. Sure. Surprising they're getting rid of that. But I guess it could make sense. Alright, we get cheaper Iron Patriot. We'll do this. Oh, they just yam out of Shang? Okay. I think you're gonna wish you had that. If I play this Gore. Which I think I'm gonna do. I mean, I could also Ultron. Ultron gives me a way to win this lane if it rolls the right stone. This card isn't gonna do anything. It's because they have a second Shang. Oh, you're actually right. You're actually right. They fucked up and we can see this. W call out, actually. That means Shang is the better... Or not Shang, that means Ultron is the better play then. Oh, Power Stone, you are showing up at the wrong time, bud. Do they have Prio? No, they do not have Prio. Fuck. Alright, they don't Shang me, right, chat? They don't Shang. People aren't allowed to Shang. They're just gonna Thanos on the right, right? Surely? Wait, why is there a nip? What the fuck? Wait, what happened to my... Why is there a thing on the screen? That's left over from the Copacabana thing. But why didn't it go away? Odd. I'll look at that in a sec. We're going for the play. Chat, why'd I do this? I'm going to die. Actually, I might not die. Wait. Okay. That was a play. I need to figure out why Trigger Fire broke. Odd. I'm gonna do this. And then this. And see if this fixes it. Let me redeem and see if that fixed it.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt.
This was me if they played Shang-Chi.
And you breathe that in and you can constantly taste the salt.
Alright, it looks like it's fixed. Thanks for letting me know about that. Because I would not have noticed. I would not have noticed. I was very confused. I thought it was intentional. No, it definitely wasn't intentional. I guess that's just the end frame of the redeem and it got stuck. Yeah, I had to edit the thing. That was weird. Never had that happen before. It's Husky. Is Husky... I was gonna ask if he was doing hella with the Ultron buff, but looks like not, since there is a shield. I would like it if we could stop getting opening hand gore. That would be cool. Well, like, I'm just gonna leave because my hand is kind of shit. I mean, like, we could get some cloning vats value, but I don't know what he's playing. I'm assuming he's snapping because he has something good for the vats. And our hand is just pretty slow. Gore doing his part to always show up in the opening hand. He didn't get the memo. At least we got a playable card, though. At least we've got that going for us. All right. Do we transform Luna? No, I think I save this for the final turn. Is Ultron actually worth anything now? That's what we're trying to find out. This is my goal of playing the card, is to see if it's any good. Well, that's probably pretty good. I mean, I guess if it's Surfer, they can still brood the middle, but... they're just fastosing. We could push the Orca into the Ultron lane. Would that actually do very much? Probably not, but... oh, we can get more stones? Oh, dude, I kind of want to. I kind of want to get more stones, chat. Oh, I wish I didn't have the stupid thing clogging up a space. This is kind of value, though. Do be kind of value. I guess it's awkward if they fill the Ultron lane, but I'm thinking they're gonna put more resources in middle/right. Copycat the goat. It's true. Many people are saying this. If I blew up the ice cube, we could have reality stone mid, which would have been kind of cool. Nice. Also, yeah, it just hit me. That means they're running Infinity Ultron too. Fellow Ultron enjoyer. You'll love to see it. Do 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 do. All right, we have a very good curve out here. Do 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 do. One game with Carter and this card feels stupid. It is a little silly. Time to moon girl her value. I guess I'll stay. I don't like Asteroid M against move, but they have to deal with Fisk Tower. Alright, well, I don't like this. I don't like 18 million power on turn 2. A lot of power. Oh, that's some horseshit. That's a little bit of horseshit. I know this will move, but anything I play will move. I guess move bounce doesn't really use the extra energy that effectively. Buffed Toxin. Lost a scroll. That's how you know we have a good meta. Who doesn't love getting super scrolled once in a while? Well, I don't know if Ultron is going to be the thing we need him to be this game, but we're gonna try. We know they have a dagger and an Iron Fist. Energy Hardy, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Alright, so big torch. Are they gonna frigate? And I'm gonna concede? Yeah. Fun interactive gameplay right there. 120's OP. That is one way to beat Captain Carter. Just draw the nuts. Wonder if I should put Killmonger to my Surfer. Depends what you're seeing, but Want ice cream? Here's the onion. I'm fast and shouldn't get ice cream. I don't think it's ever the wrong answer to not get ice cream. Personally, I see. Fat, not fast. A little bit of ice cream never killed anybody. Based penny. So we're gonna take the roll here, see who gets pulled. Who gets pulled? Okay. Oh, it goes off after? Okay. Didn't realize that. Damn. Well, could it still be enough, or how's the timing on this work? It's not enough. Need to pull something else. Good news is they might get clogged. Spider? That's spicy. That's not very spicy. Alright, so we're living or dying by the RNG of the web, right? Doesn't seem like a good one to stay. Like, our best play is just slam, gore, and Prage. I would guess that what they do is they move Red Guardian left and then play stuff right. I mean, it's possible gore can win the right. Fuck it. For 2, we'll go for 2. The ice cream balances the snap, yes. Because this OTA sure didn't. Got him. Pretty wild OTA. At least there's some new stuff to try, though. Really? Oh, shit. Okay. We take those. Did not see a Shang coming from this deck, I'll be honest. But I'm happy it was in the other lane. That's for certain. Oh, I should leave this where it is, so that way when the shop rotates, I'll be guaranteed to get the other one to show up so I can go for a split. Rhino, the hidden winner of the OTA. Rhino change is pretty based, I think. I would call it pretty based. Why do you think Rhino did not keep the rectal location ability? They are very careful about... We saw this with Nocturne, and if you're around in beta, Scarlet Witch. They don't like cards that change locations to have above rate stats normally. So even if you gave them the new ability and the new stats, I don't think they want Rhino to be above average stats while also making a location that doesn't add variance to the game. I think they highly value the fact that locations add a lot of variance to the game. And so they don't like when cards like that are generically splashable in a lot of decks. I mean, I've gotta do it, right? I only get 3 stones, but we've gotta do it. There's never a world we don't do this. Love how 5.8 is not even close to baseline. It's a lot closer than 5.6, dude. I can't believe they launched him as a 5.6. Their playtesting environment has to be so weird to think that 5.6 was a good stat line. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. Halo Top uses artificial sweetener as drastically fewer calories. See, I haven't heard of that either. Remember when Legion was too strong as a 5.8? I do. Although I think that spoke to Legion just did something real good, and a lot of the other 5s didn't. I see. So it's like an ice cream brand, but it's a lot less calorie heavy than ice cream. It's actually a good shout out. Because I love me some fucking ice cream. I like Ultron a lot, personally. But I think they definitely were a little too safe with them on initial release. I don't think I've seen it before either. I wonder... They do have a US flag. No, they have a Canadian flag too. They have different websites. But yeah, I've never seen it before. Galacta it is. So they're playing some Mockingbird stuff? Am I Canadian? Blue is Canadian. I am not. I am American. I would have loved to shut down the shield, but I do this. Oh, I wish I could buff the Luna and do this, but it's still a 12 power Luna. Yeah, I know the struggle though. I'm trying to eat a little better, and I have a mean late night sweet tooth. It's actually fucking... It's bad, man. I have a mean sweet tooth. Why do sweet things have to taste so good? Shouldn't be allowed. Or do I buff the Kahori? Yeah. We have a lot of power here. I think I buffed the Kahori. Show me Annihilus. Cersei. Black Bolt. Oh, I got Annihilus. Always check your copycats, kids. You never know, it could be hiding in there. So they have a bird too, so they're probably going to bird mid. Wait, does bird right win? Bird is 9. They go to 27. Bird right would win. Yikes. In that case, do I have to... They also have a Mysterio mid. That's going to be big. So maybe I have to do this. Guess this is better if it's the real Mysterio here, which it shouldn't be. I think we died, though. Maybe not. Holy Rhino! Holy Rhino! Okay. Oh, see, that's one thing I'm good about. I usually don't eat very much on stream. That I don't have a problem with. The stream keeps me focused. It's when I'm like chilling afterwards. The temptation is real. I need to get back to going to the gym, but I've had car problems, which has made it a little less convenient. Car problems are not fun. Fortunately, I don't really use my car too much outside of that, so it's not the biggest issue in the world, but it's definitely mildly inconvenient. That just means more RPG time, because they just fucking dropped 2 banger RPGs back to back. It's a good time to be an RPG head. I have to say, Expedition 33, at least in like the, I don't know, 2-ish hours I played, it's definitely giving me a lot of the vibes I got from Persona 5 when I first played it, in terms of being very stylized. Except it has better combat. The combat's actually pretty fucking sick. I've been pretty impressed with it so far. This is annoying because this is US Agent, so if I play this here, I can't play one of my big things here. I think I'm just going to put it here. I don't think we're winning this. Alright. I'm pleased with my decision relatively. Sucks we can't play Infinity Ultron, although they're making life easy on us and pressing the snap button, and I'm gonna press the leave button. If I didn't like Baldur's Gate, will I not like Expedition? No, they are very different games. Expedition is much more traditional JRPG. It's, you get a party of, like, I'm assuming, I only have 3, but I'm assuming 4 characters, you traverse a land, turn-based combat. The turn-based combat's cool, though, because it's a little bit more interactive. Like, you can dodge and parry and do stuff. It's, feels like it's definitely a fantasy setting. I don't know if I'd call it high fantasy or not, but I really like the world. The world is fucking beautiful. It looks really cool, and the concept has been interesting. It's kind of cryptic about what it's about. It's like you're a group that's a part of this expedition. And honestly, I know very little about the story where I'm at right now, but it's very, it's been very cool. There have been cutscenes. The cutscenes have been good. I'd say there's more combat than cutscenes so far, but I'm also very early. Although these games are always kind of front-loaded with cutscenes, usually. I'm really enjoying it, though. It's, it feels... Apparently it was, coincidentally, it was, or that's probably factored into the name, but, only 33 people were on the team that made it, and it's a very impressive looking and feeling game to me. It's the most I'm impressed by a RPG in a while. This is really bad for me. This is very bad. I'm gonna hope it works out somehow, but I'm not optimistic. Charlie Cox and Jennifer English being 2 of the main characters already sold me. Yeah, that's fair. It's, I've enjoyed the cast quite a bit so far. It's been quite fun. Bro, that is such a late snap, bro. I'll give you a hint. Oh, you're flipping me off? Yeah, because you only got 1 cube, because you snapped like dog shit, little bro. Oh yeah, I have Time Stone, Soul Stone, and Wiccan, and this. Let me wait until I play the Wiccan to snap. Oh, the latter ain't always sending their best. That's for sure. I got 1 cube. Fuck you. Good job, buddy. You earned it. Claps all around. Big claps. Alright, danger room gambling time. Yep, of course. Well, that's pretty fucking bad. Here's hoping this Galactus sticks. If it doesn't, we're gonna leave this game. Please at least kill their card. Game is unfair. Not unlucky. Is he just playing your Surfer or Affliction, I would assume. Really? Okay. So it's Affliction, right? No, it's Surfer. It's just Surfer with Cass. Okay. Think we're dead. He moves out the shield. We're also very dead if he has Monger. I don't think he's playing Monger, but even if he doesn't have Monger, seems not good. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave the game. That game ended pretty much as soon as the Iron Patriot died and their Cassandra didn't. Otherwise, maybe there's a shot here. These are pretty favorable to Surfer, though, compared to what I'm playing. He also drew better than me. Bum, bum, bum. It is true. American ice cream is loaded with freedom. It takes up a lot of the calories. Can confirm. Our opponent's name is a Arrested Development reference. I can appreciate that. So what's the general OTA reaction been like? I haven't really gone looking around. Good, bad, indifferent. Imagine that people like it more than not, I would say. Would be my guess. What is this? Arsham. Oh. Alright. At least we deny the Iron Patriot card. Yeah, Carter with Moonstone does seem like it can go pretty fucking huge. We've seen more Surfer so far. Do we think we can win the middle? Should I just shut it off? I mean, we're gonna try. I think shutting it off's fine, though. Link the Pixie into a Elsa. Okay. What do they got? Doom? It was Doom. He's not ruling today, though. Not today, Dr. Doom. I guess that was off the Fury. Guy Fury. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Husky game number 3. This might not be the perfect day to play this deck if a lot of people are playing Surfer. I don't think it's awful into Surfer, but it also is not, like, favored. I don't think. Thoughts on the Rhino change? Cool. It's a cool change. I like changes like that at least try and breathe some new life into a card that previously wasn't ever played. We have seen at least like 2 different people play in Rhino. Not having prio, does that matter? Little, maybe? Probably not a ton. Probably just casts. It's Luna, okay. We know he's running Red Guardian too. Glad pulls Iron Patriot. I mean, that's a free card. And now he kind of feels like he wants to play for the right, probably. It's a snap. What's he gonna do? He's gonna move the shield, probably slam a Carter. What do we have? We don't really have a lot here. Just gonna leave, dude. I'm just gonna leave. I would like if the matchmaking could not pair me against the same person 5 times. That would be cool. That would be neat. Doesn't really tell me a whole lot about what I'm trying to do. A live queue. Dude, Gore just really needs to fuck off in these opening hands. It's crazy. Run 1 6-drop. Always see it. I am getting the vibe that I don't think this deck is lining up well enough into the bullshit people are playing, which is mainly Surfer. And probably on other ongoing piles. That's the early vibe. Alright, well, what gets hit? Victoria or Ant-Man? Victoria. Sure. Guess I'm doing this. Oh, dude, imagine I put the cube in the middle. This could be winnable. Quinjet's actually a huge draw. Actually, I probably am supposed to put it here. Why are they filling the middle? That I do not understand. They're getting another Carter. All right. Let's say they play Spectrum. 7 plus 4 is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Adding 17 to 25, which Infinity Stone beats. Strange Supreme into Rhino on curve. True. Value. Value. Do 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 do. Bum, bum, bum. Copycat, you dumb motherfucker. How are you gonna do that to me? Oh, I can snow guard to stop it. Okay. If I must, I will. What's up, Snap Nation? RG do be doing that sometimes. Alright, what do we get? They have a Carter. Okay. How is this doing so far? Hasn't felt bad. My stats. Oh, well, it's going off of the some old stats. This is 22 and 11. Have I actually played that much of this deck today? I guess I've been playing it for a while. Ouch. I mean, I did get a good card, but I don't think it's good enough. Carter immediately feeling like a mistake. I mean, I pretty much thought that as soon as I read the patch. Seems like a pretty mistake level change to me. We could go this. See if it moves the Carter. It could. Because I imagine... let's see. Let's see. Oh no, it's going to move the shield. It's going to move the shield. That still denies them a Carter buff, though. But it's probably not enough to win the lane. I mean, I could try to move them out of the Brood lane. This wins if they don't play into the Brood lane. But I imagine their play is move shield here, card here, card here. But I think we're more likely to beat that with this. I mean, there's... Oh, wait. The Carter's still the smallest thing. Does she stay the smallest thing? She's tied with Sam. Please, please push Carter. It pushes Carter. Is that enough for me to win? It is not. It is not enough for me to win. Unlucky. Were any of the stones good enough there? Yeah, the redstone was good enough. Redstone, actually, would it have... I don't know if redstone would have been good enough because it still would have been buffing on the right. Might not have been. We get a month to marinate it before she gets immediately nerfed in the first OTA back. That wouldn't surprise me if that's how it goes. Overall thoughts on the round change? Cool. Will it see more play than it did before? Almost certainly. Will it see a lot of play? I don't think so, but comparatively, it'll definitely be more than it was. Actually, maybe I should have played Iron Patriot. I was really hoping for the Acid Arrow. These aren't bad, though. What's up, Ogene? It's annoying. I mean, if it is negative, they don't really care that much about the extra mana. Okay, it's not negative? If it's not negative, why the fuck do you play on the right lane? I guess they don't want to play here or here. Alright, sure. That's not unreasonable, I guess. It is negative. They're just running anti-venom. What the fuck? I love getting a 7/4 anti-venom. It's my favorite thing. That is definitely a choice you can make. Let them cook. Let them cook. This is a lot of power. Is it enough to win us the game? I don't know. Probably not, but we're gonna try. It's actually a 6/4. Yeah, true. What kind of decks we show up in? I've seen someone was playing him in a Nihilist Cersei, which was kind of neat. You could cope and say Patriot, but I don't think that's gonna actually happen. We do get a lot of Kahori procs here, though. Unfortunately, like, none of them went middle, which we kind of needed. Well, I think Rockman got us. I think we are dead as long as they have, what, Mystique? Mystique would be 2, and then double it again, so go to 10 to 20. Well, no. Mystique isn't enough on her own. Gore would do it. Like a Mystique on the right, and then play another thing. How many negative draws do they get? They played this on 4, right? They only got 2 draws. I mean, we could stay for that. Is it better to play the Ultron or Victoria? I think I need to fight for this lane. They left. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Gore is pretty much it. It's like, you have Gore, or maybe Mystique plus something. I wonder what their anti-venom card was. But yeah, I don't expect Rhino to make its way into a lot of places, but there is at least something you can try with it now. Oh, was negative the... Yeah, because negative had 2 power, right? Negative was the 0 cost card. Do this, I guess. Shut off the location. They even need to put power here? I guess we'll see. Oh, they have Prio? I'm so dumb. That's okay. We still win the Iron Patriot, but I thought I had Prio for some reason when I, in fact, did not. So that is a bit of a tempo loss. Oh, now I can't bear the right. The good news is that I'm guessing they didn't know this doesn't work on Copycat. So we've got that going for us. And we get a Wiccan. That's pretty good. I won't draw, but most of the cards I would draw don't help a ton anyway. The Wiccan's quite nice, because I can go arrow, thing, gore. It's pretty good. Except I got the worst arrows. So that's a little not good. Alright, so if I'm the opponent, shield goes mid. I have enough mana to slam Thanos, which is probably what they do. If I'm my opponent, where am I slamming the Thanos? I think I'm slamming the Thanos left. So I will go this, and this. Oh no, I can't. Oh, I can't get the Galactus buff in the right, though. Alright, so if they move this out, they go down 1 and then up 12 with Thanos. So they would go to 18. The thing goes 9. It would tie Thanos. In which case, we would go for tie breaks with this. So it makes more sense to put the basic arrow here, because it'll be 1 more point for tie breaks. And then if they just play Thanos right, we just win. Nice. I don't think we win tie breaks. I didn't feel like doing the math, though, if I'm being completely honest. Although we can do the math now that the game is over, because we have all the information. So they were beating me by 22. Without the Thanos there, they had 6. So we were up by 18, they were up by 22. They beat tie breaks if they played Thanos left. But I kind of see their thought process here, which is, well, they're scared of the Galactus buff here. And they figure probably have an easier time beating it on the right, where they don't have to worry about the Galactus buff. So it makes sense. It's just kind of a coin flip. I mean, the deck's doing pretty well. We have a solid record with it. I wonder if we could fit Moonstone somehow. It is a good question. I think if you were to fit Moonstone, the only way you could do it is by taking out one of the 4-drops. And the 4-drops both feel so good. It's like tough. What is this? The Shang. I don't really need the card, but I like getting the card so they can't. This is the most power I can get down. Bird. I was hoping it would wreck the left. Because now things are a little awkward. Especially with the cost of the cards in my hand. I think what I have to do is hope for a 2-drop. To pair with this Hawk. We didn't get it. Pretty bad. Alright. I have an idea. Let's see. There's Thanos. No orange stone, please. Or Goliath. Dead. Unlucky. Unfortunate. Yeah, we basically are just hoping to dodge Orange Stone or Goliath. It's easy for me since I don't have Galactus. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, doubling up Victoria and Quinjet, pretty good. Can probably have some pretty sick Ultron turns with it, I imagine. You could even include another ongoing card if you want in the Red Guardian slot. I'm just playing it because I figured there'd be a bunch of Carter today. So I wanted to have a way to potentially answer it. Okay. So they're doing some Scream. First Scream we've seen. Ooh.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Alexander with the raid. What's up, dude? How's it going? How was the stream? I hope it was good. You guys should check him out. Thought Rhino still destroyed a location and then added a rock. No, they got rid of that. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna give above stat rates to location destroy. It definitely is a little janky of a card. Like I don't expect it to. This must be taking my old stats from the deck because there's no way I've played like 60 games of this. I wish it didn't always do that. A little inconvenient. Stream was good. New PC rocks. Hell yeah. Oh, did they get rid of the animation for now? Does he do an animation when he summons a rock or not currently? Probably not currently unless they're reusing the old one. Wish they did card updates on the patches like they used to do with both the OTs and the updates. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, this is awkward. Ah, fuck. This is so annoying. I guess we just Kahori into Ultron. Oh, wait. No, it's turn 3. Yeah. Alright. There's Shadow King. They do get an Iron Patriot card, but could be worse. They are going to be locked into our Ultron lane. We do have a pretty sizable hand for this Kahori. No animation right now. Gotcha. They'll probably update the old one or something in the next patch or whenever. Can't believe they made Carter a 3-drop. You and me both, friend. I'm surprised with that decision. Didn't think it would happen. Speaking of things I didn't think would happen, I don't know if getting a cheap MODOK is actually worth discarding your hand there. What do you guys think? Yay, nay? I'm on the nay part. I'm gonna press the snap button because I feel like we're in a pretty good spot. Nay, yeah, I don't think so either. I think... What did they lose? They lost Enchantress, Kate, Wiccan. So... They didn't... the Wiccan was a brick. But I think their turn 4 would have been better just Enchantressing my Quinjet, to be honest. I think they would have had a better turn just zapping my Quinjet. I'm thinking about a few other niche cards that could use a rework. What could they do for Electra? Sucks how she's become relegated to bot card signifier. Yeah. If you really want to make a spicy Electra, make her like a 2-drop that can kill a 2-drop. It'd be like it'd be the new Sam Wilson. If you really want to go super spicy. Presses the snap button because you realized opponent's out of their mind. I mean, it's not the craziest play, but definitely not I don't think it was a super value play. Seemed like a questionable line. Oh, you know what's not a questionable line, though? Snapping on turn 3 Wiccan. That's not questionable at all. Yeah, I mean, I called the Carter buff on, like, day 1 or day 2. I didn't think they'd go this far with it. But I was not surprised to see that it got buffed during the season. I thought they were going to be lighter and make it like a 4-4 or something, but they're swinging for the fences. We'll see how it goes. My hope is that they think they're too far ahead and they don't contest the Iron Patriot lane very well. They just leave. Okay. Do they brick? I don't know, man. I'm kind of confused. They stayed on the snap, but then they left? They must have bricked. Kind of rare to see Thanos brick, though, I feel like. Oh, I can sort by most recent session to see my stats. My stats with the deck, we are like so very dead even. do. Oh, I think we've had probably more bad luck than good luck with this deck so far today in terms of like some of the variance between locations and generation. Case in point, I don't think I need 2 Gores, but who knows? Maybe we find Quinjet and he's the GOAT. That's also not something I particularly want or need. And that kitty's going to make it way harder to win the Iron Patriot lane, but let's be real. Winning the Iron Patriot lane doesn't really matter if this is our card. They tried to take away Scream and just made Thanos the next Scream. I mean, it's surprising to me more people haven't flocked to Thanos, given how strong it's been. I think Strange Supreme made a lot of people realize how good Thanos is. Which was kind of funny. But I don't think Strange Supreme is what made Thanos good. It's just, I think it's sometimes, you know, it takes a card that makes more people revisit the archetype to... I guess I'm gonna do this. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'd rather an on reveal. Okay. So they're giving up. They're straight giving up the middle. Kitty down, though. This looks like overkill. It probably is. Maybe I'm supposed to put it here to threaten. I probably am. Only 6% meta rate for Scream. Yeah, they even addressed in the patch notes. They said Scream has not been super popular in spite of it being really good. Fuck you, Cosmo. Bad dog. Bad dog. Why are they emoting my Iron Patriot? I don't know. I'm gonna try and win. It's certainly possible. Easy clap. All right, you know what's funny? We actually won this game because of the time leader. So I talked a lot of shit about generated gore, but the +2 from Victoria Hand is what won us the game. Also, Infinity Ultron buff is also what won us the game. It mattered. 5'8" better than 5'6". Who knew? Confirmed. Never thought I'd have to run Enchantress to tech against Surfer, yeah. Let's see. It's probably too early, but I can check. What does early patch data look like? It's probably very little info, but... Latest patch. Oh no, this is going from... April 10th OTA. Is there a way... No, this must be... No, it's not. I figured there'd be a way to sort, but I guess not. I wish I could see by just like today what it looks like. Because otherwise it's kind of hard to see much of a picture here. Contrast, Sam was in roughly 1/3 of decks. Wasn't he higher? I thought Sam was like... Sam was, yeah, 40%. Crazy. That's a crazy amount for a card to be played, especially a 2-drop. This card was in a tier of its own in terms of 2-drops. Very deserved nerf. You know what else is impressive? The fact that this card is still as highly played as it is. Because the nerf actually did a number on this card. It's still good, but it's nowhere near as busted as it was, which is good. Never thought I'd see Shang dethroned. We've seen it all. We're going to see Enchantress rise up, I bet. Doo-doo. I might try the Agamotto Ultron too. I don't think a lot of people have Scream, maybe, but relatively speaking, Scream is a little more budget friendly than a lot of other decks. Is it better to play this here and then follow up with Luna? What is this? Oh, it's Gore. Well, that's good. Although, if they're running Gore, they could be Mr. Negative, which would be very bad for me. Chantress and Shang meta gotta be my least favorite. That's fair. I don't know what the reason is why a lot of people don't play Scream. Alright, so it's not a negative deck. Who is Prio here? They do. I'm wondering if I should play the Gore here or the Luna. I'm thinking the Gore is kind of some snap equity for the final turn. Yeah, getting 6k tokens does take a while. This is true under the current system. I'll do this. They acid arrow. Sure, it's fine. Like, not the most ideal thing in the world, but it's also not the biggest deal. I still win the Iron Patriot lane. With Stegron, that's just a fucking snap. Actually, I think I'm gonna put it... Am I gonna put it here? No, I don't want it to get shrunk. I think I'd rather put it here and threaten the buff. Oh, they're doing it too. None of these cards actually do a ton for me. I'm thinking about just Stegron pass. Save the Steg. I mean, we can probably get more cubes if we save the Steg. I'm just worried about like a random like jug or some shit. Because I have no idea what kind of Infinity Ultron they're rocking here. Also, no, I'm not going to save the Steg because if the Stegron hits this 0, I don't actually get a thing out of it. So I'm going to just do this. Victoria hand, okay. I think I'm good. They also still have to be a little spooked about my Infinity Ultron. Right? Vicky, Snowguard, Time Stone, pulls. Iron Patriot. Well, A for effort. What was the Time Stone trying to do there? Bro's just showing Iron Patriot some love. Time Stone's a little clingy. He's trying to pull Hawk, I guess, but pulling Hawk doesn't work. Pulling Hawk doesn't do anything, because the bar still loses them the game. They might not have known that, though. Well, I've played this person a bunch. They probably know that. Yeah, casual 331. Pretty good. Copycat never beating the professional scam artist allegations. I maintain this card is like a fundamentally fucked up card. And I think a lot of the decks that can play it should. It varies a little meta to meta, but like, especially right now, I think it's quite good. Pretty good. It's like mirror breaker tech sometimes too. In like if you're playing a surfer deck, you can steal their brood. We stole a gore. No ice cream, but maybe this weekend for sure. Just got me through the store. Let's see. I log in on my browser. Can I just queue it? Oh, they sent me a code. Oh, I forgot to mention this. If you follow my Twitter, maybe you saw it, but probably not, because I don't think the algo did much for it. But I got a Switch 2. I was able to pre-order a Switch 2. I'm pretty excited about that. Shout out Walmart. Look at this. Boom. And it didn't get canceled. I know some people got orders and they got canceled shortly afterwards. So I was on what? Target, Walmart, and Best Buy. Best Buy opened late. They started late. But I got into Walmart was the best because it had a queue system, and it didn't tell you the number you were in the queue, but it just said you're in the queue. And if you tried to click to another page, it'd be like, all right, you can keep shopping, but do you want to stay in the queue? And I'm like, yeah. And it took like 40 minutes for me to get through the queue, but I did. I got through a Target queue, and then I went to order it, and then my credit card company texted me. It was like, hey, you know, we declined this charge. Let us know if this is real. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And so I said, yes, approve it. And I tried to go again on Target, and Target wasn't working. And I was like, God damn it. And then Walmart came through and clutched up. I was still in a queue on Best Buy too, I think, but not as, it wasn't as bad as I was worried it would be. Walmart was actually goated. Walmart also had the best shipping. Walmart has release day shipping. Yeah, I'm sure I would feel a lot differently about it if I didn't secure one. I have a feeling my attitude about that happening would be very different if I didn't end up getting one. I would be kind of mad. I mean, my plan was I was gonna, if I didn't get it online, I was going to try going to a GameStop. However, I learned that the GameStop near me closed, and the closest one is now further. Closest one went from being like 20 minutes to being like probably like 50 minutes to an hour. And I was like, damn, I don't really want to drive that far each way. Luckily, I didn't have to. Yeah, I don't think... I think there are going to be a lot of people who wait a little bit. The Switch is not dropping during the most economically fruitful time. That's for sure. I've been putting that sponsor money away for the Switch. Which is why there probably will be a sponsored stream sometime next week. Paying off the Switch one sponsor at a time. Alright, that's pretty decent. I won't draw, but I'm okay with that. Oh, that's huge. Scream was that long ago? What, when it came out? Scream came out, yeah, a while ago. Scream was like... You know what's the funny thing about Scream? Like, it's very obvious to see now, but Scream kinda didn't take off as crazily as I think, like, it might seem it had in hindsight. Like, Scream wasn't super dominant for a little bit. It took a little bit to get its footing. Like, it was good, but, like, I think right after release, I don't remember if it was, like, super good. I remember there was all the drama with the Rocket and Groot quote-unquote bug. About to get a big gold Bundaroo in pocket to get the new cards, because I'm stupid. Yeah, I mean, I'm low-key interested in seeing what Rare Candy does to that game. If you haven't kept up with Pocket, Rare Candy's coming. I don't know if that will be a good or a bad thing, but I guess we'll see. I haven't really played very much Pocket in the last two. I played a little bit when 2 sets ago released, and I played like almost none of the... I played like one session since Giratina. Means Giratina has become Cope. I mean, that's probably good, right? What is Rare Candy supposed to do? So Rare Candy is a pretty iconic card. It lets you skip the middle stage of an evolution. So you get to go, okay, my Charmander is now a Charizard, as long as you have Charmander, Rare Candy, Charizard. Now in Pocket, you might still run one stage 1 for consistency. I'm not sure, but it basically is what stage 2 Pokemon, like 3rd evolutions, need to have a chance, I think. Scream got buffed from 2.2 to 2.3 9 days after release, so it definitely wasn't dominating. Well, the context of the buff was actually not that the card was bad. The reason they buffed Scream was because they took away it used to work with Juggernaut on unflipped cards, and then they changed it, and Scream wasn't performing amazingly. I think it was okay, but I think a lot of people were worried that that change was going to have a big impact on it, because there were only a few cards that worked the way they do with Scream. And so losing one of those cards, because Jug doesn't work with Prio anymore, was a big concern. I don't think you run a stage 1. Thinking about Pokemon communication. Not having the stage 1 makes the card much more consistent, yeah. I trust your instinct on it. I am the last person to be given proper Pocket advice, because I haven't played the game in a minute. I just log in and open my packs. The nerf hurt Ben's Scream more than regular Scream is my worry. You think so? I could see that. Definitely not impossible. I'm gonna hope they don't have something bigger than 8. If they have something bigger than 8, we cry. Same with them having the card Shang-Chi. It's Thanos, but they haven't ramped, so they can't play Thanos this turn. Does Thanos have much that can be 9? It has some stuff. Not a ton, though. It's usually like a Kahori or a Wiccan or something. Just Shang me. Yeah. Shang's pretty good. Shang is pretty good at cleaning my clock here. Is there a world where we can win the game? Well, no. The answer is no, because they play Thanos right, and that always wins. Wait, actually, wait, hold. Does this win? If I do this, this gets shut off. Thanos won't win this. I punch speed, which will take it down to 3 power and then another 2, so they go down 5. So they go down to 8, and I have more than 8. This is winnable. Okay, I'm dead. They didn't make the play I thought they were going to make. Bummer. I really thought they would just go for the Thanos and the Warrior Falls. That's what I would have done. It just seems so clean. But we did have an out to that because of the Hawk. I guess they could they knew we had the Hawk, so that could be why they didn't do it. I'm used to people forgetting about the Hawk, which has happened a lot. Scream now needs 2 buffs to avoid dying to Lady Deathstrike. I guess that's true. I guess that is true. You just have to be a little more careful with the positioning. Kingpin buff didn't happen until 3 months after Scream was released. Yeah, also, like, Spider-Man became a 2-drop. You gotta remember that Spider-Man used to be a 3-drop, so, like, the Scream curve was a little bit less flexible. Not just for turning off Limbo. I know. It's cool. Based Hawk. I'm a big enjoyer of Snowguard. Snowguard's always been a card I've liked. I think it's just fun. Next big move bounce is going to pop off hard. It already seems pretty good, even from what I've seen. Oh, man. I mean, I'm pretty sure I just do this. Because we have the option of snow guarding. Yeah, move bounce is fairly big-brained until you get the hang of it. I think a lot of times it's not the hardest thing to play, but if you do make a slight mistake, it's very punishing. Rarely saw Scream played even pre-nerf. No, it's not even that wild. Like, statistically, Scream is not that popular, which really surprises me. The base SKU of Switch 2 without Mario Kart in Poland is the equivalent of $585. That is expensive. Do be expensive. All right, chat. What are we doing here? We have some things we can do. We could do this and get into Kiln, but then they can get into here. Or we could play one of these 2 cards. I give them a card. Oh, that's true. We should Hawk first if we do that. Yes. Hawk first. I think this is the play. That is a phenomenal top deck. Yeah, I have to do... I mean, I could do this first, and as long as one of the Kahori buffs goes here, it's fine, but I only have 3 Kahori buffs, so should probably play it safe. I'm guessing this is... I was going to say Surfer, but... I mean, I've seen some people running Kate and Surfer, so who knows. Regardless, seems hard for them to put 10 power in the right and contest the middle. Why'd they dump Acid Air on lane? Yeah, they were doing that to play around the Hawk, presumably. Just Surfer? That's fine. That is fine. Kitty Surfer, spicy. Did we get a Kahori buff over here? We did. Kahori won this game, actually. Kahori buffed 2 cards here. If she buffed 1, we still beat tie breaks. But if she buffed none, we actually lose. So Kahori remaining goated. My opinion on this card has really turned around over time. I mean, I never thought it was a bad card, but the reason I found Kahori disappointing was because there wasn't a lot of incentive to build around it. But you can kind of just jam it in shells that have big hand size, and it works pretty well. This is definitely one of those decks. Let's see. What's our stats? I mean, my cubes could definitely be better, especially over this size sample. I've been kind of not aggressively snapping. But, I mean, win rate wise, it's doing pretty alright. The worst part is the new Mario Kart will be worse than the current one. You think so? My understanding is that it's not like it's an... I don't think it's about open world racing as much as it is... You have the tracks, it's just they're more open-ended, but I think the core race is still going to be like they are. Is my understanding. I haven't looked into it super heavily. I mainly just watched the direct, but I don't think it's going to feel like a Forza Horizon type of thing. I think there is a mode for open world racing, yeah, but I think it does have like the regular stuff, like just regular track racing. It's actually insane how big Mario Kart is. Let's see. Feels like the first shakeup since 97, dude. I have such a hard time playing old Mario Kart. Oh, this updated. Alright, 13's a little better. Alright, a lot more racers, meaning the track design won't be as tight. I don't think the racers matters a whole ton, but we'll see. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see. Mario Kart 8 is one of the best-selling video games of all time. 75.81 million copies sold for both versions combined. How many of those were Switch versus Wii U? 8.5 million were Switch, 67 million, or 8 million were Wii U, 67 million were Switch. I need to watch some more gameplay and stuff. But yeah, Mario Kart, it's just a classic. Also, it's dumb, but I think the idea of putting like a camera up and watching your friends race at like 5 FPS with their games in the background is so incredibly funny to me. I don't know why. That felt like the Nintendo part of the presentation where they where they did that. Like, it was just, it's such a it's so Nintendo pilled. That's just what Nintendo does. They're like, whoa, all right, guys, revolutionary new feature. Get this, online game chat with your friends. Haven't heard that one before, have you? On a Nintendo console? Blasphemy. Notice how much ugly fog is in the new one? I haven't looked into it, honestly. I want to see this. Let's see. I'm curious. Mario Kart World gameplay. Let's see. Grand Prix gameplay from the Nintendo Treehouse. You've got me curious. I want to see. Because I really haven't watched that much gameplay of it. Let's skip. Damn, these look cool as shit. It's the Donkey Kong. Wait, this kind of rips. Both those maps looked really cool. I think games in general have a much more... They're a much more socially acceptable thing than they were years ago, that's for sure. I mean, I will give you that 8 is a very impressive looking game. Oh, he's riding on the rail? That's fucking gangster. But this seems solid to me. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't go quite as hard on the graphics because there's more to render. Even on a new system. But it seems fine to me. Yeah, there are a lot of cool games coming up this year. It's been a banger year for games, man. It's already been a really good year. I'm pumped for Metroid. I love the Metroid games. I'm happy that as a series no longer like just stuck in limbo forever. Okay, the tricks on the walls are fucking sick. Got me into the Bazaar and I'm obsessed. I'm glad you enjoy it. I think the Bazaar is a very fun game. It's something I would play more of if I had more time. I want to see another map. Oh, this is classic, like the Toad. It's like the Toad Freeway map. Is this more of an open world run, or it's just a big race? Hard to say. I mean, I can see what you're saying, that I do think I could see 8 being a bit more graphically detailed because it's more compact. I don't think that's an unfair criticism. I'm pumped for some Mario Kart, though. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm also excited for the update they're doing to Mario Party. I think it's a paid upgrade, which is annoying, but they really cooked with the new Mario Party. It's actually been the best one they put out in years. Something I want to play more of. I might even stream it sometime. Yeah, I'm sure they definitely made some... Oh, we got hit by a car. I'm sure they made some compromises for the open world, no doubt. Trying to decide what other hero to get. I enjoyed Dooley. Dooley was the only other one I got. I've heard Mac is cool. I don't know how good or bad he is. I know he was overpowered and then got nerfed, and I don't know where he currently stands. I played Dooley when Monitor Lizard was very good. So he was pretty busted then. I'm pretty happy with this deck. I like how it's played out so far. It feels pretty reasonable. Sometimes you have the awkward problem of, well, you have a lot of card generation, so if you like play Snowguard into Kate or Snowguard Iron Patriot into Luna. Sometimes it's hard to do the Infinity Ultron, but I think the strength of this deck is the fact that you can do this, but you also have other ways to win. The Bugs expansion made Dooley very powerful. Is that the new one? Should be playing some Balatro. I do want to stream Balatro. I think next week, we're gonna do more variety next week. Like, we'll play the new card, we'll talk about snap packs, we'll do all that stuff, but I've been very much wanting to introduce new stuff to the stream, and I think next week's a good time to do it. Like a Balatro redeem. Maybe. Although redeems are hard because then they always compete with marbles, and people love their marbles. Yeah, it's also not as it also can be interruptive if we're doing other stuff. Marbles is at least quick. But I think although I don't know, I'm looking forward to fucking around with some Balatro on stream. That is for sure. We got a rogue. One hand for 5k. Possible. Would I rather have this cheap Ghost Rider or a chance at the right lane? I think I'd rather have a chance at the right lane. We're gonna get both. We're gonna get both. Love to see that. Or do I do this? I think it's this. I don't think I want to give them energy. Or I could do this. So lets me go Gore. Gore is pretty good. I like that this gives me more options. Oh, and it fucks over their brood. That's very cool. I'm very cool with that. Is this Galactus? This is Galacta. Bazaar is definitely one of those games that takes a while to learn, though, for sure. Like, I never got super good at it. I'm still kind of a noob. Admittedly. Does that kill me? It does not. I mean, I think I'm pretty content with this. What other stuff do we want to try with Mr. Ultron? Because I think I have a good feel for this deck. It's reasonable. The Ultron buff feels fairly significant, or at least significant enough to justify the inclusion. Before it was a little cope, but you high rolled sometimes. Now I think it's just reasonable in this deck. Sometimes you'll low roll, and the low rolls do hurt, but 5/8 is a lot better than a 5/6. Also, Red Guardian was a good switch. We haven't seen a ton of stuff for Mobius. Red Guardian has had a plethora of targets. Got my first perfect win thanks to Dooley. Nice. One thing that confuses me in the Bazaar is I don't get how they do their ranking system, because like it's entirely random who you run into, and I think it's very silly. You could be like a bronze noob and run into a legend player. I think that's just weird design. I wonder if they're going to get the game out on mobile anytime soon or not. I think that got pushed back, but not sure. I'm already versing someone running your deck. Nice. Influencer powers activated. Yeah, it's just a weird choice, I think. Yeah, like it just seems like an easy way to scare off new players, basically. I think new players and bad players, speaking as one, should be a little insulated. Any replacements for Luna Snow? Unfortunately, not really. It's really hard to replace Luna because she does something very specific in this deck, which is she lets you play Ultron on 4 and both stones on 5. And there's not really another card that does that. You could try an alternate way of ramping, like Wave or Penny, but I think they're significantly worse, because neither of them let you play Ultron and then immediately play the stones. I guess if you have a Quinjet out and you ramp, you can play Ultron and then play the stones, but it's asking for a lot to go right. I was wrong the other day thinking you could get matched with people on other days. I thought you... Oh, no, it's not other... It's the same amount of days, right? It's just the victories and defeats that are different, right? I believe. I am happy that this deck seems to be holding up into some of the Captain Carter piles, because I was worried it might not, but we've ran into a decent amount of Surfer and some Carter stuff, and it seems fine. Like, it's not going to be some secret meta breaker, but it wins games, and it does so in a pretty reasonable fashion, I would say. I think next we're going to try Captain Carter. Probably post this deck, because why not? I wish the cubes were a little better, but kind of my own fault not trying to super capitalize on the snapping. That's what I should do if I want better stats and a better rank, but I kind of have been enjoying just letting the games play out more rather than trying to make the 100% optimal snap here, retreat here. Do, 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 do. Still, what's up? Copy deck. Also, it's been fun playing Oblivion. Oblivion's been pretty cool. I never played Oblivion as a kid. Skyrim was my first Elder Scrolls game, and it was probably my first true open world game. And so it's really kind of cool to see another older Elder Scrolls game, but with a fresh coat of paint. Although, between the two, I think I'm probably going to be spending more time in Expedition, just because I'm more interested in the story. The Elder Scrolls games, I've heard the story is pretty good in Oblivion, and I have enjoyed Skyrim was better in every way you think so? I think that's a controversial opinion. I think a lot of people liked the world and the lore of Oblivion better. At least I know some friends who felt that way about it. Skyrim controlled better and was way less janky, and the dragons were cool. Like, Skyrim definitely did good things. So far, though, they got... I think they did a lot of things right with the Oblivion remaster. It's been very enjoyable as someone who... I think if you're someone who never played the older ones like it, they definitely made it more of a clean entry point than I think it would have been going back to the old one. I liked Skyrim a lot, though, so it is a high bar. I'll have to, you know, keep playing it and see what I think about it, but I've enjoyed it quite a bit so far. It is really funny seeing the NPC interactions and stuff. Fuck the storm cloaks. Based and true. A new OTA has arrived. Let's get to the favorite part of every OTA where we see what people have to say about it. We've played it a bit. Initial impressions from me, I like most of these changes. The only question mark change to me is I think making Carter a 3-drop is ambitious. But everything else is pretty in line. Have I tried the Ultron in the Dinesh Hela? I have not tried that since the patch. I think that's what we're going to try next. What's up, Part of the Cards? I think we ran into you a few times. How's patch day treating you? Happy with server? Nice. Yeah, the card buff's pretty huge. It's pretty big. Why do you guys hate Scream and Searcher so much? Also, why have you adjusted... Haven't you... Well, they say, why have you? They mean, haven't you? And just link some of the thing. I guess this is where we'll see the real... Or more comments, I guess. Wait, is this... This is... What? Why did... Wait, what? I'm confused. Someone... Am I missing something here? They linked the March 13th balance update. I don't understand. I don't understand. Is there context there? I don't know. I don't really care. Did they nerf discard in this update or something? I don't think so. I'm on the Scream shouldn't have been nerf train. It's fair. I don't fault anyone being a little sad the card they like got nerfed. Why'd you nerf the web shop? The initial increase to rewards and availability of the Galactus bin was introduced during the downtime blip. I love how they call it the blip. It's funny. In January. After 3 months, we've reduced those back to a more sustainable level. We're also preparing for a brand new web shop to launch in the coming months. Yeah, I mean, I figured they would eventually nerf it. Don't be sad that it's worse. Be happy it happened, you know? And be happy it's not a 1 week pull anymore still. Like, would I prefer if it was the other way? Sure, but I got a fat stack of credits out of that thing. Now, where I will take some issue... Hot take, maybe not, maybe. Where I will take some issue, I know a lot of people wanted the borders refreshed, and I'm in agreement. I was tired of the same borders. Black web being here, banger. Happy about this. Honestly, I like copper borders better than these red ones. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't know. Oh, I didn't do my draw yet. I thought I did. All right. Now I have to actually update the Galactus prediction. All right, let's see. What will we get from Galactus Gamba? 50, 100, 250, EMV, black web, neon red. Prediction go. What do we get? The odds are worse also. The odds are worse. I think you're more likely to get the 50 credits than you were before. They're a copy of the Ultras. They are very similar to the Ultras, yes. So, nerfed amounts, nerfed rates. Free stuff, though. Still free stuff. I'll still take it. I imagine most of the people, if you're dedicated enough to be here on Twitch, you probably made out pretty well on the Galactus daily draws, I would bet, compared to the average player. Perhaps that's presumptuous, but that's my read. Here are the odds. Any believers on those low odds? I'd personally love another black web border. What happens if everyone guesses 50 credits? Well, if it's 50 credits, you get your points back. If it's not 50 credits, everyone loses. So if you think about it, what do you have to lose by gambling 10 points on a random other thing? You have very little to lose and a lot to potentially gain. You just have to believe. 3,600 credits total in the last 20 days. See, that's fucking value. That's better than the bundle in the shop right now. Yeah, 2 months of being generous and it drove them crazy. I imagine the timing also coincides with snap packs and how, you know, we're going to get the free tokens. I don't think it's a coincidence they're changing this right before snap packs. I already gambled half my points on 50. Locked in. Locked in. Well, we're going to see who the big money winners are. What's in the box? $50 credits. I need everyone to act shocked and surprised. Nobody saw that coming. It's completely unpredicted. 31 points. That's profit. That is profit. I guess, yeah. Oh, you guys cleaned up. 31 points. What are they changing? The values are different. It used to be 100, 250, 500. These borders were different, and then the odds were a little bit better to get some of the higher things. So they basically just slashed it in half and made the rate slightly worse. I got the variant, I think, the other day. It was my first time getting it. But 50 credits is 50 credits. It ain't much, but it's honest crediting. All right, do they post the... One thing I'm a little confused about is they don't seem to be posting the OTA patches on Twitter anymore. Like, they aren't posting the actual patch, but they're... I guess this has most of the info in it. I'm just surprised they don't do it the way they used to. But I don't really care. I'm just here to see the comments. I always check 3 places for the comments. We're checking Twitter. Some people asking about the stones, web shop stuff. Some people mad about discard not getting nerfed. Why isn't Scream at 3-1 grabbing 1 per enemy moving instead of only 1 enemy per turn? Do you think that would be stronger? I don't think that would be stronger. Maybe against decks that move a lot of cards. I think generally that'd be weaker. Quite a bit weaker. Completely disagree with Rhino. He was the most reliable to destroy locations. I don't know. There's always going to be the Rhino fans, the disgruntled Rhino fans. Who is playing this card? Who is playing this card? Apparently some people were playing it. I imagine this is a lower CL gamer. I think if you're a lower CL gamer, you should probably be happier with this, because it gives you like a more playable 3-drop that opens up some like deck building stuff. Like maybe you play this in a Patriot Surfer. Now you might ask the question, why would I play Patriot Surfer when I could play Captain Carter, but you could use this with Captain Carter. You get a rock behind the Carter value. Hey, there are at least 2 of them, Blue. We've clocked at least 2 people unhappy with the Rhino change. My favorite, though, my favorite thing I've seen in the OTA comments in a while was when they buffed Wolverine by 1 power, and there was just one dude who was frothing at the mouth. Who was actually so fucking mad. My money's on an alt. I think these are... So, if we use a little bit of computer zoom, we can see that I think this is someone... They're playing Warpath in their deck. I'm guessing this is a low CL player who's kind of new to the game and doesn't have a lot of cards. Because they don't have many cards upgraded, and we can see they have some Series 3s, but if you're playing Warpath, I don't think they're a very experienced player. So maybe they really valued having that. Not nearly enough. Should have hitters Sam Wilson much harder. God, dude. Reading social media comments is funny. Little bro can play Scarlet Witch, yeah. Alright, well, this was relatively tame. Let's check the Discord. I always check 3 places. 3 places are where I check. First, let me check Twitter. Let's see. All right. What's it like? Feedback? Balance update. Oh, well, we need to do the emoji analysis first. Game news or snap updates? Yeah, game news. Here it is. How many location disruptions do new players have? Storm, Scarlet Witch. Yeah, they have options. Now, 2 of those options are kind of ass. Being, well, Rhino was ass, and Storm is not very good. Scarlet Witch is fine. Alright. First reaction to Sam Wilson Scream. What does the horse mean? Why do people react with the horse? I'm having trouble translating that one. I see some fire, 75 fire, 62 thumbs downs. Well, more people seem to like it than not, but understandable. What about the other changes? People like this one. First, I think, fast like a horse. Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe they're reacting because they're the first ones there, yeah. I don't know. People like these, and people seem to like these. Horse shit. Well, they did used to allow, I think, the shit emoji, but I think they stopped that a while ago. Generally, gauging by the reactions, it doesn't seem that bad. Seeing if there are any interesting questions. Is there an explicit reason for why there's no shield card that generates a random 3? You have all these other ones. Just hasn't come up yet. Yeah, that sounds about right. To Strange or not to Strange? Strange is a smash hit. And from the very least, the community enclaves I'm in, it can honestly be called a bit of fresh air. Air of Agamotto. Can you please take us through what the general sentiment in-house was while brainstorming and testing the card, compared to, unfortunately, what could have been the last few misses? Secondly, is that a sentiment you've generally felt before, and do you feel you can recapture with future designs? The secondary premise being a seemingly well-directed measure of risk was taken towards strong and fun. Do you think you've captured the sentiment with the currently scheduled for release cards? It's tempting to assume we found some bottled magic when we have a standout card, but the truth is more mundane. We go through roughly an identical process with each card. In fact, perfecting the process is a huge aspect of leading a design organization. The only thing that really changes from card to card are the goals. We build those goals based on a variety of things: characters creative, the metagame, holes in the design space, feature content, the spread of strength within archetypes, and the season. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's kind of what I expected. You guys think it's horseshit? It could be horseshit. I could see it. All right, what about any spicy feedback? The Rhino change just turns him from a worse Scarlet Witch into a much, much worse Luna Snow. I don't think Luna Snow and Rhino are comparable cards. Outside of if you're having a who's the best 3/6 competition, I don't think you can look at both those cards and say they're comparable. Captain Carter at 3 is a little bit scary, but everything else seems okay to great. That's kind of where I have landed. I think Captain Carter at 3 is scary. We'll see how the metagame adapts, but, like, I don't know. I'm kind of... As long as it doesn't break the game in half, totally, I'm kind of okay with it, just for it to be a little new, but I feel like it's going to quickly divulge into... So everyone's going to play Surfer today. A lot of people are going to play Surfer, and Surfer's probably going to do very well. But I think the real trick is playing Thanos. I think Thanos might get more from this than the Surfer deck does. What's interesting with Thanos, though, and this is why I actually think Thanos is a good card to have at the... Like, you don't want it above everything else, but I think when Thanos is, like, a high-tier deck, it leads to a more interesting metagame. And the reason for that is because you have interesting ways you can, like, attack Thanos. Like, Clog has been the most common way, and Clog was really good at attacking Thanos, but now Thanos has an option to, if there's a lot of Clog, they can play a card that helps them deal with Clog. Thanos also, like, weak to Killmonger, right? But if you are playing Strange, you're less weak to Killmonger. So I'm curious to see how it goes. Low-key, I think Surfer can now go higher than Thanos. It's possible. I haven't played much Surfer since the patch. We've played against a good bit of it. It seems good. We haven't seen too much Carter Thanos yet either. And if Carter does become a defining card in the archetype, how do we see other decks adapt to that? We start seeing more Enchantress, maybe more Red Guardian again, who did fall off a little bit in terms of popularity. Now he comes roaring back, maybe. I don't know. I still haven't seen... I've seen, like... I don't think we've seen any Moonstone yet, and that's the one change they called out specifically in the patch. They called that out over Surfer in terms of, yeah, we know this might be really strong in terms of just dominating one lane, and I think that's true. Moonstone decks are, unless they draw Cosmo or whatever, are inherently, like, risky decks to play, though, because you just get so blown out by Enchantress a lot of the time. Very excited for more frequent reworks for older unused cards, as mentioned in the notes. Yeah, like, this is the big takeaway from the patch for me, is I feel like this patch in general was a response to the last, like, I don't know, has it been like 3 OTAs, 4 OTAs, where they've been very, kind of boring? I feel like it's been a few, where the meta's pretty balanced, so it's like they don't have to go to the chopping block for a bunch of cards, which I think that's a good thing, usually. But people want to see more interesting buffs. And like the Rhino buff, dislike the Rhino buff, the one thing you can't say is it's not at least like an interesting thing to explore. Maybe it's narrow, but you know, I think it's more interesting than the old version of the card. I'm pogged waiting on the Dino buff when 5s get revamped. Yeah, they were talking about like the cards that occupied certain cards occupying like too much dominance in certain slots. I really wonder how they handle that. I don't know how. My hope would be that's them trying to tune up some more of the underplayed 4, 5, 6s, because I think that'd be interesting. Like, I think for a long time, it's been pretty rare for Snap to tune up a really, like, not great card, other than just giving it, like, a pity point or something, which, I mean, it adds up. Ghost Rider going from a 4-3 to a 4-4 to a 4-5, I mean, I think that this card is more playable than it was. Still kind of niche, but definitely feels way less bad to play than it used to. So I wouldn't mind seeing them do that for a fair amount of cards. I mean, I'd like them to reevaluate the raw stats on like the thing. I don't know if they'll do that, but explore some different designs with cards that don't really have a home. Haiva will be back any day now. Yeah, I was holding my breath until we got a relevant Haiva buff. I would have died a long time ago. The Adam Warlock buff made it playable. That's true. They cycled through like 3 unplayable versions before they got there, but they did get there eventually. And it's still pretty fringe, but still infinitely more interesting of a card to me than the old versions. So, like, I don't know. Make this card a little bit better. Make this card better. What grade of copium is this? There's no Carter or Surfer in this deck. And yet, we're still positive with it. Feels good, man. We're breaking the meta, Safety. We're breaking the meta. I do think Carter might do some very silly things, but somehow we won quite a bit with this deck. The cubes could be better, because I don't think I was snapping my best. Any arrow deck? I think the arrow deck is still this. It's still classic Scream. I think if you want to play arrow, this is probably how you do it. Play Kingpin if you don't have Bob. You could play some tech if you want, but I think the tech version, at that point, you're better off doing like the Uncle Ben stuff. This deck did just take 2 points of power nerfs, but probably still playable. Other than that, haven't seen too much of a home for Miss Arrow. Doo-doo. Technically, he's already back with the Afflict deck. He's just there to discount a bomb, yeah. So the main thing is I figure more Enchantress will be running around. Let's try the casino, though. Let's take a trip to the casino. In honor of Safety Blade. Hello, really? Look, we're playing Ultron. We're playing Ultron, okay? This deck's kind of cool, though. The amount of times I've been able to scam somebody with Legion is insane. Although the thing I like about it the most is that it... Actually, wait. Am I ever supposed to just not play the Blade and then have more stuff in hand for this Corvus so I don't discard my Hela? If I discard my Hela, we could just Ghost Rider it. Although it's a 1 in 3 if I do that. I think holding's probably right. Because if we can Legion Crimson, it's gonna be real bad for them. Bum, 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 bum. What I like about this deck, though, is I like that there are play lines outside of always Helling. I like how you can kind of play it like a ramp deck sometimes. I think that's cool. Like Hellas isn't super cool. Infinity Ultron time? Infinity Ultron time. That's not nice. Oh, speaking of not nice, we can do something pretty not nice. I'm ready to do something not that nice. I'm also ready to get fucking enchantressed. Is it ever do it now? No, it's never do it now. Do this. Okay, the scary part about this is if they play Thanos here, oh no, even if we kill some of their on reveals, we're adding some ourselves. I'm assuming it's just Thanos, so depends what we hit. Ego mid. That's the wrong way. Hit Sam, please. It didn't hit Sam. I'm sad. Blame Safety Blade. It's his fault. Wait, why didn't this grow? Oh, it did grow, but it shrunk, because this is an on reveal. It's just this one. Gambit needs glasses. He does. So, it was just Sam, right? We need to hit Sam. Sam or bust. I didn't play hell out. It's true. Show me the Gambit with the border. I'll pull it up. He looks pretty good with the border. $20.99 Gambit. I have some pretty good splits on these cards. The green crackle's not the best though, but it's something. This one's goated. This is also pretty good. How do we feel about Doxy? I'll be honest, I have not played a single game with Doxy. And I don't expect that to change very soon. And it's not because, like, I dislike the card or think it's necessarily bad. It's just not something I was super interested in. So what's in my pool? I have a Ghost Rider and a Gore. I'm just wondering how badly I want to draw cards here, or if I want to just turn this into a fucking true casino. I think I'd rather turn it into a true casino and then Jubilee mid into Hella. Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing? Giving me cards, so... Okay. The cards I have left in my deck are Odin and Blink. So yeah, I think I put it last. Is this like a Suji deck or something? I see the Suji vibes. I actually should have put Blade on the right, probably. Because these are gonna move. Negasonic. Okay, that's gonna kill my Blade. Not super ideal. So, I should put it here. I'm not, like, I could play it here, but this strikes me as a deck that I wouldn't be surprised if it runs Cosmo. Or Eliath. Alright, they're very dead. They are super duper dead. Oh, the shop rolled over, which means I think I can split my card. I can. I think I'm going to buy this Angela bundle. Kind of want the credits, and I have a lot of gold. And I like the variant. I don't know if I would use it that much, but I do like it. Mastery. Gold metallic. Yeah, the thing with Angela is she has a bunch of bangers. Alright, so what I'm going to do... Pro tip. We've never done this. So I have enough boosters to upgrade this, but because I have enough to upgrade this one and not this one was guaranteed to show up in the shop. But if I just go upgrade this one, I lose out on these 26 boosters. So what you do is you spend the boosters and then you go upgrade in the shop. Only if you want to keep splitting the card. And now we will go back to the shop and get this. And we will do a Gamba on the Ultron split. Gonna upgrade these other cards too. Also, they said recently that the new Series 4 cards are going to be getting some variants, and they're gonna be trying to have variants, multiple variants even, come out with each new card on release, which, yeah, that makes sense. I think they would probably make more money doing that. I am going to have an ass load of tokens, it's true. Let's see. I'm very curious to see how Carter's stats change with the new form. All right, let's do a Gamba. Prediction. Good split or bad split? Good, bad. 1 minute. Good split or bad split? What do we think? I have split Ultron 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is number 6. I already got lucky and got a pretty good one. But we're going for greatness. You're going for greatness. See if we can get something neat. Pretty balanced betting here. Do 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 do. Last call for your bet. 25k bad, 10k good. We're all in. Let's see. A drum roll, please. Benjamin Brode, please. Don't let the believers down. Believers. He let you down. He let you down. He did let you down. God split, yeah. Look at these stones. It's funny, the things on the Mind Stone are the most differently colored. Weird. Well, I would like to say that was a surprising outcome, but let's be real. Mastery strikes again. Mastery strikes again. Unlucky. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to do. I think I'm going to keep playing the Hella deck a bit, but I do want to try this card out more, but I feel like everyone's doing that today, so I don't mind doing something a little different. But yeah, making this from a 4-3 to a 3-2 is such a massive buff. Got him, mastery, yeah. Can I show the dagger variants? Sure. Unfortunately, I don't have the bugged dagger variant where it's all pixelated. Didn't buy the bundle. I have... here, I can show them animated, I guess. I have this one. This is my favorite one. Pixel dagger. And then hip. I like the Max Grek one, though. That's my jam. I like this variant, too. This one's pretty good. I mean, I should put together Thanos just to play at some point. Probably not today, but maybe tomorrow. I'm also going to do the evil thing and play Arsham because I want to play my Isan split. Look at this fucking... Look at this Isan split, dude. Split number 4. He's sick. Rare character mastery W. Oh, it's the tech version? No, I wanted the ongoing version. This was supposed to save me time, game. I also didn't mean to take out 2 of those cards, but whatever. We can very easily fill this back in. Alright, so Ant-Man, Goliath, Dagger, or Dazzler. Pretty sure this is just what Thanos looks like now. I mean, you could play Moonstone here, too. You could do Moonstone over one of the 3s or over Wiccan. And it might be worth, but I really like Wiccan in Thanos. But I do think this deck, or some variation of it, is almost certainly one of the best decks. It just seems... It was already really good, and it just got another card for it that is very good and synergistic. So I'd be surprised if this wasn't one of the better ways to play right now. Thanos enjoyers, now is your time. Oh, the strange version with tech isn't bad either. This one did quite well for me. Pretty cool variant too. I love the change that if you have a variant for a card, you can customize it. As someone who prefers using their credits to, you know, get cool splits on my favorite cards, it was always kind of annoying having to level up the new card on release if I didn't plan to split it. But now I don't have to, and it's great. Now you gotta guess, is it Tech Soup Thanos or Carter Thanos? It's true. It is true. I love the Dazzler. Dazzler has a bunch of good variants. Look at all these. The one I love about this is it's like Dazzler's doing the let's go face. She's actually just doing the let's go face, and it's awesome. But she has some good ones. The let's go's the best, though, I think. Do a little more casinoing, I suppose. Oh shit, Butt's playing a meta deck. Are we cooked? Are we cooked, chat? It's always a dangerous sign. He's apparently doing some ongoing stuff and winning a lot with it. Look at this deck. This looks pretty good if you want to do ongoing not Thanos. I'd play this. What's in the pool? Blink and Blade. Both of these are acceptable. I'd rather it here. Well, I'm torn. If I play it here and it gets Blink, I could end up with Hela in this lane. And I want Hela in this lane, but this lane will be full, right? No, it won't be full. It'll just have one more. It means I can't, like, Ghost Rider, Odin the Ghost Rider, but... I'm just thinking... Oh no, if I get Blink, Blink will transform the Corvus anyway. So I think I would rather put it here. That's kind of cool. Although it's less cool because I have fucking Sambar taking a big shit on me. Sad. We can bring back a Blade, which would discard Reality Stone. I could try and clog them. I could also just play the Gore. Now, normally what you do is you would play Hela and hope to hit the... Well, I guess if... we could do this. And I think we put it here. Well, I get one more energy if I put it mid, but I don't think that matters. I guess it could matter. I think I'd rather play it here, though. I'm hoping the blade goes right. The blade went middle. That's not great. Although they're really hogging a lot of power in the mid. We do get extra energy. Is it relevant, though? I mean, I could do this. Or just slam big gore in the middle and hope it's enough. I think that's the play, actually. Okay. I love how Marvel introduced the character thinking she was going to be so popular, and before her first issue, Disco died. Really? I don't know the context of Dazzler's release, but that's funny if true. Yeah, unfortunately, Blink is very good in this deck for extra consistency. Oh God, are we gonna have a scroll deck? Is there gonna be a scroll meta? God, I hope not. Now that I don't mind seeing. I don't mind seeing my gore take a trip to the Shadow Realm. Arg! That's annoying. I didn't want to discard Hella. Oh, but I could Legion. Or, well, if I get ahead, I can Legion them. Oh, I don't even need to get ahead, right? Because I have Con. Well, getting ahead is beneficial. We could Conchu this Hella back. Conchu hits Gore, Hella, Infinite. Pretty good. Cat, are they cooked? I think they're cooked. Not sure how they win here. Unless there's a Shang sitting in the left. He's coming for you, though. I hope Gambit's coming for him, too. Pew pew. Alright. Not the best hit, but far from the worst. We win. So that was a lot of things happening, but random Khonshu for the win, baby. And they are a better person than I for fist bumping after it. Look at that. Almost back to 85 hundo. How's the Alliance doing? 20k off? Yeah, we'll get there, no problem. I try and take the less good bounties when I'm complete, so that way people get better options. Do, 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 do. I think someone told me that in the US, there's a particular date as being said to be the death of disco. Really? Yeah. Wait, the bounty board is shared? It is. So if you've ever wondered why you see a thing in the bounty board and then you go back and it's gone, all your Alliance people see the same board. They don't ever really tell you that, but it is a thing. So if you wonder why all the bad bounties end up there, it's because nobody takes them. I'll stay. Probably shouldn't with fucking Mind Stone on one Thanos, but we have Gambit, we have Ghost Rider, we have Hela, we have cards. The bad stay? Probably. Not if we absolutely clown their monster, though. Also a bad change for them. Okay. Do this here. Big gore. Ooh, Legion's actually kind of interesting, but the only problem is if we Legion, we can't Hela. But what else are we doing? We don't really have much else to do. I mean, we could Legion the Necrosha. Because they have more cards than me, it's probably worse for them. Guess that's what I'll do. Insulates me a little bit from Shang. Although with Gore out, it's hard to be insulated from Shang. Disco Demolition Night. There was a baseball game where a local radio star encouraged fans to bring disco records to destroy. That's wild. Oh, Shang. Alright, is there any cope here? We could do this. This will pull Corvus, Jubilee, or Ultron. Does Ultron win us the game? Ultron is 8-2? No. Looks like we lost. Bummer. We're pretty dead every time they have Shang in with this curve out though, so it's alright. I do think it's possible that pure ongoing without Thanos might just be better than Thanos, though. Because it can go taller. But it's probably a little weaker to tech than Thanos is, maybe? Because I'm pretty sure if you're playing, like, dedicated ongoing with Moonstone, Iron Man stuff, it can get real fucking big. Turn one snap. Last variant I got, the strange one. I got, well, I guess technically the Angela bundle. It's technically more recent. Before that, it was the strange. All right, ready to gamble. Ready to gamble on a 2 out of 3, potentially more. If that's a brood, it is a brood. All right, well, not bad odds. It hits the shield, I'm gonna mauled. Nope, it hit Sam. Cool with that. Not super cool with a random crossbones, though. To be honest. Gore and Odin. Nice. All right. Do we think they are going to get me here? They play a card here and a card here, most likely. Most I can do is Ultron. Ultron or Giga Dead to Surfer. So I think we try and be sneaky and put 17 mid and hope it's enough. Because they have to respect this. Oh my god, they didn't respect it. Or I'm getting rogued. I'm getting rogued. I'm getting rogued. Fuck me. Oh, Captain Carter causing cringe. Didn't matter though. The Luna. This deck is definitely going to get worse if everyone's packing a rogue for the Carter mirrors, which if everyone's packing Carter, they will. God, anytime rogue or super scroll is meta, it's so unbelievably cringe. We will hold. Now we have to hold. Hoping for anything that's good to discard here. It hasn't just been Carter decks, though, surprisingly. Alright. Hella gone. However, we could get her back. Athena kind of got fucked over. Okay, this is cool. So we have Hela and Gambit in the pool. So what we do is we discard the Infinite. Actually, wait. We have to do this. Hope it brings back Hela. I don't want to blade first. Yeah, Ghost Rider Blade Odin. That's what I'm planning. We have to blade second because we want the odds of getting Hela to be higher on this 50-50. Oh, but I'm not gonna have space, right? I guess I put it here. Okay. Ooh, that's not great. It's actually very the opposite of great. It fucks up my whole plan, bro. Fucking nowhere. Just dunking me. The Cosmo would have been fine too if I mean it would have been annoying still, but if we didn't have this, we could have at least gone for like an Odin YOLO, but as is, we just have to leave sadly, right? It's a bummer. Cosmo plus nowhere. Unfortunate. I'm surprised someone's playing this deck though, because I feel like this deck eats copious amounts of shit to Silver Surfer. And probably the ongoing deck too. But yeah, I hope that the meta doesn't turn into who can play or counter Captain Carter the best. Because that would be annoying. It's the 5-star card, Spider-Ham. I mean, it's pretty good here. I'll give him that. Do, 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 do. God, this is not a good hand. This is a very bad hand. I'm ready to tempo Ghost Rider. I'm not afraid to do it. I'm gonna leave. Because this hand is dog shit. Yeah, I'm good on that one, bro. He didn't really do very much there. I died to a bad hand. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna greet it and hope I don't get punished. Yeah, it seems fine. Doxy. Based Toxy Enjoyer. Alright, well, please, Infinite, don't stick around. I would like you to go somewhere else. Go visit a friend in the discard realm. I was gonna say, how did they play that there? But they played Jeff. Look at that. Jeff value. Toxy buffed Jeff. Okay, so the last card we played was Corvus. So Corvus is what's gonna get upgraded by Blink. So we're gonna put this here. That way we can Odin Blade Blink herself. This hits Gore, Legion, or Hela. Okay. Do this again. It will hit Gore or Hela, so we're taking a 50-50. I'm willing to take that 50-50, though. What do you mean when you say based? It's just like draw Hela next turn. You know, I thought this was the final turn, I'm not gonna lie to you. Based is just like a different way of saying something's good, I guess. Gamer talk for objective take, kind of like. Let's see. What is based defined as? Based. I want to know the actual. In internet slang, based generally indicates strong agreement or approval of a controversial or unpopular opinion. Like, it is not based that we didn't draw the card Hela here. Now we have to retreat. It is based that our opponent's playing Toxy Doxy. Bloomberg predicted 6 to 8 million Switch 2s will be sold at launch, making it the best-selling console launch of all time. I believe it. Everyone's on Twitter bitching about it, but I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd be bitching about it too if I didn't get my pre-order, but more so what I mean is everyone's bitching about the price, which I don't really blame people for complaining about the price. It's annoying that things are more expensive, and I especially strongly dislike the whole potentially charging more for physicals. That can fuck right off, but it was funny seeing some of the more melodramatic people who are like, ha, at this price, it's gonna be another Wii U, and it's like, I know some people are just joking, but I promise you there are some people who believe that, and it's like, I wonder what it is like to live in such a world of delusion. For some reason, the Switch is available everywhere in Australia, and no place has run out of pre-orders. That is interesting. Although I guess there are a number of things that could explain it, like being 900 Australian dollars. That's a pretty good explanation. Yeah, like to me, the only thing that annoyed me was I didn't like. I wasn't a big fan. Ooh, wait, hold on. This is kind of annoying. Because it's like, I want to stack these so I can Hela Odin, but if I put it here, I'm probably discarding the Hela. I think I'm just going to do this. I don't really have too much of a problem with the price of the console itself. That didn't seem that unreasonable to me, given how much better it is. It's like, that was kind of what I expected. I don't like the idea of them arbitrarily raising the price of some games. I think that's very silly. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand, but I don't like it. Drops. The drops have ended, sadly. It was a short drop. Short period of drops. I mean, I think I have to go for this. I think this is how I win. Maybe I should have played it in the altar, but I like it going off twice. Fuck you, shield. Please don't kill my Hela. I asked nicely. I said please, game. I even said please. It's okay, we'll get Ghost Rider and everything will be fine. It's not Ghost Rider. Only $6.97 at Costco. Look at that. Costco value. We need a bigger console war. Bring back Sega and Turg. I don't even know what that one is. I've never heard of that one. So, in a hypothetical world where we huff copious amounts of copium, how do we win here? We play this. We play this. Oh no, I can't put them in the same lane. I would have to put it here. We do this. Ghost Rider pulls Hela. Hela brings back one of our big dudes. Wins the game. Not for 4. How much is the Switch in the US? So the base model without anything is $450. The Mario Kart bundle is $500. I got the Mario Kart bundle. Because as much as I like having physical games, Mario Kart is a game I do not mind having digitally, and I would prefer to save $30. Which essentially just paid for the tax. Brother, what are you thinking about? What are you thinking about here, friend? You did it. You got me. I'm very dead. I guess you're thinking about how I win with Hela, but I promise you it is unlikely for that to happen. We'd have to take a 1 in 3 and then a 1 in 4, and that's not even guaranteed. It's not even guaranteed. Well, this deck's not going so well right now. The funny thing is, I don't even do a ton of on-the-go gaming either, but I love having a... There's something about handheld portable gaming that just is my jam. I think it's from growing up with like the Game Boy and the DS, honestly. Like, I love my Switch, I love my Steam Deck. I use them pretty often. And it's like, it's not like I really have an excuse to take them many places portably. I usually don't. But there's something about the novelty of like playing on a handheld while like throwing something up on the larger screen or whatever that just hits for me. Although I do think if you aren't, unless you're like a big Mario Kart fan, I don't think you need to paste. Yeah, you get it. Unless you're like a super big Mario Kart fan, I don't think like a ton of people are gonna feel like, oh, I need to get the Switch on day one. Because like Mario Kart's the big title, and the others are like some improvements to older games. And then Donkey Kong comes out the same month, which I do think will be quite cool. All right, so we can upgrade this Corvus into a Infinite or an Odin or a Legion. We could also play Ultron. It's probably better to play Blink, but it's more fun to play Ultron. Also, if we hold the Legion, we can, like, go for the YOLO, Cancun. How's Ultron been? He felt pretty good in the first deck I played. This deck hasn't been doing the greatest for us so far. But, you know, it could be worse. They're snapping me. I could... Well, no, we don't have great odds for that. I was thinking trying to set up so I can Legion this. We could just draw the Legion, though. Just gonna play the card Hela. And see what happens. Discard 2 cards. Okay. No, I needed that. Fuck. Well, I didn't need it. I wanted it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, chat. We can do something funny. This is going to pull Legion, which will win me the right. As long as they don't play right. Well, I could also make it a tie, but I think winning the game is better than tying. That's just me. Oh, okay. They played around it. And now I'm going to die. Oh, wait. But the Ronin shrinks? It's not enough, though. That's so sad. God, I was hoping for a location to screw them over. I mean, it makes sense why they did that. They had reality. I forgot they could have reality. I honestly forgot I was playing against a fucking Thanos. Because they played like no stones that whole game. We still lose if we make the other play here, actually. If we make the other play, we still lose because they changed the thing. So, well, we're pumping all our earnings with the other deck, but that's okay because rank is just a social construct. The number doesn't matter. It's just a digital dick measuring contest. It's not one I super care to participate in, or at least try very hard in. Because I think MarvelSnap's a little bit more fun when it's not taken ultra competitively. This sucks, though, unless I find the magic card Corvus. Damn, it's almost midnight. Sheesh. It got late, although I started late. Oh, dude, I wish I could punish them. I could punish them so fucking hard if I had, like, a playable card. If I had a discarder, but no. Some pretty dog shit luck with the Hela deck. I don't even want to look at the stats. I know they're bad. And that's without us running into, like, I think the ongoing deck just cooks us too, so. It seems like even though Ultron got buffed, this deck kind of got fucked. Could be variants, though. You never know. Alright, I mean, Sandbar is good against a Thanos. That's a good location. Alright, free Odin is a free Odin. Can't argue with that. Bum 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 bum. Ooh, I don't like that. I would like to draw 2. Or Jubilee 2. Ghetto Cadillac, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Hello, hello. Infinity Ultron. Oh, we got the based stones. That's cool. Discarding one of them's a little sag. Oh. Okay. God, I wish we had ramp right now. I wish we had ramp so badly. I can Ghost Rider back a big Ultron, though, which is cool. Or a big drone. So I could Ghost Rider, but if I Ghost Rider, that's all I can play, so Hela would be better. Oh, they're just straight trapped in the middle. I think Hela wins. Yeah. Hela brings back 24 or 16 power, 17 power redstone. Pretty good. Ultron did something. Let's go. God, it would have been so sick if I had one more energy. I did think about the Gambit. Gambit would have denied the Patriot lane, but I'm content to do this. They get a Thor. I get a freshly buffed Captain Carter. I wanted to Ultron, but I think it's actually worse because of Dream Dimension. I would Ultron if I could play Gambit Stone or 2 stones next turn. I might Ultron next turn. Sandman Fuck yourself. That's so annoying. That's very annoying, sir. I would like you to not do that. Well, now it's looking like an Ultron angle. Oh, no, it's not, because Sandman, yeah. I reiterate, fuck yourself. It's okay, we'll top deck Hela and everything will be fine. We top deck Hela and all will be kosher in this world. And we shoot the Sandman for good measure. Well, that could have been a better hit, but... Two out of 3 times we hit Hela here, so go for it. It's annoying. Still a winnable game. Jubilee into Hela. Into get smoked. Woohoo, we did it. Skill. Helping us unpump a little bit of our lost cubes. Emphasis on a little bit. Because I'm pretty sure we're still down a bunch. What's up, MarvelSnap 24/7? How's it going? Let's see. Let's see how bad we are down, because I'm sure we are down bad. Let's see. Update, please. I want to see my stats. Build the ongoing deck for tomorrow, I guess, while this is loading. Ant-Man, Goliath, Ravonna, Captain. Look at this. We get all the caps. Well, except Marvel, but Cosmo, Vlad, Moon, Spectrum. What do we forget? We forgot Mystique. And last card, Iron Man. Goliath replacement. Let's see. Ongoing. Dazzler? Probably Dazzler or Gorgon. Probably Dazzler or Gorgon. If you really hate Shang-Chi, you could do Armor. What about Blue Marvel to improve Carter? Not enough targets. In this version, I don't think you want Blue Marvel. I think between Spectrum and Captain America, she gets sufficiently large. I think if you want to play Blue Marvel, Thanos is better, because you spread out, you put more stuff on the board in Thanos. Open that snap pack next week, yeah. Speed's also not bad on a list like this. I think you could probably put it in over something. Speed makes you a little weak to going taller. Like, where Speed would probably go in like the Lad or the Cosmo spot, but I think Cosmo's probably doing a lot of work right now. This deck probably goes dummy tall. We can try a game or two with it. Oh, did my thing load? I wanted to see how many cubes I lost with Hela. We lost 8 cubes with Hela. We went 5 and 9. Didn't go very well. We got some bad luck. Moonstone sub. That's a little trickier. Not gonna lie. Moonstone is probably a bit trickier to replace in this deck because she juices your power to the moon. Mm, 6K tokens, yeah, basically. Damn, we're gonna pop off pretty hard here, I feel like. Unless they Red Guardian me. I mean, well, even if they Red Guardian me, it's not the end of the world. We do this. Next turn, cap Goliath. Unless we get Iron Man off the lad. Okay, they got a Malk. Malk Enjoyer spotted. We have Ravonna. I mean, this is pretty insane. I'm trying to make the play that gets us priority. Because I need to Cosmo the mid so they can't get me with Ajax. If they Ajax mid, I will be winning. I mean, and yeah, they can't... If they Ajax mid, they can't play it anywhere because it'll be full. Unless this is the card. Unless that card is Hazmat. They really just made Carter a 3 cost and dipped for a month? Yeah, I don't think that was a smart move. I think... I'm not upset that they're trying the change, but I think they picked a bad time to try it. Does anyone know what BMing is? It's short for bad manners. People usually say that when someone emotes them in a rude way. It is considered BM. Am I getting man-thinged, maybe? Rogue, Enchantress? I don't know, man. I guess that could be... They could have put the... what's it called there? They could have put the Hazmat there. But I think this beats Ajax, even if this is Hazmat. I guess we'll find out. Honestly, never knew that's what it meant, yeah. They always could do an emergency OTA. They have said that, yes. But, bro, I am so confused. I think the bar for an emergency OTA is incredibly high. Like, now maybe she hits that bar. I don't know, but... Day, question mark, waiting on Iron Patriot to show up in the token shop. Godspeed. We just got banned for that in Husky's chat. Feels bad, man. Did you BM him? Sounds like it wasn't intentional, but... Yeah, I mean, if it's like insane... there are definitely levels where they would change it. The question is the card at a level where it's going to do that? And that's what we're going to find out in the next few days, probably. Guess we'll see. Didn't think I did. I just threw up a Red Guardian because I thought it was the universal for that was a close match. Yeah, that's the thing with emotes, right? Is sometimes they get interpreted differently. Also, a huge part of it, at least this is my experience as a streamer, the reaction someone's gonna have to emotes often can depend on how the like 5 to 10 games before it went. Like you could have just caught him on a little bit of tilt. I know I've been there. What do you think? What card, or do you think card is gonna get reverted? Not necessarily reverted, but I'll put it this way: I wouldn't be surprised if she did go back to a 4-drop, like a 4/4 eventually. It would not be super surprising to me. This is such a trap, but like I think I need to do it to have a chance to win. Like we just hope we get Iron Man. That's the other part of it too, is like some people very much do not like getting GG'd in the chat. Which is fair. Doesn't bother me a whole ton. Unless unless you know, other stuff happens before it, but everyone's different. Alright, so Iron Man or bust, baby. Iron Man or bust. Actually, no, the better play here is to do this, because if it's Iron Man and I draw it, I want to put the Mystique here instead of this. And if it's not Iron Man, we get the fuck out of here. Yeah, the discussion about it was basically like, I thought they were pretty hard against okay, that's good. So here we asked the question, do they have Cosmo or it's just gotta be Cosmo. I'm pretty sure we beat, or their own Iron Man, I guess. But we double it. We fucking double it. I'm going for it. Or Super Scroll, or Rogue. There are a few things that kill us here. They know I have Iron Man, though. So I think they have to assume I'm going to play the Iron Man here. They don't know I have Mystique yet. They could play their own Iron Man and be like, my Iron Man beats yours, and then I play Mystique, and I'm like, haha. Yeah, it sounds like a unfortunate. Wait, what? It's Ajax? Hello? Hello? What the fuck? Sultan of Swing. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Well, that's a nice Captain Cardi you got there. It'd be a shame if I had 172 power in the Moonstone lane. Sheesh. What would you cut to add Super Scroll? Honestly, if you want to add Super Scroll, you probably have to cut the lad. I can't see cutting most of the other cards in this deck. They all do important things. Lad does something fairly important in terms of adding consistency and high roll, but if you're just trying to roll mirror matches, it's probably Super Scroll in the Lad spot. Surprised that worked. I did not expect it to be Ajax, that's for sure. That is not what I was thinking. Yeah, they lost to the Iron Man they knew I had. I'll let you guys in on a secret. I mean, this is lower for me compared to what I normally am. I'm usually chilling in the top 100, top 50 or whatever. I've been kind of fucking around more. But on average, I think that like the average player I run into now is worse than they were 6 months ago. Now, to be fair, I think I also play a bit worse than I did 6 months ago. Because I think 6 months ago I treated it a little bit more seriously than I currently do. But the real reason I think this happened is not because players have gotten worse. It's because I think there've just been a lot of good players that have left. Honestly, the thing with the ranks is, I think the thing with the ranks is it can be hard to get there, but once you get there, it's not that hard to maintain. Now it can, go up and down. I've had my bad seasons. Like, I fucking hated the Iron Patriot season. That was not my jam. I think I did pretty well during Agamotto. This season hasn't super been my jam, but not because I dislike the meta, really. Just because I felt like I played most of the good decks a bunch. Some people might come back for Snap Pack, so that's what I'm hoping for. I am certainly hoping some people come back for Snap Packs. I'm sure Second Hitter's hoping there too. Yeah, I think it's a general good piece of advice to... I don't mind it, personally. Unless someone went out of their way to be, like, exceptionally rude during the game. Like, I don't mind someone coming in and saying GG. But I also understand why other people do mind it. Because it can be, especially if it happens a lot, it can be a little annoying to, and especially because it is true, it happens more when the other people win. Not always, but it does happen. I think the upcoming change to the ladder, let's drop at rank reset, is because there's less players in Infinite. I would not be surprised by that. But yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about it. I take it as a rule of thumb to, like... I think I've seen more people who dislike the getting GG'd after the game than who like it. But at the same time, I also understand where the average chatter is coming from. Because, like, I've been the person on the other... I've been on both sides of this coin. I've been the person, not really in Snap so much, but like back in the early Hearthstone days. I think a lot of the time people come to say GG, it's just because they're excited. They ran into someone they recognized and presumably enjoy the content of. So that's what I take it as. But I also understand that not everyone is going to feel that way about it. So that said, I do find that Husky's usually a pretty reasonable person. So if it really bothers you, you could put in an unbanned request and be like, hey, my bad, I wasn't trying to be toxic. But it all depends how much you care about that kind of thing. I got banned in Dexter's chat for something similar. There was a discussion about emote fist bumping. Some streamers think that if you win, you can't fist bump first. I said in chat what I think about it in a few strong words. Got a timeout after I said it. Chat's not the place for me. Got a ban. Ouch. Yeah, it's like, I get it. Also, it's worse the bigger you are, because the bigger you are, the more people you have doing it, and it gets... So if it annoys you, it gets more annoying. I have a generally simple policy on emotes. It's usually if someone fist bumps me at the start, most of the time I'll fist bump them back. Sometimes I'll do it at the end. I usually don't do it if I win first, but I don't really care. The only time I'm really usually emoting is if someone was being a dickhead first, or if it's someone I know and know they won't take it the wrong way. Banned Dexter's chat for saying Redbeard is cool. Damn, Redbeard erasure. I got rank 57 one season and showed my friend my name on the official leaderboard. He called me a loser, and I realized that rank is overrated after Infinite. It's kind of funny. But yeah, the way I personally see it and engage with it myself is I generally view most of the people who are doing it just because they're excited, and they're usually excited because they're familiar with your name because of content. So I take it as a compliment, but I understand the side of why it can be annoying. You know what else is annoying? Discarding Captain America instead of any of these other 3 cards. That's real fucking annoying. Thanos Apologist not playing Thanos either. Besmirching his name. Got hit with the ad, so did the old switcheroo. The power of YouTube. Dodging ads since 2000 and whenever YouTube came about. Alright, it's a lad angle. But yeah, ultimately, I think most of the time everyone's going to have a little bit of a different code when it comes to how they feel about emotes, and I think that's okay. I'm a little afraid. I should move this to try and grab Prio. I think what I have to do is like... this, and hope I draw... Actually, Moonstone is better to copy than Ant-Man. Yeah, Moonstone is better to copy than Ant-Man. If I play her last... Do they get to see where the shield is? I assume they do. Never thought about that. Yeah, I think that's also true. Is the more competitive you take things, the more annoying the DGs can be. How do you consider positioning your card in certain locations if you think you'll Spectrum on 6? Honestly, with this deck, most of the time, it's just about stacking 2 lanes. That's most of what it comes down to. Unfortunately, we had some bad luck here. And we got not what I needed. I really needed anything but this Iron Man. I guess we're doing this. They left. Alright, I would leave too. Is Rhino good now? Don't know. Didn't play it. Based Suji, yeah. What's up, new high score? If it's Supergiant, how is Mystique copying? I guess that's true, huh? What would it have copied? What was the last card I played before? It was Lad, so it would have copied Ant-Man. Yeah, I'll be honest. I wasn't actually thinking about the... it's literally probably been... I don't know. Probably the last time I ran into a Suji was either Stefan or when Dinesh was putting it in Hella for a bit. Did they... Where... Why is this showing up so much still? I've seen this so much today. It's not hot location day anymore, right? I will say, having gone back to Hearthstone and compared the two, in my experience, the snap emotes are so much more toxic. And also more prevalent. Like, you still get some BM in Hearthstone here and there. It is so much more prevalent in Snap than it was when I played Hearthstone again. Well, that's just my experience, though. Sad Silk didn't get buffed again. I feel that. I would like a Silk buff. So what's in the box? We have quite a few things in the box, potentially. Seems worth just jamming down the lad. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the simplest answer is it should just be more normalized that games have a mute all button. Magic Arena has that. And so if you find emotes fun and you want to engage with it, that works. And then if you don't find emotes fun and you don't want to deal with it, then you don't have to. I think the only reason we do not have that is because they sell emotes. I want to snap them so bad, but I'm afraid. If they're snapping me, like what card got discarded for them? Oh, what the fuck? I can't see it? Start of each turn, get +1 energy, then destroy this if your side is full here. Oh, it's just the... No, I want to see a discard. It doesn't show me what got discarded? That's some bullshit. I don't know what they discarded. I know they got it back, but I wanted to know what it was. Try the in-game discard pile. I can look. Nah, it's not there either. I see. Is this enough? I don't know. Let's find out. This is the version that Smalls was playing. So it has a rogue. But I think I get through rogue as long as it doesn't nab the moonstone. Uncap negative power, right? It's to buff the Goliath. And the Mystique. Alright, I'm confused.
I am Iron Man.
Are you getting quaked or something? Alright. That, what is the lad? The lad was a Cosmo. That was, Stay. I wish I snapped him back. How has Anti-Venom not been nerfed by 1 power? I don't, well, probably because Ajax never got overly popular. It was its best deck. You play Ravonna over Patriot on 2. How many 0 costs would it take? Wait. Generally, in this deck, if you have... I think you're the card you prioritize on 2 in this deck is Sam. You prioritize Sam. Ravonna is the second priority because it helps you cheat mana later on. Ravonna is like the second best one to play on 2. Usually. Because Ravonna on 2 doesn't really influence our plays too much. Sometimes it allows us to sneak in a Goliath earlier than we would otherwise be able to. But it's really just there to make it possible to do like Mystique Iron Man turns and that kind of stuff. Yeah, like The Iron Lad actually was super helpful this game. You're looking for decks. Find the decks there. I think this deck is going to be very good, though. Butt did very well with it. And I think it just makes sense. I think this deck was already good. But Thanos kind of took over its spot. Because Thanos just was a bit less soft to tech. And I think just felt a little bit stronger. But now with 3-mana Captain Carter, like, this deck goes to the fucking moon. And you have protection against interaction with Cosmo, so it's like, I think this will be one of the better decks. Am I going to hold off on updating my game to get the variants for the next Spotlight? I am not. I don't personally care about them very much. I'm just going to get my Snap Pack and get the new card. That's my plan. But yeah, if you're a Spectrum fan and you want to jam some ongoing and toss a shield around, this deck probably one of the better decks to be playing. Tekken is such a good company. They're always thinking about the economy and how to sustain it. It remind me of EA with their comment on Battlefront 2. Dude, the EA shit was so funny looking back at it. Can we snap pack for the new card specifically? I can, because I have all the other cards. How the system's going to work, though, is it's pretty simple. You're still going to be able to pin shit in the shop. We don't know if the shop this part is changing too much at all. We know the pinning isn't going away. One thing I have requested that I would like them to do is to make it so right now, this spot has this is the weekly spotlight. This spot is going in the other part of the shop. This is going to be like, okay, hey, this is the card of the week. You can buy it with tokens. And then this spot, Series 4 and 5. I'm hoping that when this spot goes to the new part of the shop, this gets split up. So there'll be a Series 4 spot and a Series 5 spot. I think that would help a lot with the rotation. Because right now, if you're missing a lot of cards, it's annoying that Series 4 and Series 5 show up in the same spot. So that's a change I'm hoping for. But you're going to have the Snap Pack UI, and in Snap Packs, the seasonal packs are what are going to have the new cards. They cost $5,000. And they're going to have cards from the 2 seasons prior, and then it's going to keep rotating in the new stuff for the current season. The one thing I don't know about is I don't know if the rotation works on a week-by-week basis. So, for example, what was the last card that came out before last season? Or not last season. Yeah, last season. What was the last card that came out before last season? Last season was Agamotto, right? It was Conchu. Yeah, Conchu is the last card that came out. I don't know if, like, Conchu will be in there this coming week, and then he'll go away the week after. I don't know how that works. I don't know if they just say, okay, all the cards from 2 seasons before and this season are in there, or if it's like a week-on-week thing where it's like, okay, Conchu's leaving this week, new card joining this week. I could see it. They confirmed season-based. Okay, so it is based on the season, not like, it's not going to rotate those cards out week by week. It's just by season. That's easier to understand, honestly. Okay, cool. So, in theory, what you can do is, if you want some of the cards from within the last 2 seasons, they will be in the current Snap Packs as well as the new cards. Ultimately, I think if you want a specific card, unless you are collection complete or like almost collection complete, or maybe you have like all the old cards but not many of the new cards, I think most of the time you're better off just buying the card for tokens. Unless you're in a position where Snap Packs feel a little bit more advantageous. Like, the thing with Snap Packs is you're paying a little less, but you're not getting a guarantee of what you're getting unless you have all these cards or all the recent cards. So So I think for most people, if you really want a card, just buy it with tokens. Tokens are going to be a lot more prevalent than they were previously, and your keys are going to get converted. So right now, I think it feels very daunting to buy a card with 6k tokens. Under the new system, I think it'll feel a little bit better. But if you have like a limited pool of stuff you want, like in this example, let's say you skip Khonshu and Starbrand and you don't want them. Let's say you did want Khonshu and Starbrand. The snap packs provide, or maybe let's say you're like neutral towards them. You could take a risk and gamble the snap packs. Let's say you're missing those two in the new card. So you'd spend 15k in tokens to get what would normally cost you 18k if you're just buying them outright. The upside here is, the big upside is your potential to high roll. Because if you high roll and you get an extra Series 5 card, you're popping off because then you got, 18,000 tokens for the price of 10. Now, we don't know what those odds are yet. I am operating under the assumption the odds of that happening are not going to be high. I think it's going to be a rare thing, but really cool when it does happen. I think they said in the video the average is going to be about like 10% of the pack value, depending on the currencies you get. 5% or less is my guess. Yeah, I think that is likely. I do not think dual packs are going to be common, but they're going to be very pog when they do happen. And I'm hoping they'll be common enough to where, like, that's the big, I think, shiny incentive of a pack is like the chance for high rolling. What people love about packs in card games are getting, that super rare odds thing. So I think it's good they preserved that, but I don't think chasing that is going to be the smartest move. I think instead, buy the cards you really want with tokens. If you can set yourself up to like make packs advantageous, like let's say I want the cards this month, but I skip until the X-Men season comes out, and then I want those cards too. And then I could open a bunch of packs at once and hope I high roll. That's like a way you can go about doing it. It's not how I'm going to do it because I'm collection complete. So I'm just going to pay 5k for the pack and get the new card and get a little bit of bonus kickback or whatever. Another big question is how many new cards they're adding to the game. I've been operating under the assumption that it's not going to be a lot. I still think, even if they do add more than I think they're just going to do Series 4. I don't think they're going to pollute the Series 5 pool excessively. I think them increasing the amount of cards in the game is mainly going to be done through Series 4, through events. I'm sure, I feel confident in saying they'll probably do 1 to 2 new Series 4 cards a season. Maybe they'll start out slower, just do 1. Maybe they won't. Maybe they have a bunch saved up. No one really knows. But I think that's how they're going to try and... Because they have to figure out some way to, keep the whale money coming. Because right now, if you're someone who has a lot of resources and this update happens, the game is just cheaper. The game is, significantly cheaper for someone in my position who's sitting on a bunch of resources and is going to be able to use snap packs to get the new card. So I think the Series 4 cards are going to be how they kind of try and get people to use more resources. But if it is Series 4 cards, I think that won't be as problematic because a lot of the Series 4 cards are aggressively mediocre to bad. So that's where Dum Dum went. It very well could be. It very well could be where Dum Dum went. Wouldn't surprise me. But a lot of the cards have been kind of bad. I'm so sad this card didn't work very well. I really liked it. But a lot of the Series 4 releases, except for the Sanctum ones, are kind of not that great. But I think cards existing like this is good, because I don't think the design of this card is bad. I think it doesn't have enough support to work. It's kind of like Dakin, before Dakin was good. Dakin was terrible for a very long time, and then he got, a good support piece or two, and now he's pretty good. I think that is what will happen to many of these Series 4 cards. The rare exceptions have been basically like all the Sanctum cards. Gorgon, Uncle Ben, and Laufey have all been quite good. Those are all through the event. I mean, they've all been through events, right? But all the good ones came from the same event. It's kind of wild. Laufey turned out to be the worst of the Sanctum cards. It kind of is, because that's the one I think people were highest on. Although I think Laufey and Gorgon are similar power. I think Uncle Ben's actually the best of the bunch, which is wild. But I kind of love that. Love that he's playable. Yeah, the only thing I'm not looking forward to about packs is the fact that they're boosters in them. Fuck boosters. Fucking throw a fucking slap in the pack rather than give me boosters. It would hurt less. Or at least give me boosters for a card I don't have any for or something. I don't know. I don't think boosters should be in there at all. I'm pretty much the only big negative I have against packs is the fact that boosters are a bonus thing. I think that's dumb. And nothing will change that opinion. Yeah, it should be boosters for the card you get in the pack at the least, but I don't think they're doing that. Please think of the economy, yeah. Yeah, I think... see, I don't even have a problem with them jamming some cosmetics in there if they don't want it to all be value-based. Like, if you throw in a border or a variant or whatever, it's fine. Boosters are just such a worthless currency. And for the people who are late in the game, like, the problem is you usually don't have enough boosters for the card you really want to keep splitting, but you have too many boosters for all the other cards. Yeah, that's a great suggestion that I agree with. I think boosters should be universal. I think the concept of character-specific boosters is stupid. Although, you know why they won't do that, right? I know exactly why they won't do that. There's a very valid reason they won't do that. It's because there is a very small subsection of the community that spends a lot of money splitting new cards on release. And if you made boosters universal, they would lose out on a lot of money from those players. Because those players have played the game a lot. They bought a lot of stuff. They probably have more boosters than they know what to do with for some cards, but they need to keep wailing out to get the splits on day one. So that's why it'll never happen, in my opinion. Because it would just lose them money without, like, gaining the money. I do think it is dumb that you can't target farm boosters for a card, though. I think that should have been implemented a long time ago, and I don't know why they never bothered with it. Yeah, buying gold, or buying boosters with gold is just one of the worst things you can do in this game in terms of, like, value. It probably is the worst thing you can do. But usually the people who are doing that have, like, enough money to not care that they are setting it on fire. It's a very small percentage of the people playing the game, but as mobile games, do, that small percentage makes up a lot of money, usually. Yeah, I just use the fucking bonus booster system. This shit's my jam. This was one of the best things they ever added to the game, because once you clean out upgrading, you can essentially make it guaranteed to show what you want, as long as you have enough boosters to split all the other cards. So this has been great. Don't say that too loud, they'll hear. No, they know. Yeah, I think the card I have most boosters for is Jeff. I have a lot. Real ones remember when Jeff was a staple, played in every deck. I have 4,671 Jeff boosters. I think Chavez is up there too. Chavez used to also be in every deck. No, Chavez is like 3K. It was Jeff. Jeff was the most. I also split Jeff a lot too. Look at all these Jeff splits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 Jeff splits. They should buff Jeff, yeah. Is there not a filter for most boosters? There is, I just didn't feel like doing it. I just knew which one I had the most boosters for because I've done it before. If you go by upgradable, I think... yeah, if you go by upgradable, these are the ones I haven't upgraded yet. But yeah, Jeff is my most at 46. Iron Man at like 3K. Chavez at 3K. What's Carnage at? 2,500. Jeff is the only higher series card up here. All these other ones are like... Zabu's our first. Well, he's series 3 now, but he used to not be. All the other ones are like early game cards. I guess this was series 3, but... And then we have Jeff, because Jeff was the GOAT, man. Jeff went in every fucking deck in the game. They tell stories about how goated Jeff was. And now he's been relegated to the bargain bin, even though he's still a big Jeff in Eternal Series 5, apparently. We miss you, Jeff. Someday you'll come back to us, but not today. Certainly not in a Captain Carter world, I think. 3-2 Captain Carter world. They should charge you 100 gold to refresh the bonus booster. Well, the funny thing was, that's how bonus boosters used to cost you extra gold. How this worked before they redid it was no one used it because you paid a little bit of extra gold to get the boosters. Didn't Safety punk me with Jeff earlier? Jeff was not why he won the game. I respect him for playing Jeff, but Jeff was far from the reason he won that game. Jeff could have been any other fucking 2-3. Jeff works in Toxie Doxie. We actually saw that today, funnily enough. We saw someone go Toxie on 2 into Big Jeff. I know, Blue. I know you're just trying to get one over on me. It's the chatter experience. It's all good. This deck is good, though. I think this deck will be very good. Can you War Machine through Toxie? You can. You definitely can. Any idea how to buff Jeff, as he's literally a weak version of Sam? Well, you start by nerfing Sam, which they did today. Deserved. I don't really know unless you wanted to do... I think the way, if you wanted to buff this card, the safest way to do it would be like, you can only move this, or you can move this once. Nothing can stop you from moving it. It gets +1 when it moves or something. I think that's how you would buff it. I don't think you could just give it a 2-4 stat. But I think they've drawn a pretty hard line against I think if a card is going to be better than a 2-3, it has to have like a pretty strict condition. Sam has been the exception for this for a long time. Like cloak, condition, all these have like pretty... Probably the most lax condition is like, I guess, Spider-Man or Lizard, but like they're still relevant. Because what happens is when you start creeping up the 2-drops, eventually they start like really competing with 3s, and then the power creep just goes up the cycle. So I think they've drawn a pretty hard line at 2-3. They pushed that line a bit by making 2-3s that were absurd, like this card before it got nerfed. And I mean, I'm sure Sam is probably still pretty absurd, but the original form of this card, where this was a 1-drop and this was a 2-3, is just like, they kind of peaked at like what the best 2-3 they could ever print is. I find it hard to find a way to make a better Sam Wilson, which is why same with Iron Patriot. Like I was confident both those cards were going to get nerfed because they just are so easy to slot into decks and do very strong things and don't require a lot of deck building. Not only do they not require a lot of deck building, they heavily benefit from, like, just a little bit of deck building. Scream also started as a 2-3. Well, technically, Scream started as a 2-2 and then became a 2-3 because they changed the Juggernaut interaction. But yeah, she's been on a ride. Angela was 2-3. Isn't Angela still 2-3? She is. Old Angela. I thought wasn't she? I don't know. Let's look. I thought Angela was 2-2. No, I think you're right. I think she may have been a 2-3 at the very start. I don't remember. All right, later MarvelSnap 24/7. I know it is getting late. I'm probably not long for this world either. I want to jam some RPG gaming. Original Angela was 2-3. After you play a card here, +1 power. Then it got changed to 2-3 after you play a card here, +2 power. And then it got nerfed to a 2-0. Oh no, they changed it. Yeah, wait, after you... Previous, current. It was never 2-3 +2. It was 2-3 +1. Then why does it say this is current? I'm confused. Oh no, I'm looking at this in the wrong order. It's down here. I'm thinking this is recent. Wrong order, yeah. 2-1. When you play a card here, +2. Yeah, this seems right. 2-1, then to 2-0. This wasn't a change. Then they made a 2-2 +1. And 2-0 +2. And 2-3 +1. And this just changed the text. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame anyone for not remembering the exact details. Like, things change a lot in this game. Yeah, I made the mistake of starting at the top. Should have started at the bottom. I'm getting closer to Angela Mastery. We're up to 20, almost 22. Angela has been on a ride. I like that this card is actually still played. Makes me happy, even though it's kind of fringe, but... Can't believe they actually brought Carter to 3-2. Is she good in Surfer? Yes. Is it hot in the desert? She's real good in Surfer and real good in this deck. I don't think she is going to remain a 3-2 for the foreseeable future, but she's going to be a 3-2 for at least the next month, so... Buying her gold bundle. I did buy the Angela gold bundle. I wanted some credits, and I had a bunch of gold. You can see what the variant looks like. Yeah, that goes pretty hard. Angela, Kitty, Sarah, Bishop were my Mount Rushmore for the longest time. You and me both, friend. I have a huge affinity for Sarah Kitty decks. Some of my favorite decks. And it's cool they're still kind of floating around a bit. Not all of them run Sarah anymore. Some do, some don't. But I do love how Kitty, Angela, Elsa has become a little package again. Those decks are probably going to struggle a little bit unless they're running tech right now, though, because this card gets really fucking big. This card gets dummy thick. Original Elsa was nuts. Original Elsa was absurd. 2-2 +3 was crazy. That was pretty crazy if you were around back then. I think anyone who's been around for a longer period of time, you know, Snap doesn't always get it right with balance, right? But as someone who's been through all of it since release and a little bit of beta, I will say it is impressive how less bad they are at it than they were like a year or two ago. Because, man, the first year and a half, this game had abysmal balance. The balance was fucking terrible. And I think we sucked it up because the game itself was fun, but, like, God, if you go back to those metas, the amount of times we had, like, an S-tier deck cycle in, define the game for, like, a month or longer before the next one cycled in and dominated the game. I think it's a miracle more people didn't burn out. It probably speaks to the strength of like the core gameplay being fun that people toughed it out through so many dog shit metas. Like the Shuri meta, the Loki meta. I didn't mind this one as much, but I know a lot of people did. The Eliath meta. The Elsa meta was crazy. That was still like... Elsa was so crazy because Loki was the nuts, and then Elsa came out, and it turned Loki decks into Elsa decks that ran Loki. Thanos was broken for like... I'm pretty sure... Thanos has been broken numerous times, but we went through like a straight like 3 to 4 months of Thanos dominance where they kept like dinging him. Speaks to the strength of the Marvel IP. That too, for sure. I agree. I think if this were just a regular-ass card game, a lot of people would have dipped. A lot of people did dip. But the balance is a lot better than it was. That's for sure. You know, they're not perfect. They're still working on things and figuring things out. I think today's OTA was a good example of both one, not being perfect, because wild change to make when you're taking a month off OTAs. But on top of that, the Rhino change was like a really positive thing, I think. I like that they did this and they were like, hey, we're going to try and do this more. To me, that says, hey, because we know someone newer has been doing the OTAs. Like, Glenn used to be the main OTA person. I believe it's someone else now. And I don't know how long they've been doing them. But I think there's definitely been some feedback over the past few weeks that some of these OTAs were kind of boring. And it's like, I get it. If the metagame's in a good spot, you don't want to, nerf a bunch of stuff. But we would at least like some buffs that breathe new life into cards that are kind of useless. And so I love a change like this, even though I don't think it's going to be super relevant. I don't think this card is going to be super played. But anytime you take a card that is like pretty much stone cold unplayable, unless you're like a C3 masochist, and make it into a card that might be worth considering with a Strange Supreme or a Junk deck or a Cersei deck or something, I think that's a win. I think that's good. Is he good for Supreme? I have no idea. Dude, I don't know if running a 3/6 that summons a rock is actually worth in your Strange Supreme deck, but it's something you can try, It's like, if I wanted to take today and be like, all right, I'm going to explore Rhino a bit, I feel like there are things I can do with that, which is, that's what I care about in a card game a lot of the time. I don't need everything to be, top tier or amazing, but I want to have a reason to brew. And a change like this gives me a reason to brew with a card that I previously have not. And so for me, those are the big changes I like to see in OTAs. Because, nerfs, cool, if we need them, give them. But this is so much more interesting than saying, okay, let's give Rhino a point of power. Like, if they made 3/4 Rhino and he did the same thing, I think we all would have collectively rolled our eyes pretty hard and been like, here's another one. And it's not that giving Rhino +1 is bad. It's just that it doesn't give me much more to do. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about Fastos. I'm glad they did it with Fastos because I think making this card stronger is a good thing. But this change doesn't super inspire me to like revisit that Fastos that much. I'd be much more likely to mess with this card because it's more interesting. So... And there are a fair amount of older cards that I think are worth revisiting. I think it's actually less than the average person thinks, because the ratio of cards that are playable in this game is, I think, surprisingly high. It's more than you think. Like, there aren't a ton of cards that are super useless. Fastos is fun. I mean, like, I think Fastos definitely has an appeal to him. Wish he added a rock to both sides. Dude, he would be very good, I think, if he added a rock to both sides. Like, this was a great example of making this card fill a different role and kind of change the archetype that evolved around it a little bit. I loved them changing Sauron to a 2-drop. I thought that was a great change. I don't want another White Widow, thanks. That's a great example of a card that I think desperately deserves a rework. My not so hot take, if you hate this effect so much to where if it's popular at all, you don't want it around, maybe consider changing the card to not do this. Like, I wish Black Widow and White Widow both got changed to do something different that fits their theme, because I think they're both kind of ass. Especially this card, though. This card is so much worse. White Widow can still have some moments sometimes. Black Widow's just ass, like, 90% of the time. Widow's Kiss is maybe fine if the Kiss operates like Luna Snow's Ice Cube. Yeah, if this had like a start of turn trigger, it's a lot more playable. And I think that would help solve the clog issue, because you couldn't use it to clog someone on an early turn, but you could still play it as like a potential 2/6 on the final turn. So I don't know. I'd like something to make this card not shit, because it's pretty shit. But a lot of the worst cards they have brought up a bit. Like, they brought up a lot of 2/2s to 2/3s, which is probably as high as they'll take them. They talked specifically about evening out 4, 5s, and 6s a little bit. Like, there are a pretty big handful of cards that I think are just not played because they're not very good in the 4-drop slot. Rescue, Leech, Jessica Jones, Shuri, Lockjaw, Omega Red. They could probably do a little more to make these cards, like, try and compete a bit better. And the same is true at 5 and 6. It's like, I think the distance between good 5s and bad 5s is really high. Now, some of these cards are always going to be, like, a little weaker because they're starter cards, like, probably like White Tiger, Professor X. These are early cards, so they're probably not going to tweak these ones. Although I would like them to... Honestly, I would like Professor X to be reworked. I think Charles is a very iconic character, and I think his effect is fucking lame. It's thematic, but I think it was cool before Cannonball came out. Although it was still kind of busted with Thanos before Cannonball. I think it was a neat idea, but I've never loved the reworked version. I would like him to do something else, personally. Feel the same way about Jean. I very much enjoy Jean. Jean has suffered from the fact that we have more cards that can move now. Like, printing Sam Wilson Captain America was just a massive fuck you to Jean. Like, this card could be a 3/5, and I don't think it would matter. But I'm happy they put that in the OTA, that they're, like, thinking about this. Because, like, I think most of the time, I have a hard time getting a read on what they are thinking a lot of the time. I can look at the data and usually make pretty reasonable guesstimates about what cards will change and won't change based on the data and my own experience. But it's usually hard for me to know exactly, like, what they're thinking if they don't spell it out. So I was happy to see that they spelled out that they want to buff more, not played older cards, and they want to look at closing the gap a little bit between some of the, really good 5s and 6s and some of the worst ones. That was a nice thing to hear. And I'm hoping that this OTA, even if this card does end up being overpowered and gets nerfed in a month or whatever, I'm hoping that they saw the positive reception of the OTA as like, okay, yeah, this is what people want in terms of like trying more buffs. And because I think that's what you should do when you have a pretty balanced meta and you're not going to nerf a ton of stuff, or you're going to do light nerfs, is I think they should breathe more life into some of these older cards that just aren't cutting it. Yeah, I can show the Ultron inked split. He looks pretty cool. The stones look fucking awesome and inked. Yeah, like, I'm in the same boat, even though I'm a little weary about what the Carter buff might do to the game, because we're taking, you know, next OTA off, so the next one is until the end of May. I'm generally pretty happy that they did the things that they did. Maybe I'll feel differently in a few weeks. But really, it's more about that. I think buffing Carter was a danger. I think they should have had a little bit more foresight on buffing Carter. I think if they were going to buff Carter and they knew this was coming up, they should have buffed Carter 2 weeks ago. But Carter was still newer then. They probably wanted to give her more time. I think they should have buffed her 2 weeks ago, though, and then they could have had their little experiment and then been like, okay, well, we'll see where it fits. But yeah, he has a lot of good border options. I was considering the red matte looks very good. Also, with inked, I think the black cosmic actually goes pretty hard, too. We have red cosmic. This one. He's got options. This looked really cool, though, using the red on red. Aurorum raid. What's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. To be honest, I don't know how much longer I'm going, but I appreciate it nonetheless. We're kind of just talking a bit. How'd your games go? How's the OTA treating you? Bedtime for you too? Yeah, it is late. It's like 1 a.m. I'm on a little bit of a late night schedule recently. Not usually for streaming, but I stream late on OTA days. Can I buy your 12 copper borders? Yeah. You think Second Enter doesn't touch certain cards, knowing in a month a new card will bring new life to it? I am sure there are cards like that, yes. I am sure. I thought part of the reason they weren't buffing Carter was because they were waiting for fucking, what's his name, Dum Dum. But that appeared to not be the case. I was arguing with someone on Twitter about this. I saw someone complaining about them changing her too late, but I also feel like they did this exact same change 2 weeks ago. Might feel like trying to sell the season pass for some people. Yeah, people are going to complain either way. I think they could, even when they do something, I think, completely right on some of these changes, there's always going to be someone who complains. It's just nature of the internet, right? But I am of the opinion, I would have started a little lighter with Carter. I would have started with a 4/4. I mean, if you guys were around, I've been arguing for 4/4 since like the day she came out. And I had a bunch of people bring up 3 cost, and I was like, nah, there's no way. It scales. I wasn't even thinking about Moonstone. Moonstone's fucked up. But it just scales so highly. And then you have Surfer synergy. Surfer's already a good deck. Like, I was very much against it being a 3 cost card, and I didn't think they would do it. I'm pretty sure they had a post where they like specified why they made her a 4 and not a 3. And so I was very surprised that they made her a 3/2. And it's been a couple hours. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. We're not at the point where I was only seeing Carter decks just yet. But I think this card is probably going to warp the meta to a degree around it. But we'll see. They said she would scale too high for a 3-drop. Yeah, we're basically putting that to the test. We are putting that to the test. I think it'll be very prevalent within the next few days if this card should be a 3-drop or not. I'm leaning towards probably not. But my big counterpoint is I don't mind them trying this. I think they picked a poor time to try it, though. I don't think this is a change. I don't mind if they swing big on a card, because it's easier to buff a card to be a bit stronger, and then figure out, like, okay, like, we made it a little too strong. It's easier to tune a card down than, I think, to incrementally than to tune a card up. I think if you look at it, like, the amount of times a card has needed multiple buffs to get it in the right spot versus one nerf. It's just easier because you have more data when a card is really powerful. You have more data to look at. You can examine, like, why it's doing the strong thing it's doing, and then you can figure out how to adjust it. When a card's weak, you have a lot less data to go off of. So it's, like, harder to be sure, like, okay, is this the right way? Like, I could be wrong. 4/4 Carter might not have been good enough. Entirely possible. I'm open to that possibility. So I don't mind them starting at 3/2 and being like, hey, we want this card to do something, and it's not doing something. Let's try this. I think Snap generally gets away with that better than other card games can, because they balance the game so frequently. But I think choosing to do that when you know you're taking the next OTA off and you're not patching till the 29th, I think that's a lapse of judgment. I think that's poor timing, and I hope it doesn't leave a sour taste with people as, you know, the meta gets figured out, because aside from new card releases, which, you know, I'm sure will have an impact, some more than others, like, we're not getting... we're not having anything else that's going to change, like, what's going on in the game for the next month or so, outside of, you know, the new card, battle pass, whatever. So if this card does end up being problematic at this level, they did say they can do an emergency thing, but I think it's a little, like, overestimated how often they would step in. Like, I think when they say emergency, they mean, like, card has a 70% win rate or something silly. I think it would have to be just unfathomably broken, and I don't know if it's gonna hit that to where it justifies that. It's possible. Scar Hella levels, yeah, probably something like that. Like, it literally is, it's gonna have to, like, take over the game and have massive popularity. And yeah, I don't envy the people making these decisions, for sure. And it's weird because sometimes they, like, let it ride for a long time, and other times they're quick about it. So it's weird. It's weird. How does Moonstone work with Carter and Ant-Man, let's say? Does she give 6 power to the back or 10 with the Ant-Man? I believe she will give 10 with the Ant-Man. I believe Moonstone will just fucking give whatever she has. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Loki was strong for too long, but Loki was a very unique situation, because it was only truly problematic at the very top end of the system of the ranks. Like, the average player was dog shit with Loki, and the stats constantly reflected that. And then they changed it, and they actually made it really good for, like, everybody, and then it was OP, and then it got pretty quickly nerfed, and then it was bad, and now it's a bit less bad, but it's still not amazing. Loki went through a whole thing. But yeah, so I think it's important to, like, I don't know, address the like the intricacies of these decisions, because I am a little concerned that people are going to view this change a little bit more negatively in a week or two. And it's mainly going to be because we don't have the normal OTA cadence. I think if we had an OTA in 2 weeks, so they could be like, okay, yeah, this was too strong, we maybe need to rethink this a little bit, I think this would have been completely fine in my book. Because for me, as a long-term player and someone who likes streaming the game, I have streamed a little bit less the past 2 weeks because I have played the majority of the decks a lot, and I am a little bored. Like, I haven't had new things to cook with, it felt like. And so that's why I like changes like this OTA, because it gives me new stuff to try out. The card change, obviously the big one. I'm sure at some point I'm going to do a little messing with Mr. Rhino. Ultron was a change I was super happy to see made quickly. I think they'll probably adjust Ultron further, to be honest. I would put money on this stone being changed in some form. I wish Carter didn't invalidate so much. Yeah, that's like the concern, right? The concern is that I think there's a high chance this card narrows the metagame more than it widens it. And yeah, I think Stefan is right that if this card does narrow the metagame, it is going to be... It's not the same... It's not exactly what people hate about Hela, because, like, well, you can interact with it and whatnot, as long as they don't have a Cosmo or whatever. But it incentivizes going dumb high in 2 lanes. And I think usually when the best deck is a deck that goes dummy high in 2 lanes, it creates a more polarized experience that usually isn't liked. Hela did that. Old Thanos kind of did that. I mean, hell, new Thanos does that a little bit, but new Thanos is a little more resilient to tech. It is wild to me, though, making this change when ongoing Thanos was already one of the best decks. Even though I think the pure ongoing deck got a bigger boost from it. Is it actually interactable? But step 1 of every deck is, can you beat Carter on points/tech? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When I say interactable, I mean like comparative to Hela, you know, it's not as bad, but that still doesn't mean it's annoying if you feel like you have to go into every game with an Enchantress or an Echo or whatever, right? Yeah, it's like old Shuri was like the poster child for that bullshit. Old Shuri, you couldn't even interact with because they ran Armor Cosmo. God. Dude, it's honestly a miracle more people did not quit during Old Shuri. Old Shuri was actually one of the worst metagames I think I've ever experienced in a card game. It was just so fucking boring. And it was so much better. The Surfer builds aren't soft to Echo, so you need something else. Yeah, that's the other interesting thing about this. And this is why I think it's, I guess, a little bit more interesting to me than, like, you know, if Hela was the top, right? Is because, like, you can kind of... You can take this in a few different directions. All the directions result in you making a big-ass Carter and buffing up a lane. They're all doing something similar. But you can do it in ongoing, you can do it in Surfer, you can probably do it in Thanos. I do like that there are avenues to it, but it's going to make, like, teching against it a little weird. Does that mean I'm enjoying the OTA changes? I usually just stream late on OTA days because the OTAs come out later than they used to, so I usually don't start stream till it goes live, but I would say I generally am very pleased about the OTA. Although I think if you wanted to do this, you should have done this 2 weeks ago and then, you know, let that experiment run. I think it's just very dangerous to make a change this strong and then take a month off. I think if I were in their shoes, that is not something I would do. But, I mean, they have said specifically, if it really is too problematic, they can do something. But I don't know. I just don't see that happening. I think it's a very, very... I think it's a much higher bar than you'd think for them to actually, like, do that. But we'll see. Like, is Shadow King, like, maybe, but I don't know. But in general, I want to pull up the actual post. Because... What is this? Oh, from the web store. Because... So if you guys don't know, I don't know how... Do you know this, Stefan? You might not. I don't know. Most people probably don't know this. Do you know when the new person started doing the OTAs? I think it's fairly recent, but I don't know. they basically they brought on another designer, maybe multiple, but I think it's one new person who mainly handles it. I'm sure there's input from other people on their team, but I think they said someone else is handling it, whereas before it used to be Glenn, and now it's someone else. And I think whoever is handling it, I think this OTA and some of what they communicated makes me feel like they're being receptive to the feedback that's been being given the past few weeks. Michael Majors, yes. And I think I really, really like what they did in this patch. Not just the changes, but I like specifically, was that the start they said it? With all that, we're going to be rolling out some changes. Not that. We're going to be making some downward... Or no, that's not it. Where the fuck... Here it is. Capping things off with a rework of one of the game's original cards that doesn't have much of a home anymore. Something we'll be striving to do more often. Yes, this. This is like what I think a lot of people have been asking for and wanting from OTAs. I mean, I know, at least in the more vocal parts of the community, the fucking +1, -1 OTAs have been a resident sleeper. They have been putting me to sleep, man. Like, I want changes that make me excited to fuck with a card again. Instead of just being like, oh, here's one more power. Doesn't mean the one power is bad, but like, there have been plenty of cards that got the one power, and I'm like, I'm happy you got it. I'm not really excited to play the card, though. Yeah, more Rhinos, more Tumas, like, please. Probably became the balance lead a month back or so. I think so, too. I think that timeline sounds right. They started at the beginning of the year, but the takeover was more recent. I think this was very well communicated. And I think it was a very good response to the feedback that's been coming the past few OTAs. And so this makes me more look forward to upcoming OTAs, even though we have a little bit of a gap. Because this is the type of approach that makes me more excited to play and stream the game. Because, man, on the day where it was just all +1, -1, I was just bored so fucking quickly, man. I like Snap a lot as a game, but I've played like a couple thousand hours of it. So, like, to me, new content is king. And new content includes, you know, making old content that was unplayable playable. Or at least worth experimenting with to find out if it's playable. And so when a patch doesn't do that, it's like, it feels like a miss for me. Because for me, I want like new content out of the patches more than I care about them finding like the most perfect balanced version of the metagame. So I'm taking this as a positive sign. My one concern is that I feel like I'm a little worried that the wrong lesson might be... Well, I don't know if they're going to learn the wrong lesson necessarily, but I'm worried the player feedback, if it's negative about Carter as, you know, she becomes more prominent, and if it gets annoying how so many decks are Carter decks that are defining the metagame, I think some people will take that as, oh, they shouldn't swing big with these buffs. And I think that's the wrong lesson to learn. I think swinging big with the buff is good when we're on a normal ODA cadence where you can be like, okay, we swung a little hard with this. Let's dial it back a bit. Unfortunately, they decided to do this like, I don't know. They do this like, what, 2 or 3 times a year, usually depending on holidays, where they skip an OTA and they try and make the one before it a little bit more impactful. And this one's definitely impactful, and it's going to shake up the game. But this change was so strong that I think this is a change you want when you know you can look at the data in 2 weeks and be like, okay, maybe we shot a little high. I could be overestimating things, but from what I've seen so far and some of the reactions I've seen, I think Carter's going to be a metagame defining card for the next month, like, no doubt. And then people's feelings about those things are always amplified by the fact that, oh, it's a season pass card, right? So if you are a free-to-play player, you probably weren't too sad to see Captain Carter sucking copious amounts of ass. You're probably like, finally, I don't feel like I have to buy this one for 6k tokens when it rotates out. And now you're probably like, well, shit. So it's, you know, it's always going to affect different people differently, especially when it's a season pass card. But I like the idea that they're not afraid to swing a little bigger because they know that's like the big part of OTAs that I like, is that it gives you this safety net to where if you swing a little bit too hard in 2 weeks, if it really was too hard, you can reel it back a bit. I think that's probably the biggest strength of OTAs in this game, or one of the biggest strengths. Compared to other card games, like, you get maybe a patch a month, usually, if that, some or less. Snap used to have trouble with this, where before, like, was it before OTAs? The patches always used to feel like they were lagging behind. It was like that before OTAs, and I think it was still like that a bit after we got OTAs, but they got better at it. Is Captain Carter better or worse than original Iron Patriot? I would probably say worse. I mean, it's too early to say anything definitively, right? But I think Iron Patriot was an exceptionally fucked up card. I know, I'm still alive. I was gonna stop, but then we got the raid, so I figured I'd yap a little longer. And I'm making up a little bit for not streaming yesterday. I will stream tomorrow, though. I detested Iron Patriot so much. Zombie, that's how you know I'm getting tired, because I'm saying the word I see on the screen and not what I'm thinking. Iron Patriot did something that I hated so much, which was, like, it felt like it ended the game on turn 3 a lot. And I really disliked that. There was tech around it, right? Mobius, but, like, it just put such a ridiculous swing. And I think the one thing I'm pretty impressed with is that I didn't think this nerf would bring this card as in line as it did. I was very skeptical that making this, you know, the reduction 1 less would actually do very much. I think it actually got the card pretty much where it should be. I thought they were going to have to, like, chop a point too. But the difference between a 0 and a 1 is obviously absurd for 4 drops. And then the difference really does add up for 5s and 6s. But yeah, I think the big one was removing the free 4 was the most, like, I think, impactful thing. But it's also a pretty big difference having your 6 drop cost 3 as opposed to 2. Like, it really mattered. Carter buff is scary. It's going to be like this for a month. Yeah, it is. Is this Carter worse than original Sam Wilson? Like, I don't think there's a world where new Carter is better than original Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson was fucked up, man. What's up, Moonbounce? Sam Wilson was fucked up. Like, Sam Wilson, if I'm a card designer, this dude is going in the Hall of Fame to be studied. I mean, he's still really, really strong. But, like, he was stronger. He was significantly stronger. OTA was lame. You think so? Really? I'm actually a fan of the OTA. I just think they picked the wrong time to buff Carter like this. I think in terms of the actual changes, I like it. But I think they picked the wrong time. I'm happy they finally hit Sam again. The fact that, so this was a 1, which enabled some very strong decks, and this card should never have been a 2/3. But the interesting thing about Sam is that despite being the most, I think he is the most played card in the game currently, I think. Iron Patriot had that for a while, but the experience I felt about like an opponent playing Sam on 2 versus Iron Patriot I couldn't contest on 2, vastly different. The funny thing is, statistically, Sam performed better, but it wasn't as annoying because it didn't have that, you know, that variable range, and people weren't often insta snapping the Sam early like they were like, oh, I won the Iron Patriot lane, I'm gonna snap because I got a super cheap card. Yeah, for discard, I'm in the boat of, I understand why people don't like playing against it because it feels a little like negative. It's very like, if they get the nuts, they go mega big tall. But statistically, it just doesn't, I don't think it really merits it if they're just going off the stats. It's been a very middling deck. Like, totally fine. I feel like discard's like the definition of like a tier 2 deck. Totally playable, has some strong high rolls, but also like dies to itself or interaction quite a lot. Surtur was fucked up. Surtur was, I out of the last, I don't know, this and Scar were the most blatantly stupid design decisions, I think, in the last like year. Discard is the new destroy. See, that I think is kind of a fair analogy. It's like it has output you can kind of, I mean, it's a little more annoying to calculate the discard output than it is destroy, but it has a predictable output and it tries to do the same thing over and over again. What about Release Agent Venom? I think this card is stronger than Release Agent Venom. Release Agent Venom was very good, but like, I just want to know what they were smoking when they made fucking this card, and they were like, a core design of this card is that we want Surtur to make it free while also scaling off it. Like, it just, that was a decision that's like, okay, are we sure the people making this have actually played a lot of card games before? Because it's such an obvious, like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. I remember talking with like Stefan and a bunch of other good players about it, and like we all reached the same conclusion pretty quickly. Surtur rewards you for playing points with points. It's like there wasn't much of a, you weren't sacrificing much. What you were sacrificing was, well, I guess I'm weak to Shang-Chi, but the deck just ran stuff to deal with it, like Cosmo and Jug, and it didn't make sense to make a 3/5 base that scales bigger than most other 3-drops. I think like all the other 3-drops. And then, oh, on top of that, if you're already doing the big scaling, you get a free 0/11. It's like, I don't understand what the, I think the thought process there is that I think despite what might be said in like, you know, the more online vocal community, I think like there are a lot of like very casual average players who very much enjoy these simple slam big dudes decks. And so like I think they were really trying to capture that. But it was just funny watching the series of events of this card getting bonked down and how they tried to like compromise a little bit and making it work, but being a little less consistent. And then eventually just being like, yeah, our bad, we shouldn't have done this. I didn't think they would actually get that far to say that. I didn't think they would actually be like, yeah, I thought they were going to, you know, die on the hill for a bit that Scar was just supposed to cost 0. I thought they were going to be a little more obtuse about it and not want to admit. I think it takes, you know, strength to be like, all right, yeah, we fucked up and like admit it. Like, yeah, this didn't pan out how we thought. We're going to change, rather than double down and then be like, no, this was our design goal. We're sticking to it. I was in a chemotherapy haze during Surtur and Agent Venom seasons. Those are pretty good seasons to miss. You're not wrong. They were fucking rough, man. They were rough. But this one just frustrated me so much. Frustrated me a lot. Say what you want about Second Dinner, they eventually always kill the T0 deck. I'm just happy that they've gotten better at avoiding there being a T0 deck all the time. Because I think about this sometimes. I think about back in my early days of streaming Snap. Particularly, everything was really good at launch, and then for a little while after launch. But I think, like, I don't know, midway through... What? Snap came out in 22, at the end of 22. So I think by, like, midway through 23... fucking, it felt like we were just ping-ponging between T0 decks, and it was really annoying. And then it took a while, but they eventually have a better hold on the balance, and sometimes things slip through, but they don't let it ride as long as they used to, and they also don't immediately nerf one tier 0 deck into releasing a new tier 0 deck. And that's the big thing that I think has made streaming the game much more fun for me. Because I look back and I was like, why did I not enjoy streaming it as much as I do now? And then I look at the metas and I'm like, oh, yeah, I completely understand why I didn't enjoy it as much when every other person in top 200 Infinite was playing Loki or Cannonball Lockdown, or the list goes on. So I have no problem singing some praise there in that they have gotten better at it, and I'm glad they hired more people because I think that has only benefited the balance side of the game. Yeah, I think it's good that different strategies have a chance at the top. Like, for example, I think it's sick as hell that Spectrum has been a top tier deck. I think that's awesome because this card was dog shit for so long, and then it was not dog shit for 5 minutes back in like May of last year, and then it got nerfed, and then it didn't do anything for another 8 months or whatever, and now it's a thing. It's cool. There was a time when Nihilist was the best thing to be doing. True that. True that. You know what I'm still waiting for? I'm still waiting for them to free my girl. Please. Free her. I get it. You don't want the Legion lockdown combo to be a top tier deck. I'm actually in agreement with that. As someone who likes this card and likes Storm Lane and all that stuff, I'm in agreement that I liked Storm less when the Legion combo became the way to play it. I think it was just boring. Because it was just like, it's just like Clog. It was just like a 2-cube machine. Oh, did you do the funny thing? You get 2 cubes? Okay, move on. But I thought Storm has always been one of my more favorite cards. Because I think the tension around the flooding lane and the decisions that influences is really cool. I think it's cool to be like, okay, there are 3 lanes. This one's closing. Do you get in now? Do you abandon it? Is your opponent going to go for it now? Do they have a way of getting in later? Like, I think this card was a really cool design, and making it a 4 cost just butchered it. And I also think I was heated about this change. Because Storm herself has never been super problematic. It's always been like pretty fine as a 3/2. I think the very few times you might call it problematic, it was more just like an accessory to the murder. Like it was really Eliath or Spider-Man or one of these other cards that was actually being a little more annoying. Storm was just helping facilitate it. But I think for most of the game's life, this card has been very fair and interesting. It paints a interesting decision both in the game, the actions you and your opponent take, and what you do in deck building. Like, I have a soft spot for this card because I love playing old Doctor Doom. So this was a good card to put that in. And I'm pretty sure they are aware that this change wasn't super enjoyed. I think they took a lot of shit for this change because also you have to remember the IP. And I'm not talking about Iron Patriot. You have to remember that Storm compared to Legion and War Machine is like 50 times more iconic of a character. Like, people, I think, care a lot more about this character because of who she is and, like, the history there than they care about Legion and War Machine. And so I think, and the fact that it's a starter card, that's like an interesting, like, I always thought Storm was so cool when I was a newer player. I thought this was one of the coolest cards. Now, one idea I really liked that I would love them to try out if they wanted to take a new direction for the card is make it a 3-drop again, at least. But I loved this idea. I think Perry was the one who had this idea, but I thought it was a great idea. Have like 3 different possible storm things. So one could be flooding, but then have 2 other ones that are themed with like different storms, like a fucking, I don't know, a tornado. Do like a tornado that can like move a card out or something. Like theme them to what she does, and have it like Nico where it rotates through. Although I don't think they would ever do that because Storm is a starter card, and I don't think they want to give a starter card that kind of deep design. But if we're not operating under those constraints, I think that'd be such a cool way to go with the card that would also make it harder to do the Legion combo with because you couldn't get it as often. But yeah, I want them to do something to this card, and they've basically said, yeah, we don't think Storm is going to stay in this form for forever, and she probably won't, but I want her to be playable. Yeah, because look at all these banger variants, dude. This is like one of 2 cards I have maxed out on Mastery. It's because I have a million variants for this card, and they're all cool, or at least most of them are cool. This one helped, because this is an ultimate variant, but you got this for free if you played the game early on. I mean, a bunch of these were free for me, because I'll tell you what, I didn't buy all of these. I got a bunch of these just randomly. Somewhere in season... She was also in a lot of season passes. Like, I'm pretty sure this one... Pretty sure at least like 3 of these were season pass. She had a bunch of bundles. This was a bundle. This was a bundle. The motorcycle was a bundle. A lot of Storm variants. They could make her synergy with Legion to work like it used to work with Mirror Dimensions. Oh, so it doesn't close the flooded lane? They could. They definitely could. Yeah, I mean, that could be an easy solve to it. The problem is flooded being copied, not flooding. Yeah, I agree. Like, it doesn't matter if flooding is there on turn 6. Like, I like that they decided to give it a shot, but immediately it just felt like it's not creating fun and engaging gameplay. It's like the opposite of what I think Storm excels at, which is having to make you make decisions about, like, are you committing to the lane or not? It's like, you don't make any decisions when they combo. You just die. So I was personally in favor of like 5-drop War Machine instead of 3-drop Storm. But I think it's probably, now that War Machine's found some homes, I think he's probably better left at 4, and they should just change the interaction so it's not annoying anymore and bring Storm back, because Storm's cool. And I would like her to be a playable card again, because 4/5 Storm ain't it. It is certainly not it. 4/5 Storm sucks. It's a very no bueno. So, I'm sure some of you are just popping in. So, I can show you how things went today with the games. I started with some next level copium that promptly was thrown in the garbage. I played a bunch of this, and I had a fun time doing it. Cubes could have been better, but I wasn't I wasn't making, I think, the most optimal. I think I was good about retreats with the deck, but I wasn't good at snapping with it. I kind of just wanted to see the games play out. I didn't feel like overanalyzing it. But even with that said, it did fairly well. Hella sucks shit for me. I think I got unlucky, though. I don't think Hella's actually this bad. I think I had some unfortunate low rolls between, like, the Hella deck's always going to have a lot of variance in this form. Hey, what's up, Ben? Nice to see you. Hope things have been good with you, too. Remember when they kept releasing cards to solve Professor X, but instead Professor X kept using those pieces to benefit himself? Dude, the Professor X time was so funny. It was a very funny time to be a MarvelSnap player watching them. It was like Thanos. They kept it's like they have a pickaxe and they're chipping away at him. And then they just fucking shot him in the head after like 4 times didn't work. But Thanos finds a way. Reality is not often disappointing for Thanos. He gets there in the long run. I think Surge will make Ultron much more real, but it could be copium. Surge seems very strong. Pickaxe didn't work, grab the dynamite. Yeah, very true. He's inevitable. What do you guys think about the... how you guys feeling about the upcoming cards? I used to focus on the upcoming stuff a lot more. Now I kind of just take it as it comes out. I still like talking about them, though. I'll be honest, I don't give two shits about this card. Not because I think it's bad or uninteresting. It's just traditional move has not usually been my jam, and that seems like where it belongs. But I like seeing support for the archetype. The variant's kind of funny. Is that a chibi? I don't think it's technically a chibi, but bro has a big-ass head. No, it is a chibi, it says. Never mind, I'm wrong. But yeah, I don't give 2 shits about this card. I'll buy it and I'll mess with it a bit. Bro looks like a Bionicle? Dude, he does! I was wondering. I was like, it's making me think of something. I couldn't place what it was. 100% a Bionicle. This is huge Bionicle. Oh, I even think I know the one. Hold on, let's see. There's a specific one. I know the lore. I was a Bionicle kid, and I watched the... Dude, I don't know how long it was. There's like a 12-hour lore video of Bionicle. And I have watched it. Alright, it was... What was the one... It wasn't the original Bionicle, it was the Toa Nuva. Yeah, it was one of these. I think it was the... One of them was like crouched over. I think it was this one. Yeah, this dude. Let's see if I can find a better picture. Yeah, it reminds me of this guy. For whatever reason, his, like, head was lower than a lot of the other ones. Most of the other ones, their head was well above the shoulders, but this one had, like, a lower, This one had a lower head placement or something. Because if you look at them in a group... And that's what it makes me think of with the Hydra Stomper variant. Dude, I totally see it. I'm so glad someone said that. I would not have figured out why this was making me think of that, but I totally see it. Look at that. Because all the other ones look like... Yeah. Here's the OGs. See, he was lower than all the other ones had like a bit of a raised head. This one, bro had a hunchback. Bro is hunching. That's what this makes me think of. But Strange was a really good example of exactly, I think, the type of card that most Snap players really like. Like, the reaction to this card was like, whoa, this card's crazy, because you're seeing a 20 power 2-drop. And I think there was a little bit of overreaction yesterday in terms of how strong the card was, because he's very flashy and makes big number. But like you are doing things to make the big number. He's not just growing every turn on his own. You gotta do stuff. But I think this card was viewed as a win after a long string of like kind of mediocre releases. Like Goliath wasn't mediocre, but it was just kind of boring. It was good, but it wasn't very exciting. This was very exciting, but also felt reasonable. Why did they stop making Bionicles? I believe they just fell off in sales after a point. Have you guys ever heard the... Let me see if I can find it. It's... So, in watching the Bionicle lore, I remember... So, the Bionicle had a number of eras, but one of them, it's really funny. They were trying to... you could tell they were trying to change with the times. And the funniest part of that was them making a rap song about for one of their new releases, and I am going to share that with you now. Brace yourself, you aren't prepared for peak. All right, make sure the audio is on so you can hear it. These are Paracas. This was pretty... I think this was near the end of Bionicle. I'll have to check the year. When did this come out? Dude, this shit's so funny. I had like one or two of these, I remember. It was like at the end of... I mean, these ones kind of fucked. I'm not going to lie. Like, they were fun. The designs are kind of cool. They had like the rubber spine or whatever. They were kind of cool. They had the little ball thing you could shoot. But I never saw this as a kid. I never saw the commercial. And so I saw this years later and I was just like, this is so funny. It's just such a funny thing, because when did this come out? This was, I mean, I can see just by looking at the video. This was 18 years ago. Jesus Christ. 18 years ago. No, the 90s I think was the original. Was the original in the 90s? It might have even been like 2001. 2001, maybe 99. Anyone else have the Bionicle books as a kid? They look evil. They were evil. Those weren't even the good ones. The Paraka were not the good guys, but they were fucking cool as hell. So people liked them. Anyway, we went down a little bit of a rabbit hole, but kind of fun. But getting back to the point, I think we've had some middling releases like Ultron. Although I loved Ultron, but I can admit he was very middling and objectively pretty bad in most players' hands. A lot of variants for not a lot of payoff. Better now. Probably could still use a little bit of sauce on one or two of the weaker stones, but I do think the 5/8 change is very helpful. But Ultron was also a flashy card. I think he would have been received a lot better if he launched as a 5/8. I think Snap needs more of those cards that make you like excited and like are flashy. And that's why I think this card is going to be pretty nutty. Surge is the big winner, I think, for next season. This card is immensely powerful, I think. It scares me a little bit because any old Hearthstone heads might remember the Good Prince. Okay, Prince Keliseth. Seems like a card that's rewarding to play with. Yes, and that's why I think we could use more of in this game. This card. Anyone remember this card if you played Hearthstone? 2/2. If your deck has no other 2-cost cards, all your minions get +1/+1. This is what Surge reminds me of. Except there's very little restriction for playing this card. Keliseth at least had a downside. It wasn't a good enough of a downside to offset the effect, but it was a downside. This card I don't think has much in the way of downside. I mean, I guess the downside is if you whiff and hit a card you can't play anytime soon, you played a 2/2 that does nothing. That's a downside. Surprised they didn't preemptively nerf Beast for this card. Yeah, it could be pretty nutty. But this card seems quite strong, and I'm sure it will have... One thing Snap does very, very well, the people on their visual effects team deserve a fucking raise, man. They do a phenomenal job with the visual effects in this game. And I think it makes things way more fun. Oh no, my Infinite's just a 5/21. Even that downside is not too bad on a 2/2. Yeah, it's really not. It's really not super bad, even if you have to wait a while. But yeah, this card I think is going to be nutty. I think SMA is going to be really good too, the pass card. I don't know how to spell her name. Show me the card. Here she is. This card. SMA. ESME. Yeah, I threw in another E in there, I guess. 3/4 on reveal. Copy a card from your deck into your hand. Set its cost to 3 and power to 4. Hey, this card will get around them re-nerfing Captain Carter. This will be how you get a 3-cost Captain Carter when they put her back to 4 or whatever. 3/4 Carter. Yeah. Victoria hand card. Yeah, seems great in hand. I think there's a bunch of decks that can take advantage of this card. Like anything that plays the card Iron Man or Gore is just like stonks. Just seems interesting. Fairly decent body for a powerful effect. 3/4 Surfer. Now we're cooking. More Surfer support. 3/4 Brood. Just what we needed. Another good Surfer support card. We didn't have enough. We need another good 3-drop. It's the Patrick meme. Another million good 3-drops to consider in Silver Surfer. 3/4 card. Yeah, look at that. Value, baby. Mobius also has synergy with SMA. No cost reduction for you. I killed Zabu because 4s were too good. Now the power is centered at 3. Yeah, well, so it's interesting. Because Snap is generally a 6-turn game, 2s and 3s are just... I mean, don't get me wrong, they've gotten stronger. Like, this ain't your Grandpappy's 3-drops when MarvelSnap came out. 3-drop used to be really not that great, a lot of 3-drops. But the reason I think 2s and 3s have become so successful, not only because they've gotten, stronger, but you can weave them into turns so much more than you can the other cost cards. And this is where I think 5-drops in particular sometimes struggle. Because, like, and that's what I'm hoping they were talking about. I want to find the line because I really liked it. Like, this might actually be my favorite OTA in terms of what they said in the post. I don't always agree with some of the phrasing used, but I think they really did a good job in this one. But I'm looking for, yeah, this. Wait, no, that's not it. Where they said something specifically about, let's see, here we go. I think this is it. Ultron also represents both your turn 5 and 6 plays, which means that his impact needs to be properly calibrated to his level of investment, but we don't want, oh no, here it's above that. It's here. A couple things worth mentioning. We've had a large disparity between the strength of 5 energy cards and other cards near the top of the curve, 4s and 6s, that we're trying to rectify. This is probably one of my favorite sentences they've put in one of these things. Because this is like an open acknowledgement that, like, yeah, there's a pretty big fucking gap between the powerful high-cost cards and the mediocre to bad ones. The Ajax problem, there's always a best 5. Yeah, although I think it's less that there's always a best 5, and it's that, like, the gap between the best ones and the not best ones is very wide. Right? I think 5s are such a perfect example of this. Because we have what? We have Hobgoblin. This card doesn't see you play. Iron Man. Goated 5-drop. Does see play, but oftentimes you are trying to cheat it out or make it cheaper. Kang. Kang is Kang. We're going to go back in time 3 seconds before I said his name and pretend like it didn't happen. White Tiger, I think they did a sufficient job of tuning this card up to be like, this isn't, you know, a best in slot 5, but it's still a 5 worth considering in some fringe places like Cersei, or people messed with Firehair and stuff. But so many of these are awkward 5s. Like Valkyrie's a peak awkward 5, Dino also an awkward 5. You don't want to play a 5 that is vulnerable to getting killed by Shang, because you give your opponent a whole turn to do that. So that makes like the big guys a bit worse on 5. 5s are toxic to curves. You play them on 5 or are often wasting energy on 6. Yes. That's the benefit of 3 and 2, right? You can play 3 and 2 on 5 instead of a 5, and your 3 and your 2 are both much better on turn 2 and turn 3 than a 5-drop is. Awkward 5 is my dating profile header. Can we get some +2s? That's a +2 ass comment right there. That's a good one. But yeah, a lot of these are like either like they're just like varying degrees of like a little clunky, because like you can't do anything with them early, and if something doesn't line up correctly, like how many times have you played a Sarah deck and you see Dream Dimension, or you see the one that makes your cards cost 1 more on 5, or you use Mindscape, you swap hands, and you're just like, well, fuck me then. I feel like there are a lot of 5s that are just like, there isn't really a generic 5, is there? Like 5-drops haven't really had the you splash this in 1,000,001 decks. I think the closest thing we've had to a generic 5 is this dude, Mr. Legion. And that's because he just has such a unique and powerful effect that can steal games. Arrow in the past. True, Arrow was a... We have had generic 5s, right? Like, Arrow was one long ago. Hell, for a little bit, Vision was, right? They've existed, but if you look in the context of more modern MarvelSnap, they just have not been. And I'm not saying there needs to be a generic 5 that's good in every deck. I think that's actually kind of the opposite of what they're trying to do. I don't think they want a generic 5 that's good in every deck, but I think what they want to do is close the gap on how good Ajax and Legion and, let's say, Cannonball are compared to cards like Cersei and Black Bolt and probably fucking Annihilus at this point. Kangs are generic king. Someday they're going to rework this card and it will be glorious, but The only way you'd figure out when that's going to happen is if you had Kang powers and could look into the future. It's just that the 4s are almost always better than the 5s. Yes, but a huge part of why the 4s are better than 5s is because of like what Stefan said with the curving. With 4s, you can play a powerful 4 with a powerful 2. And 2s on average are a lot better than 1 costs, right? Like there's a jump that happens. Like, I mean, for a little bit we had a pretty good 1 in Sable. 1-3 was like really pushing the 1-3 that was sometimes a 1-5 was really pushing the envelope there for like, or Bob. Bob was another one too that was also a 1-5. But for the most part, a lot of 2s are better than 1s, and 1s get progressively worse as the game goes on. Like you feel a lot worse playing a Agent 13 when you have 2 mana than you do playing a, I don't know, another not very good like generic card that costs 2. It's like the gap is big between 1s and 2s, and because the gap is big, you want more 2s than 1s because they're high impact. But because there are less good 1s, that means 5s are less good because you only have 2 turns you can play a 5 unless you're ramping or have more energy somehow. So if you aren't playing the 5-on-5, which some of them you don't want to play on 5 because then they're vulnerable to tech, you want something to play with it so you're not wasting energy. And a lot of the 1s aren't that high impact. And then yes, Zabu. Zabu is the other thing that really juices up 4s because Zabu says your 4s sometimes will fit into the curve as a 3, and that's really strong. Especially when that's something like your opponent can forget about. I think that's actually some of the value of Zabu is people thinking, oh, they can't Shang plus Brood me this turn, or that's a bad specific example because usually you aren't seeing Shang and Brood in the same deck, but you get the point, is that people think, oh, they don't have enough mana to do this, and it's like, oh wait, Zabu discount. Got him. A better example would be like Absorbing Man, right, in a Surfer deck. Absorbing Man Surfer or something like that. At least I hope Surge will change. Yeah, could. Definitely could. No way they have Shang and Jug. Yeah, exactly. Like I bet most people in chat can put themselves in that position of like, you think about what beats you and you're like, nah, they don't have enough for that, and then you get got by the Zabu discount because, you know, that happened like 4 turns ago, 5 turns ago. You kind of forgot about it. Especially if the card died or something. I see that mission and I'm like, why is it taking so long to finish this? Then I see my decks, and my decks don't have 5 costs at all. Yeah, 5 costs I think is definitely the weakest spot in the curve. For sure. What I do like about 5 costs, one thing nice I will say about them is I think the 5 cost cards are all, or well, not all. I think the ones that are successful are very successful at justifying their build around, and I like that a lot about them. Iron Man is like this, Darkhawk is like this, Blarvel, Sarah, Ajax. Hell, he's worse than some other things, but even Ronin's kind of like this. Like, I like how they justify their... I think they do a good job saying, hey, we know this card's going to be a little clunkier to play, but the payoff can be worth the reward if you are willing to build around it. I like that kind of design and mindset. It's just, I think the gap is a bit far when you compare some of them to each other. Blink is a great example. I think Blink is a fucking awesome 5 cost card. And Blink also helps solve the problem of, okay, I'm playing a 1 with my 5. Well, if I don't want to switch up whatever I played last turn, evolving something into a bigger card, a 1-drop, into anything that's bigger than a 1-drop, pretty good. And you get a not terribly statted body alongside it. So I think Blink is a great example of like a 5 cost done right. Doesn't go in everything. It's not super generically strong, but like in the right thing, it really makes an impact. That's how I think you want 5 drops to be. I think they just probably could work on like bringing some of the worst ones up. Because I don't think there are any you really need to like tone down in the 5 drop slot. Because a lot of these 5 drops aren't competing with each other because they all are doing very different things. Spider-Woman's probably the best example though of a 5 drop I would like to see brought up to snuff a bit. I don't think this card is as bad as a lot of people assume it is, but it definitely feels like it's, you know, from a more fair era of MarvelSnap. It's also a lower series card, right? So I get, you know, they're not rushing to bump up the power level of all these early game cards. They're a little more careful about those, but I think Spider-Woman could be a, you know, the generic 5-cost card if she was tweaked in the right way. Might need to take a point or two off Ajax as a high base for an ongoing 5. Yeah, I mean, I think you could do that, and Ajax would be totally fine, because Ajax just goes dumb big. I would not mind if he was the same base size as Ronin or Dino or whatever. I don't think it would hurt him too much. But, like, I think it's safe to say we could live in a world where Black Bolt is a 5/8 again, right? You know? He was a 5/8, right? I'm not getting that switched up, right? I think he was a 5/8. Yeah, because I remember he got a nerf like Legion, and they've undone that a bit with some of these. Like they undid the anti-nerf. They brought him back to 7. That was good. This is a big question mark for me. I don't know what to do with this card to, like, I don't know if you can preserve the effect while also buffing it. I'm a big Valkyrie fan. I loved playing Valkyrie in, like, old school Thanos Zoo. Such a fun card. Also have the God Gold on Banana Split. But you can't really make this a 4-drop because then it's doing like a similar Shang-Chi type thing. But it's so fucking awkward at 5. Make it an activate. So, like, that might help, but I think it's too telegraphed. Because then they just avoid the lane. But I wouldn't be surprised if making it an activate actually did make the card better compared to the current form. Can be a 5/4, but it kills Cerebro synergy, so make it a 5/5. Yeah, make it a 5/5, save Cerebro. But I love the design of this card, and I would like it to be better. But I don't think they can preserve the current design. I think they would change it in some way. And I think with cards with a specific voice visual effect stuff, that is a higher bar because sometimes you have to redesign the effect. Now, they don't always do that. Like, they didn't redesign the Loki effect. It still looks like he's, like, splashing your hand even though it's your deck, but I think that makes it less likely for them to want to rework the card. But I don't know what you do with this, but I would like them to do something to make me feel like Valkyrie is a card worth playing. Do they change Rhino's VFX? I didn't play it, but someone in chat said he currently does not have an animation. I imagine they will probably give him an animation back in the patch, whether that's the same one or slightly different. Thanks for the follow. It's kind of like when Yondu first got changed, because the functionality changed, it broke the visual effects. That's probably what happened to Rhino. Did I cook Rhino? God, no. I wasn't that optimistic going in today. Today I kept it pretty simple. I kept it pretty simple today. I played a bad deck. I played my favorite version of Ultron, my homebrew. I played Hela and got rolled, and then I did a little bit of ongoing and rolled people. This was my MarvelSnap journey today. Made a Strange Supreme deck. It's working out well. If you want to post it in chat, I'll take a look. I don't know if I'm actually playing more of the game today. I've been streaming for like 7.5 hours. I expected to stop like 2 hours ago. We got a raid at the tail end, so I've been milking it a little bit and just having fun talking with chat. I'm pretty gamed out today though. I just like talking about the game sometimes. upcoming cards. This is the other card I'm really looking forward to. I think Zorn is so cool. Blocking out all 3s and 4s from a lane is hella interesting. Dude, this is so annoying for Silver Surfers. I mean, they can get 2 broods in the lane, right? But I do kind of love that. It's very cool. The buffs to Luna and Penny also seem like efforts to increase the 5 cross play rates. Yeah, agree. Savior of the Carter meta. When does he dude, it's a crime. This card comes out like 2 days before the next OTA or whatever. And you can also use it with like Vulture and stuff. Yeah, it's like, I love the design of this card. I think it presents an interesting challenge for both like you and the opponent. It's like, you can build your deck in a way to like maximize it, but you can also just use it. You can build your deck in a way where you're not as affected by it and your opponent is. It's just cool. Thaddeus Ross. That's spicy. I run some Dracula stuff. It seems cool. We were talking about Strange. Like, I think Strange is a big W. I think he's been the most fun card of the season for a lot of people. For me, it's still Infinity Ultron. Ultron's my guy. I just easily had more fun playing Ultron than I have had playing like almost anything else this month. And I really like the buff. I think this stone needs some tweaking, and maybe toss a power at the time stone while you're at it. This one feels clunky, but I'm not actually sure how you rectify that. Like, I think this is a decently strong effect that is weaker on the turns it is coming down, which are usually turn 5 and turn 6. Because it's like, if your opponent's going to contest the Ultron lane, oftentimes they're filling it, or unless they're trying to react to you with like a Shang or whatever. So if they're going for the contest, like pushing stuff into the lane doesn't really help that much. And if they're going for the other lanes and abandoning the Ultron lane, this isn't really removing a ton of their power unless they just have like one big guy or something. So it feels more clunky than I feel like it should. And I'm not sure how you fix that. This card still sucks, bro. I don't know, man. It worked fine for me. I know a lot of people are down on it, but I had a perfectly fine time with it today. We went 27-19. I think there's still room to make it better. Mainly this fucking stone. This stone sucks. Infinity Ultron is bad. It's because Carter's too good. I think it's so much more reasonable out of 5-8, though. I think 5-8 is what it always should have been. But I think some fine-tuning to the stones can probably make it better. I think this idea was just a little too cute. I think the idea of calling back to like original Ultron filling the lanes. It's not a card I would recommend in like a Zoo deck. I don't think it does what Zoo wants to do usually. I think there are a lot of decks where it will not be very good. I think you have to very specifically build around it a lot. And even then, sometimes he'll still screw you and give you the wrong stones. But I think that's just part of the nature of a card like this. I think more stones are good than they're not. It's just when the bad stones are bad, they're really bad. And it felt extra bad because you were playing an underrate card to get the bad stones. Now it's like a reasonable rate for a 5-drop, but going back to the discussion about 5s are really awkward on your curve. That's why all the Ultron decks you see run Luna, because Ultron is a much better card when it's taking up your turn 4 and turn 5 instead of your turn 5 and your turn 6. That flexibility like matters a ton. It's why also I like it in this deck, because Quinjet lets me sometimes go like stone plus Snow Guard animal, or weave in some arrows, or Iron Patriot card or something. And that sometimes does make the difference. Wasting half your final turn on an uncontrollable +2 to one of your cards is wild. Yeah, I just really, I think it's thematic, kind of fun thematically, and I think the idea was, oh, you know, if you're playing a lot of stuff out and you get the Mind Stone, it buffs your whole board a bunch, but this has just been, I've had times where it's been good, but it's just, when it's bad, it's unplayably bad. It's worse than Ironheart. Yeah, that's... I think this should just be a give +2 to each of your lanes. And it would be fine. I think you can remove the condition. Maybe you make it a 3-2 or something if you do that, but like... Why are we making it like a worse Ironheart? Unless you have a very specific condition. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, this one's good. This one's pretty good. Time Stone, I think, has the biggest variance. Not just because what it does, but Time Stone varies so much on how you decide to build your Ultron deck. Like, there are a lot of different ways you can build this card. The way I went for here doesn't leverage the Time Stone as effectively as, say, a Red Wing deck or the Hela deck does. Because those decks have bigger bombs, and so you more consistently hit a big-ass thing off of Time Stone. But if you're playing it in more of a generate a bunch of cards, Time Stone's kind of shitty. But I do think the Blue Stone is the one that really surprised me the most. Because this one, it was obvious it was the worst stone. But I think because of, like, Winds of Watum, a lot of people thought this one would be better than it is, myself included. I thought the Space Stone would have been a little stronger. And I'm not sure how you change that. I'm not sure what you do to make that better, what it's trying to do. Because, like, it already has the biggest power out of the stones. But the effect is just so irrelevant so often. So I'm not sure what you do with this stone. Why does it only target the lowest power? Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe you just... This card's probably a fair bit better if you make it random, right? Move an enemy card here to the location of Infinity Ultron. Yeah, I'd like that better. It would just be pure upside, right? Like, it... Worst case, you hit the worst thing it was going to hit anyway. No, it's not a 3-cost cannonball. Yeah, I mean... The high roll... It's possible that's too good, right? That could be too good. But I don't know. This is the one that I think will be harder for them to tweak to a more desirable space. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't kill like Cannonball, but a lot of the time Cannonball's strength isn't even in killing. It's just bonking shit out. This is the easy one to fix. You can fix this in a variety of ways. I think the easiest one is, yeah, just getting rid of the full location restriction. I say screw it and just make the stones cost 2. Make the card scary. Even then, I don't think it's scary. As someone who's played with a lot of 2-cost stones, I can tell you the difference between 3 and 2 is pretty fucking big. I think this card would be spooky as fuck if the stones were always 2 and then you could Quinjet them to 1. Like, Surfer memes aside, like, I think it would be very strong. I also think they're going to want to keep the Surfer synergy, even though it's objectively not the best way to play Surfer, because I think that the people who enjoy it probably enjoy it a lot, even though I haven't seen since the buff, but pre-buff, pretty much all the Ultron Surfer lists were tremendous cope. Yeah, I like the vision too. Like, I like a lot about this card. I think changing the stats, good. Glad they did it. I think they just have to do a little bit of workshopping on the weaker stones. I really don't think it'll take that much. I'm a little sad that he's 100% going to get eclipsed by Captain Carter this patch. I was very excited for this change, and I think it's going to be hard for him to find as much success. I think he would have found more success in like how things were before today's balance changes if he were a 5/8 than he's going to find in a post Big Carter world. I think he's going to just have a harder time competing with those decks, which is unfortunate. 3/2 +2 to each location. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic, Ironheart kind of vibe. Like, I like that change a lot. I don't know about this one. The Time Stone, I think they should give this card a point. I think they should give Time Stone 1 point. I don't think it'll matter a ton, but I think it'll make it feel quite a bit less bad in the decks that aren't playing a lot of big boys. Because a lot of the time when I get it in this deck, it does not feel good. Because I just have so much small stuff in my hand. What do you think the best decks to counter Carter are going to be? Sarah, Sandman? I mean, I think we're going to see a ton of Enchantress and Rogue. The weird thing about Carter is... So, I mean, it's kind of interesting. This card won't just go in one deck, right? This card can go in a few different decks. I think the two best are going to be Surfer and the Ongoing Pile that I played before. I think those are the two best, probably followed by Thanos. Although I think this one might just be better than Thanos because it goes taller than Thanos. But it's interesting because you don't... it's hard to attack all these decks in like the same way. Like, Enchantress is way better versus this deck than it is versus Surfer, right? We obviously do have one way to protect with Cosmo, but you know, Enchantress can still get you. Enchantress isn't necessarily always going to get you that W versus Surfer, because Surfer puts out a lot of points outside of the Carter lane. And I think that's also true of Thanos. Like, ongoing Thanos with this, like, sometimes you Enchantress an ongoing Thanos and they still just slam out points in two other lanes. Thanos goes pretty wide. We were talking about it earlier, though, and I think it's going to push things a bit towards some people are going to start running Super Skrull or Rogue, and it's going to feel very a little inbred in terms of like people just teching for the tech, and then naturally what's going to happen is people are going to play negative. People are going to play Super Skrull or Rogue negative. That is where I think this goes. I think this deck and Surfer are going to be real popular, and it's like, all right, what goes bigger than those decks and can also run tech that takes a shit on them? And it's like, it's going to be negative, and then that's going to push us into being like, okay, people are going to play Mobius, and we're going to go in a little cycle. And that's how I think things are going to largely play out. Now, maybe some new cards change this. I could see SMA and Surge throwing a wrench in the mix, maybe, somehow. But I think this was a wild change to make when you're having a month between OTAs. I would feel a little scared to do that, and that's why I'm surprised they did. I didn't think they would do this. I was like, all right, they're going to make it a 4-4, and we'll have something to try. I was like, no, they swung for the fences. And we're going to see the result. Carter should have been released like this. I mean, I do think generally people like it more when they swing harder on release with the pass card than when they don't. Now, people's a general term. You know, if you're a free-to-play player, you probably don't feel that way because you are subject to fucking seeing a million of them and not having it. And that's got to feel pretty bad. But if you're someone who actively... I think the pass card should always, like... I don't think it needs to define the metagame. In fact, I think having 6 months of the pass cards defining the metagame was a bit much. But I think it should, like... I think the pass card is the worst card to have feel unplayable. Because it's the card I think most people... If you look at all the cards people get, I think the pass card is probably one of the most popular, if not the most popular. And you want it to be playable. It's like defining the season. And Carter just missed that mark. And I was saying it day one. It was very clear. And I saw... It's funny how, you know, over time the discourse changes. There were tons of people who were saying, nah, Carter's fine, leave her alone. Carter's fine, leave her alone. She doesn't need a buff. Clearly, their stats said otherwise. Otherwise, they would not have taken a swing this big. But I didn't think it was fine. Although I thought it was very scary to make a... I wonder if the reason they didn't make it a 3-1 is because of Ravonna. Or if they just thought 3-2 is fine to go with. Ravonna doesn't really help that card a ton. I mean, I guess it gets a little silly with, like, this kind of deck, but it would probably be better in this deck as a 1. So maybe that was a good call. Because if you could just randomly throw this into your fucking Iron Man Mystique turn, it'd be kind of wild. Imagine they made Ultron a 4. Ultron would be kind of wild as a 4. Agamotto is like peak season pass card design for me. I love this design. Out of all the quote unquote, like, you know, 6 months of OP pass cards, he's the only one that hasn't gotten nerfed, right? And it's like kind of deserved. Like he's powerful, but he has a meaningful downside in the variance, and you have to build around him with, like, you need synergy for images, which is one of the best cards. Like, I love this card. This is, I think, the best season pass card they've made in I don't even know how long. I had a ton of fun with this card. It didn't feel like... It felt like it was strong, but not overbearingly strong. It really didn't have a super high popularity outside of its initial season, because I think the thing that is, though, I think they're different groups of, like, players, right, in card games. And Agamotto just appeals to, I think, my demographic very, very highly. Whereas I think for a lot of more casual players, like, I think that's what Surtur was for a lot of casual players who just like slamming big numbers. And I'm the complete opposite. I dislike most things about the design of this card. What's a better card in terms of being meta between Agamotto and Strange Supreme? Well, I think Agamotto is always going to have a bit of an advantage in terms of, like, I think it's better being a meta card just because, like, I think this card does more interesting things just by the nature of it's not just one card, it's 5 cards, right? And so I think it's a little unfair to try and compare this to any card that's not, like, you know, Thanos, or you can even compare it to Infinity Ultron. Just like when a card is doing more things outside of its own card, I think those just have so much room to be interesting and different. Strange, I think, was a pretty big slam dunk, though. Like, I think if you saw, like, how positively people reacted to Strange, I think a huge part of that is because the last few cards have not hit like this card. I think the designs have been cool for some of them, like Khonshu, I thought was a really cool design, but didn't hit as hard as this card did. This card's very flashy and fun, and when it wins, you feel really good about it, because he did a bunch of things, and you gotta watch those things happen, and then those things eventually won you the game, or helped win you the game. And so, like, cards like that, I think, are just, you know, a pretty big slam dunk. So I'm happy to see it. I got 1 key, so I don't know who to get. Got Agamotto pin. Agamotto is definitely not a bad card to get. I will give the disclaimer. He's a little, like, there's a little bit of a skill cap to it where it's like there's some learning experience you gotta do with the card, and also he punishes bad deck building. What I mean by that is Agamotto decks really want to be optimized around this card. This is your biggest power swing. The other cards are all good, like Bolts, very, very good. Lets you do explosive things. Winds, a 2/5 that can clog people. This one's a little weaker, but if you Agamotto's in your deck, it draws a card and gives +3. It's like, these are all good, but this is the one that you need to build around for it to work well, and you are very rewarded if you do that. That's why you see a lot of them running like a cheap card that they can transform, like the Sam Shield, Zabu, some of the other ones ran E-Tree. Just getting value out of a card, having a cheap card do something, and then you can transform it later to make your images good. That is the backbone of making Agamotto successful. But he's very fun, very different. I definitely would recommend it if you're interested in that type of card. I feel like the Aga decks are usually higher in series too. Yeah, that is also a barrier. I mean, the Agamotto decks are like, they usually have a lot of old season pass cards, is what I noticed. Like, if we look at the Ultron deck, that was the most popular Ultron deck during his week. How many of these are pass cards? Pass, 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 technically pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pass cards, so like almost half the deck. But they are also higher series, right? 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5. That is one thing I'm really hoping that the new acquisition system helps, is like it makes it more attainable to get the series 5s you want. Because it kind of sucks really enjoying a deck like the deck I was playing today, this deck, and then I look at what this deck costs in terms of resources, and it's fucking gross. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just 10 Series 5 cards. Later, Surf Lewis. Thanks for hanging out. It's just kind of fucked up. And it's like, I enjoy this deck greatly, and I do what I can to help people on subs, because some cards are easier to sub than others. But when someone's like, hey, what can I replace Luna Snow with? I'm like, oh man, I wish I could just be like, just save for 2 weeks and buy her in the token shop. But right now you can't really do that easily because of the acquisition. So that all changes soon. Hope they'll do different packs soon for older Series 5, like different than the collector's ones. My eyes don't even see Red Guardian as a Series 5. That's the extra tricky part, is when you've been playing for a while, it's easy to forget. Especially if you're like a season pass person, which I think a lot of people are. It's easy to take some of the cost for granted, right? Like 1, 2, 3. 3 of my 10 Series 5 cards here were in the pass. But that doesn't help you if you weren't there for the pass or you didn't get the pass. Will there be creator deck packs? So they're planning on doing themed ones and even potentially creator themed ones. But that's not coming at launch. That seems like something that's going to come a little later on. But it's something they're going to do, or they're planning on doing. So that'd be cool. Hit me up, Second Dinner. Put my Infinity Ultron deck in a pack. After being a season pass buyer for about 6 months, I can't believe I didn't used to. It really is a massive difference in terms of not just getting the card, but like all those extra resources you get kind of add up. Like, this is a public service announcement for those who didn't know. If you only spend money on one thing in this game, the pass is it. Like, buy the fucking pass. You don't have to get it every month, but if you want your $10 to go as far as possible, there isn't really a better way to do it other than like the $5 new player bundle or something. Just nothing else is close. And I think, I'm not sure, we don't have all the numbers. We're going to do some number crunching when we get all the info. Keep an eye out for that for Tuesday. I'm trying to have a video up talking about the packs, but I think it should become easier to potentially be collection complete or maybe Series 5 complete as a pass player under the new system than it is currently. I know for sure if you already are there, it seems much easier to keep up with. So I think it'll provide a better path towards getting there. But we'll see. It's exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing how things go. I really hope they do a marketing push. I hope it brings some people back, because I do think Snap is in a much better place than it was when a lot of people quit. In a lot of different ways. And I think that one big thing that has been making it hard to get people to like start or come back is like the fact that I can't just be like, hey, I like your deck. Like, how do I go about getting this deck? And for the longest time, the advice was, well, you know, get a low interest rate credit card, or wait for like 6 months to a year for the cards you want to show up in spotlights. And that just wasn't a very reasonable way to handle it. Because a lot of people, you know, if they come back, I can't tell you how many times I've seen someone come back and they're excited and they ask for advice, and everyone kind of awkwardly struggles to give good advice because there isn't really good advice to give other than spend money or wait a long time. And then whatever, you know, brought that person back, it'll fade, and then they just give up long before they ever get that deck. Yeah, targeting certain cards is going to be much better, and I think that really is the fix that will make the game so much better for a lot of people. Like right now, for example, let's say you want to play this normal ongoing deck, right? So wild this card is still Series 4. That is wild. I thought they dropped this. Like, I made a whole list, and I'm probably going to do a little video covering it, but basically, there are a lot of high-tier decks right now, where if you get 4 key Series 5 cards, some of them are, like, fully optimized, some of them can be a little further refined with an extra Series 5 or Series 4 or whatever, but you can make very, very coherent decks with just pool 3 cards and like 4 specific higher series cards. And I think that's going to give people an on-ramp to be like, hey, I'm interested in Mr. Negative, or I'm interested in ongoing Spectrum or whatever deck. And now I can be like, okay, here's what you do. You focus on these cards first, and then you work your way to it. And you can give people an actual time frame too. You don't have to be like, okay, well, you better hope Sam Wilson gets his ass in a Spotlight Cash sometime in the next 6 months. It's like, no, you can be like, okay, get Sam Wilson first. He's good in a lot of decks. You'll probably get a lot of use out of him. And then whatever next. And you get the idea. Thanks for the follows. Appreciate it. If you're new here, I'm Zombies. I do Snap stuff. Normally, I don't stream this late. I used to stream late. I became more of a, well, I was a morning streamer and then an afternoon streamer. I'm trying to get back to like the late morning, early afternoon, but changing your sleep schedule is a little hard, but we'll get there eventually. Isn't a good solution to just give everyone all the Series 3 cards quicker? It is, and that's what they did. Series 3 is still a bit of a grind just because there are so many. But yeah, they literally did that. They were like, all right, they cut at the end of last year, they cut the Series 3 grind in half. I hope they nerf Strange soon. The 2 cost getting to 30 power is happening a lot. See, I think, let's actually see really quick. I don't think they're going to nerf Strange. And I actually don't think Strange is going to be long for this metagame once more people get on the Carter train. But I think Strange did something like Iron Patriot did. Iron Patriot was better. But he's very in-your-face and flashy about when he's popping off, you know? And I think that can be distracting. Like, I think there are a lot of times that making that 30 power Strange can be a pretty big liability, because it can, if they clear it out, you get completely cleaned. So there's a little bit of risk reward to it. I think they actually struck a pretty good balance with him. Now I wanted to see cards. Is it just the cards tab, or it's cards tab Strange. Let's see. Let's see how he's doing. Although the other thing is, so he has pretty solid stats. I think that's the wrong Strange. That's actually way better stats than I thought regular Strange would have. That's funny. Strange Supreme. Wrong one. I'm destroying your sleep schedule. At least I'm not alone. So here are Strange Supreme stats. 50, just under 52% win rate. High popularity, but that's pretty normal for a new card week. Not the greatest on average cubes. We can look at his decks, but realistically, I think this card is being massively boosted by the fact that Thanos is very good. Like, I think this card is a wake-up call to people that Thanos is really good. And I think Thanos was really good before Strange came out. Now you can just do it a little differently. Or some people didn't even do it differently. They were just jamming on going with Strange, and it works. So I think it's less that this card is the giganuts, and more that this card made people aware of just how good Thanos is. Because Thanos has been very, very good. Now, is it possible they shave a little power off it at some point? If it is super dominant? Sure. I don't think that's how it's going to go in the short term, though. Like, I don't even think you're going to see a lot of this card after the release week, believe it or not. At least, you know, with the buff they just made to Carter. Like, he still gets pretty big, but I need to shave points off Thanos. So here's the funny thing. You're probably not wrong. Thanos probably could have a little bit shaved from him. Would not be surprised if the blue stone goes back to 1 cost. I wouldn't even be surprised if Thanos was no longer 12 power at some point. I don't know. I don't know how they're feeling about Thanos. That was one thing that caught me by surprise a little bit in the OTA. I didn't expect them to, like, if they're buffing, it seems weird to buff Carter in the way they did when Thanos is one of the best decks. Like, overwhelmingly one of the best decks. That seems like a dangerous thing to do. So I thought they might have, like, snipped Thanos a little bit while doing this buff. They did not. Thanos shouldn't suffer for Sam's sins. I mean, Sam definitely was a huge part of what gave Thanos a boost. Also, the stones being ongoing. Like, ongoing just got so much more support in, like, the last month. 2 months, right? Oh, a little more than 2 months. But the fact that we got, like, this card, like, these 2 cards were massive for buffing the archetype. Like, I think Thanos is great. I'm generally of the opinion that when Thanos is, like, a good deck, I think it usually makes the game more interesting. As long as he's not, like, tier 0. We've had a lot of tier 0 Thanos. Tier 0 Thanos usually doesn't make it more interesting. But when he's, like, tier 1, tier 2, like, I think it's usually a good thing for the game. And he's fun and different. And I think Snap should strive to always have some kind of viable Thanos deck, because I think it's usually a good thing for the game. It's just surprising to see a Carter buff when Thanos ongoing was so dominant. But I'm guessing the play rate must not be... It must be like Scream. I think it's like Scream, where the play rate isn't as high relative... It's higher than Scream. More people are playing Thanos than Scream. But I don't think the play rate is as high relative to how good it is. Like, I think with how good ongoing Thanos is, especially, you know, pre-OTA... it's still obviously good because it didn't get nerfed, but I mean, like, the game has changed a little bit with Carter being buffed a bunch. I think that it should be played a lot more than it is. And I think Strange is the card that started to wake people up about it. And so if that just happened, 2 days ago, of course they're not going to, get it in the OTA because the popularity hasn't gone up. So I don't know. I think it'll be interesting. Watch how this develops. I'm sure give it a week or two. I'm sure I'll be saying some less than nice things about Peggy Carter at some point. If that card does what I think it's going to do to the metagame in the current form. But we're along for the ride. We will deal with it and figure it out. But I do like the idea that they're willing to take a little bit bigger of a swing. I just wish they wouldn't do it when they were taking an OTA month off. Will the patch on the 29th have card changes? Like the upcoming change with the pack stuff? Pretty much it's very, very unlikely. They almost always put card changes in the OTAs only now. I cannot remember the last time they changed a card during a patch. They used to have to use patches for things that required visual effects and stuff, but I believe OTAs can either do that now or they found a way where it doesn't matter if they don't. I think they found a way where the effects don't matter and then they add the effects in a later patch or something. But it's very, very rare for them to put a card change in a patch, and that's because they lock the patches in much earlier. And this used to happen when we used to get changes in the patch. The changes often felt really outdated because they were like locked in a month beforehand. It was actually something the game struggled with a lot early on. Like they buffed Thanos right as Thanos was like becoming like the top of the metagame. And it's because they locked it in like a month earlier when he wasn't the top of the metagame. So that's why they don't usually adjust cards in the patches, because the patches OTAs, they finish them a lot more close to the date of release so they can more accurately respond to the metagame. But I'm pretty curious to see how it develops. What's up, DeCarlo? How's it going? I wanted to see, can we sort now? It still views the latest patch as 410. I don't know why. I would think it would do today, but I guess it hasn't. Maybe they need to update Untapped or something. Because I want to see the early data. I'm very curious about it, but it's just hard to. It doesn't really work with these filters. They'll probably update this tomorrow because they update these for OTAs. I guess it just doesn't do it the day of, which can't blame them. Understandable. But yeah, my prediction is very simple, that Captain Carter is gonna become public enemy number 1, and the best shells are gonna be Surfer ongoing and then Thanos ongoing. Now maybe the metagame can adapt a bit to so where it's not just those decks, but I mean that's what we're gonna find out. It might mean it's time to try out one of my least favorite archetypes, Arsham, because I wanted to try out I wanted to try out buffed Ultron and Arsham can easily run some tech, even though you're not as likely to draw it. Have I got any new card decks in mind? Basically, I think this is the deck. Surfer's great too, but if you just want to go fucking to the moon tall, normal ongoing does it very effectively. Butt was the one who posted this. I think he went like 18-3 or something. If you know Butt, you know he doesn't normally play more meta things. He likes to brew a bit, but he was like, this Carter change is silly. Let me try this out. And he fucking slap people with it. I only played a few games of it, but it did pretty well. 4-game sample size is nothing to really overly look into, but he played like 20 games with it and was still crushing people. I believe in this deck a lot. I think this is a very well-made deck. I think it utilizes Carter well, and sometimes you'll die to Enchantress, but you have some protection. I think it's pretty versatile. It will probably be good. The other stuff is like Surfer. I've seen a lot of Surfer lists. I'll bring up one that I know is working well for people. Smiles. They are a high infinite player. They're like top 20. This is the one they were playing with Carter today. I personally have never been the biggest Sage and Surfer fan, but they're also very good at the game. So I think there's so many good cards in Surfer that you can really get away with picking the 3s you enjoy more. Have I tried the Ultron buff? I did. I played a bunch of Ultron today. This was the Ultron deck I played a lot of. I tried these two. Didn't work as well for me. I think this one was more variance though, but this deck probably has a harder time if like Cosmo more popular. This was the deck that did the best for me. I think that ongoing being strong is one of the good archetypes to be strong. It has more than one hard counter. Yeah, I mean, I don't think ongoing itself being strong is super problematic. It's just a question of how strong is it. And we're still waiting to, it's been like however many hours. It's going to take a little time to see exactly how that pans out, but the potential for Carter seems very high. I'm glad to hear the Victoria hand deck's working well for you. I think it's super fun. If you do like decision making, I think this deck does have a lot of interesting decision making. Some of it's kind of subtle, but like when you're deciding like what to play and filling hand, and then a big point in it is also like knowing when to play Ultron and when not, because when I first started playing the deck, I just tried to jam Ultron whenever I could, and that was not the move. Like, sometimes he's very good to get out there. Other times, you gotta know when to, like, do the other thing. Gore has also been a winner. What's up, Stian? Kahori is really strong in this deck. I think Kahori is a great card in here. She actually just supports what the deck does very well, and I like her a lot. It's just fun. It's just a fun deck. I'm very pleased with it. It started out as you can tell by the name, it started out as a Pixie deck, and then I realized that the Pixie wasn't actually helping me very much. And so I was like, what if we just tried to make it not a Pixie deck? And the deck did significantly better. Before I had Legion over Galacta and Pixie over Victoria. I was also running Mobius. Steen with the Prime for 9 months. Welcome to the Twitch side, Steen. Thanks for the support. Get some Polyfish in the chat. Is Snowguard better than Maria Hill? So, they do different things. The reason I like Snowguard a lot in this deck is because the animals have been very effective. Part of that is because a lot of people just forget about the Snowguard animals, if I'm being honest. The amount of times someone stays on Limbo when I've played Snowguard is much higher than it should be, because like nobody plays this card, so people forget about it. So sometimes it's a downside, like if you play Snowguard and then Kate or another generation card, that can be a little clunky if you're trying to play Ultron later, because it's hard to get all the cards out of your hand. But I think Snowguard is a lot better just because there have been a big number of games where playing the Hawk or playing the Bear can win me a lane that ends up like winning the game. They're also better. They also feel like better bodies than the average 2-drop, especially with Quinjet and like Victoria. I also really like the Red Guardian swap. Before I was playing Mobius, Mobius was working better for me, but like when I was playing this like a week ago, but Red Guardian was really good today. Red Guardian was real good today, like significantly better than Mobius would have been. Also, Red Guardian's kind of cool because sometimes you can bait people with Luna Snow. You set them up so they're like, okay, I'll fill the Luna Snow lane on turn 5, and then I'll get the cube, but I won't fill myself. And then you're like, psych, Red Guardian, now you're clogged. It's a very nice synergy to have. Also, Gore is super goated in this deck. Like, the amount of times you're able to win because you just slam a really massive Gore that they aren't prepared for. Gore is great because no one wants to count this. I think most people don't know that Gore is in the deck unless you've seen the deck. But even if you know, most people do not want to count. It's annoying to count. It's like Doom math. It's like most people just don't want to deal with that. But it is very funny to me just how often people entirely forget. Oh man, poor Snowguard. Not having the greatest stats. Count? No thank you, nerd. Yeah. Exactly. So this was one of the Ultron surfers that actually interested me back when it came out. I think I'm considering trying this again, just playing Carter instead of Frigga. Because I think Frigga was not great in this version. Although I don't think Ultron Surfer is a great way to go with Ultron, but I might try it just for funsies. Alright. Well, it is late. It is significantly later than I thought I would be streaming. But that's cool. I appreciate y'all hanging out for it. It's been fun. I hope you had fun. If you did, drop a follow. Lets you know when I go live. I try and stream pretty regularly Monday through Friday. And normally it's a little earlier, but once in a while we get a late night stream. A little throwback. I'm gonna raid someone. I'm going to raid Samael. Show him some love. 9 a.m. here, yeah. Classic. It is 3 a.m. here, or about to be. Show him some love. Spam some emotes if you got them. Have a good night. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for some more fun deck shenanigans with the OTA. Peace.